going into COVID, right? So I'm talking about even prior to COVID. Yeah, it was billions.
I don't know. I have to look more into that. I don't think
I can show you right now. It's like on
that
the, you can look at the
I think the
Fed. You can
majority, the
look it up on the Fed.
contributing,
You can see the graphs.
yeah, I think the contributing factor of the economy being inflated so high is because of the precursors of COVID coming in and everything else, getting the hospitals prepared and investing into the medicines, getting it out quick. I think all of that is a big factor to why the economy, or why the debt has increased such high, um, at a high
Well,
standard, I guess.
well, sure, right? But like, I mean, we're at manageable levels still for an economy. I know it
Right.
seems like a lot, but like, I mean, if
Right.
you compare it to
I
other
don't
countries,
know.
think of the money gun. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I mean,
We are
granted,
at
I
manageable levels. We'll be fine, but like, you can't keep adding to the debt too much because the issue with that is that you're going to have a lagging interest indicator, right? Where
but
like
we also
hundreds of
can't
billions
keep.
of dollars are going to be used on not a spending policy, but instead the interest on the debt payment.
I see what you're saying.
That's the biggest issue, actually.
I guess I can agree to disagree.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what it is with the debt, but sure, right. So well, you think that because we were better off during Trump's administration in particular respects, like prior to COVID, right, that would indicate that somehow we would be better off in the administration now if he were president?
If obviously if the whole COVID thing didn't happen, I think the economy will probably be at a continuous growing rate, and Trump would have been
Regardless of Trump or
president.
Biden, yeah.
No, no, no. But if Trump was in office and COVID didn't hit, Trump will still be in office today. Would you agree to that?
I mean, it could be the case. I don't know.
And
Because the thing is,
the
people,
economy,
the
right?
reason why people voted Biden is because they don't like Trump. There was still a huge
And
mass
that's
of people
horrible.
that did
You
not
voted,
like Trump.
but then you voted against a person because you don't like the opposition. That is
Yes.
horrible.
No, well, it's horrible for our system, but it's not horrible in terms of the choice, but it's a rational choice, right? You're saying that the other side is worse, right? So I want to minimize the issues.
I
They're
don't
both issues
believe.
on two sides, lesser of two evils.
That's the thing. I don't like to vote on a base of lesser than two evils. I look at
I agree.
policies.
Yeah, I agree. But like, that's the reality of the two-party system in America. If we want to fix that,
That's
then
due
we
to
need to
failed
move past
education.
the two-party system to
That's
multi-party
due to failed
systems.
education. People are
Sure.
just voting with their feelings and not voting with the facts.
I mean, well, people are already doing that. That's not just feelings, right? That's saying that one is worse than the other. That could be based upon facts. But yeah, in general, I
Okay.
agree. Most people do just vote on like what their feelings are, whether they be Republican or Democrat.
All right. I don't know, man. I just, I experienced better pay gap. I experienced better living situations. I was able to put food on the table.
FJ, this is just a
Better with
correlation
Trump.
causation fallacy. You're saying that because it's associated with Trump, that you were better off in that particular circumstance. That means you would be better off. Is saying that Trump
I just
has
think that
caused
I
that being
personally,
better off.
America will be better off with Trump still being president as opposed to what we have now, the situation we got going on.
How do you know that?
No one can really know that. It's just the increase of stability that Trump had when he was in office. Granted, I know he had the challenge of COVID in his way, and that was difficult. But if the COVID was never a factor, I think our economy now and everything else will be at such a strong hold that everyone will be flourishing, especially the lower class and the poor class. Will give them an opportunity to become something more than just poor, because there's job opportunities that'll be out there. There'll be increase in pay. The economy will probably be flourishing. There'll be more investors. Everything.
Yeah, well, clearly the economy would be better off if we never had COVID, but that's regardless of Trump or Biden being president. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I get that.
So like what we need to say is like what particularly about Trump influences the economy as to say we would be better off comparative to Biden.
Because you know how Obama said that he needed a magic wand to get jobs back into the country. You know what I mean? It's not, it's just, it's one of those things like Trump had a spine. He moved things around in a fashion where he
Those are
got
at two
foreign
different
leaders.
times, by the way.
He got
One was
China.
like the 2008 recession, right? And issues how it
Yeah.
relates to that. And the other one was after years after the recovery, right? Years later. So clearly two different standpoints. And again, he just deficit spent with tax cuts, right? Which clearly it's going to make the economy do better, right? But that's the same way as if Democrats, did a spending policy with healthcare and that made the economy do better because people are spending less money on healthcare and they're spending more money on other things that they like would want in their lives or things like that.
The cost of living was so much better, of course. They were able to spend more on other things they would like because of the housing market wasn't as bad as it is now.
Yeah, the housing market would be in the same position it was even with Trump in office. You understand that, right? Like, I don't see there being a difference in the housing market given Trump or Biden. If you can show me how there would be, I'd
Well,
love to see.
if Trump was in office, people will be, I guess, I want to say that the people will have more money.
If people had
They'll
more
have
money,
more money.
if people had more money, wouldn't that drive the cost of living up more because there's more money going after the same amount of goods?
No, because if we have competition, no. Because if we have competition, if there's businesses out there, if there's more people that are that have money, right? They'll invest that money into opening their own businesses and creating their own accounts and having people go. They obviously economy will set a standard that will be competitive and it will drive the price down.
So you're saying that the increased, like the stimulated aggregate demand would lead to a greater level of supply to meet that demand.
Exactly.
Okay, well then, are you also down with spending policies then? Democrats increasing aggregate demand to then increase supply to meet that demand? But the issues I was bringing up with the housing market is that it's hard and there are restrictions with actually increasing supply right now that don't necessarily always relate to the increase in price. Cause there's like a less of an incentive even given the increase in price for there to be like an increase of supply due to those conditions, right? Because it's so hard to build in those particular areas, with the zoning restrictions and stuff. With the single family housing, there's not really many places to go, right? There's high prices because there's not much supply. There's not like an ability to like grow out those areas. That's like one of the main issues.
Well, the thing is that they're selling these houses off to BlackRock due to the fact that these homeowners can't afford to live there anymore. They can't afford the taxes that have gone up, the property taxes. They're having a hard time. That's why the price of rent has gone up because of the hit that the landlords are getting. The price of materials have gone up. The price of heating has gone up. Everything has gone up under this administration.
Yeah, but you're saying it's caused by this administration.
Yeah.
Yeah, you understand that it would have been the case regardless of the administration, regardless whether it's Trump or Biden.
I don't think so, man. I don't know. I don't believe that.
COVID and Russia, Ukraine, those would have been different if Trump was in office.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe so.
How?
I believe because Trump has a backbone. Trump will communicate with Russia, with Putin, because everyone assumes there's some kind of conspiracy between the two. He will step foot on ground and say, no, you guys can't do this, and have them talk it out, whatever the case may be, like how he did it with the Middle East, how he got nominated for, I think, was it 2 or 3 Nobel Peace Prizes for the same exact thing. He moved, don't quote me on it, but he moved the Jerusalem thing over.
Yeah. So what do you think Trump would have done? So would Trump have seceded Ukraine to Russia?
I think Trump would have had a conversation
with them. For a direct war?
I don't necessarily know what Trump would have done. He's just that mastermind that he can control that narrative.
What do you mean he would control that? I don't think he controls the narrative in the media. So what makes you think he can control the narrative?
he would be able to control that situation.
How so?
See, he's pretty much like the dad. You know what I mean? So it's like, you got, all right, kids, cut it out. Don't do this. You know, have a conversation with them, have a meeting, and probably squashed it. It never would have happened.
Yeah. So how would
everyone's
he have
taking-
squashed it? So he's just gonna do it?
I don't know, man. I'm just letting you know that never would have happened. How he was?
What do you mean it would have never happened? How are you so
never
sure of
would
that?
have happened. No one's gonna be sure of it. I'm just confident in the guy because he's done so much.
Yeah, I don't think he's just gonna be like, stop this, and Putin's gonna be like, oh, you know
No,
what?
dude, I'm not
You know
saying
what?
like
He
go in
told
there
me.
and spank him. I'm not saying that. He has his ways of getting things done, right? And that's what Biden doesn't do. All Biden's doing right now is feeding Ukraine and causing a potential World War III, giving them access or giving them equipment, right,
Are
to
you talking
go
about
after
Afghanistan?
Russia. Huh?
What do you mean? You're talking about
Ukraine.
Ukraine? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably the best way to respond to like this type of event.
What?
As it doesn't
Giving-
stimulate. Yeah, it doesnn't stimulate direct
Giving
war.
giving a non-NATO country weapon to go after Russia.
Yeah. So like there's a few good things about this. It doesn't start direct
So we're going to
war.
invest in a
Well,
country that
Hold on.
never
It's
invested in America.
It's a loan, by the way. We're getting the money
it's
back.
a loan.
Yeah, it's a lend lease.
Where are we
right?
getting
But
this money from if we're already in
hold
debt?
up. Our military budget. We literally reallocated funds from our military budget to provide a loan for them. Okay.
That's
So let me
stupid.
finish. Hold up. Not really. I mean, we already spent almost 800 billion on military anyway. You thought it was fine when
Okay.
we did fucking what was it? Not Star Wars, Space Force, right? We spent like 80 billion on Space Force. No one complained.
Okay.
Remember that?
Yeah, but
Trump
nobody.
created Space Force.
But the thing is, nobody could happen. I find that stupid. But if something were to happen, right, and that is implemented, nobody would complain that we didn't have the Space Force, right? I'm not sure why.
Okay, well then
it.
why did Trump get rid of the pandemic team?
Well, I don't know. I forget.
Wouldn't a pandemic be more likely than, I don't know, fucking Space Force needed, right? Like if aliens are already coming, wait, hold up, man. If aliens are already coming to Earth and they can make it here that fucking far, we are toast, bro. They're about to Death Star us, man. They're about to Death Star us. I don't think we have chances there. So let's hold out on fighting aliens, okay? And let's
Bro,
instead.
I don't think it has anything to do with aliens, my guy. It has nothing to do with aliens.
I appreciate it.
I don't think it has anything to do with aliens. I think it has more to do with like different countries, foreign countries, putting stuff up in satellites and stuff like that. That can,
and stuff like that.
Exactly. That can lasers and stuff like that that's been going on lately. That could potentially, I don't know, like an EMT or something that will spy on American equipment and stuff like that. Yeah. So stuff that we can't
space
touch.
Debris. The space debris is what we have to deal with.
I'm not specifically saying about the debris. I'm talking about the actual technology they can put in the sky that we don't have access to from the ground. Right?
You mean the weather balloons? Like,
no, I'm not talking about the weather balloons, man. Come on.
No, like those. Well, that's the ones they were sending recently. Remember?
I don't know if that even came from China. Honestly,
I don't know if it came from China. I don't know where it came from, but like that's the ones I'm talking about that we were dealing with. Right,
and he let it fly over the country before they actually done something about it, which was stupid, personally. But
okay, well, what are they going to see? It's literally just people chilling. They can already go on Google Maps and see that.
They can see how the layout of
Thank you.
They can see license plates. They can see. Yeah, probably. Who knows what the
license plate? That's wild, bro.
I'm not talking about. Yeah, dude. You can from satellite. Yeah, they have technology that can actually see really close to ground, man.
No, I meant you meant like on like that weather balloon.
Oh, the weather balloon, I don't know. Probably. Like, I don't think you can see like I don't think you can reach license plates like that. But who knows? You know, what I mean, we don't know. We don't know what the intentions were.
Okay, okay, sure. Chat, is it glitching and lagging about? I don't know. I don't know what's going on TikTok. It's
Well,
it's just weird sometimes.
you're frozen on my end. I mean,
I am frozen.
on mine, yeah, you're not moving. You're frozen. I can hear you, but you're
Yeah,
frozen.
it's bad. Damn, chat. Like, let me fix it. You're lagging. I can try to check. Maybe it is my internet. I don't know. My internet was fine today. I'm using it. It's chilling. I'll make sure to check everyone. Maybe it's TikTok. You're not frozen. I'm good. Okay. Sorry. Say what you were saying, FJ.
We're talking about weather balloons. Honestly, we got so veered off of the actual conversation.
Hold
That we're
on.
talking about weather balloons.
Yeah. No, my internet's fine right now, chat. So yeah, like, I don't know.
Oh, I guess my question to you is, I mean, why don't you like Trump? I mean, you asked everyone else, so why don't you support him?
Yeah. So, I mean, there are many reasons. I think one of the most
Other than the
notable.
headlines, right? I don't want to hear headlines because that's why everyone's coming on TikTok and they kind of regurgitate whatever they hear off of Facebook and on Twitter and everything else, and
I
they
don't go
come
on
on here.
Facebook. I don't go on Twitter. So.
Okay, so what do you think his flaws are? What do you don't like about him, and how do you compare Biden to him?
Well, one of the most notable that still is happening today is that he's literally rejecting the fact that he lost the election. Right? He still thinks he won.
Okay, so he did lose the. I can say he did lose the election, right? But he lost because he got cheated out of the election. He
Can
did
you can you
lose, but
can
he
you
got
can you
cheated
wait?
out.
So how come all the audits did not lead back to showing anything that was sufficient to overturn the election?
What did they show? Did they show them pulling bins underneath the tables and boarding up poll stations and not having people look inside of them, or having a water leak just apparently happen at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Show me. I'd love to see the clips.
I can't. I
Thank you for
can't
the galaxy.
physically
I
show
appreciate it.
you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, you
I'm
can
on
tell
my
me where to
son. This
find them. Did you find
you
these on
can.
Facebook?
No, you can't find them on Facebook. You can Google them, right? I can't. I can't.
What do I
I can't
Google?
give you. Um, let's start off with a water main break. Oh, let's. You can Google pulling out bins from underneath table during the election. You can Google that too.
Pulling out bins underneath table. Let's think about that for a second.
Yeah.
What about that is bad?
What about? What do you mean? Why are they pulling out these ballots? These thousands of ballots from underneath the tables at late at night.
Because they kept them there. Are they were they counting them?
I don't know
People
why
are
they do
saying
it
they
so late.
testified. They testified.
Okay, but
Can someone tell me where that is, and I'll read
so why did they
the.
board up the windows at polling stations?
They board up the windows at polling stations. I would have to see what
Yes,
you're talking about.
just Google that.
Yeah, board. Okay, we'll look up board up windows at polling stations. It's Georgia. Is this the Georgia one?
I believe it is. Yeah,
Hold up. Right wing media. Is this from November 6, 2020? No way.
I'm not sure the date, but they were pulling out bins from underneath the tables. They were
Is
boarding
this
up
from New
windows.
York? Or did
I'm not
wait?
sure the location of it, honestly.
So wait, where did you see this?
Online.
Online where?
Uh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure the exact website. There's so many of them.
Was it possibly on any social media platform?
Like, you talk about like independent journalist.
No, was it on any social media platform?
No, no. I follow independent journalists, and they're the ones who brought it up, and I did my research on top of that, looking at the
What
same.
independent journalist do you follow?
No, you're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like it. As soon as I say,
Let
as
me
soon as I
guess. Let me
say,
guess. The first one
go
is
ahead.
Tucker Carlson.
No, no. I don't watch Fox News.
Well, he's not on Fox News anymore. Remember?
Even him on Twitter, I still don't watch him. I mean, occasionally I see some headlines that pop up on Facebook, but
Are we
I
getting
really don't care
like
for it.
Steven Crowder or OAN vibes?
Steven Crowder is one of them. Yeah,
I knew that's definitely
Tim
something I
Pool.
could have predicted. I could have
Yeah, Tim
predicted that
Pool.
too. Tim Pool. So you mean just
Yeah,
like you saw it on YouTube?
yeah.
So you were like, oh my
Well,
gosh,
no,
people who just
listen,
bring up what
I'm
they
not.
saw on Facebook, and then you're telling me to look at something on YouTube.
Yeah, but the thing is, dude, I'm not going on just listening to these people just on YouTube and just listen to, I'm not taking what they're saying. I do my own research on top of it, and the fact is, he brings receipts, right? And I do my own research on what he finds.
Yeah. So what? This is from Tim Pool, I'm guessing. Thank you for the hand heart.
Tim
Appreciate it.
Pool, well, Tim Pool's one of them. Yeah, he also brings up the same thing. Like I don't even watch.
Yeah. So here's my point. Here's my point.
Sure.
How come they lost in every single court setting?
What do you mean?
How come they're not winning in courts? If the evidence is so clear, mind-boggling clear, right? For
Right.
FJ to be able to see, how come they're not winning in court?
When you sweep it under the rug, there's nothing to win.
What do you mean when you sweep it under the rug? Apparently it's not
If they-
swept
if they don't-
under the rug. You
if-
just
if-
read it off.
Right, but the thing is, if they don't proceed in doing an investigation, there's nothing to find.
If there's nothing to find, then there's no evidence.
Okay, there you go. Right, and now it just becomes
Thank
a
you, Jeremy. I appreciate
revolving
it.
door.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, if you said there's nothing to find, well, then there's no evidence. Is there something to find? Because you just said you found something, or is there not something to
I just
find?
told you. I just told you. They bought up Windows. Why? Why didn't the DOJ or why wasn't anyone in that polling station ever indicted for doing something like that? Why?
For boarding,
was it
well,
dismissed?
it depends on the reason. I don't know. What is the reason that they've given in court?
That's a stupid reason. If there's nothing to
What
hide,
is
why
wait,
board up the
FJ?
window?
What was the reason they gave in court?
There was no court to be had.
What do you mean?
It wasn't brought up.
If it wasn't a court case, then it wasn't good enough evidence to be brought up in court.
Okay, there we go. Again, now we're just back to square one.
They didn't even want to waste the lawyer's time.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Wait, so like, bro, no, that's like, okay, so so the point is that it was just easily disputed like that. They refuted it. They
never brought it up. They never. What about the water break at 3:00 in the morning? How does Biden was losing, right? He was losing by a significant margin. By 3:00, right? This is what everyone's saying. Oh, the mail-in ballots came in. They started to count the mail-in ballots around 3:00 in the morning. All of a sudden, Biden, who couldn't get a fucking baker's dozen to one of his rallies, somehow beats Trump.
Yeah, because people don't like Trump. The mail-in ballots weren't fraudulent. Most people who were Democrats voted through mail-in ballots, or more people voted who are Democrats for mail-in ballots because
there was
Trump
ballot
specifically
harvesting.
because Trump specifically told his but yeah, so like there's really nothing wrong with mail-in voting. I voted mail-in.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with mail-in ballots. It's just I think it kind of gives it an opportunity for flaws, like I don't know, having dogs' names on them and having dead
They're
people
less
vote.
fraudulent. So no, that actually
How's it less
happens
fraudulent when you done it personally?
FJ, that actually happens in
Yeah.
every election. It was actually from what they determined, it was less likely to happen in this election, proportionally speaking, comparative to like previous elections. So
When
this
was the
happens
last
in
time
every
we had a-
election. It's not
But when was
at
the last
all
time we had
sufficient
mail-in
to
ballots?
overturn any election. It's just to like how like the normal system operates.
When was the last time we had mail-in ballots? What prior election did we have before the 2021 that we had mail-in ballots? Why now?
Well, because COVID. Do you not
Why?
remember, FJ? Like, do you not remember the fucking global pandemic? And
Yeah, I remember
they
that.
actually, and
I remember
mail-in ballots they've had for like many different elections. People who live in like countries abroad that are American citizens vote by mail-in ballot. Presidents vote by
Yeah, by
mail-in
other
ballot.
countries.
Yeah.
For other countries,
Veterans
right?
vote by mail-in ballot if they're not here. People in the military vote
Right.
by mail-in ballot if they're not here.
Yeah, sure. Okay, but they don't have an option to. But we're talking about people that not
And you
even
had the
not
option
even
to this
alive.
time. You could have gone in. You could have gone in person. Right?
So
But I voted by
do you
mail.
appeal? Listen, do you oppose having ID going to vote? Do you oppose
If
that
you
or no?
provide the ID for free to everyone. Everyone gets
Yeah,
free
provide
IDs,
it for
I'm
free.
down. If everyone gets free
No,
IDs, I'm so
it's not
down.
free for me.
Well, then why don't we make it free? Free at the point of service.
I have another one right there.
Are you down?
Okay.
Free IDs at the point of service. And then, yep. Oh, he just got removed for community guidelines. That's rough. That is rough, chat. By the way, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 150,000 likes. If you support Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you support Trump. I'm going to go into the next person. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. Let's go into the next person, though. All right. Give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Who, me? 46.
Yeah, what's up? Are you driving?
Yeah, my husband's driving, but I'm in the car with him.
Okay, so you're not driving yourself?
No.
Okay, good. So do you support Trump?
Well, I used to. I voted for him back in the day. I don't support anybody anymore. I actually think Trump could be the Antichrist because he fulfills like 25 prophecies in the Bible.
Okay, so you don't like Trump.
Yeah.
You're against Trump.
So I'm not voting for him.
All right. Well, I'm looking for people who disagree.
I did. That's why I did it. So I thought that was.
Oh, so
Gotcha.
you do support
Well,
Trump right now?
Well, I'm probably not going to vote this year. I'll just tell you that because I don't really know. Like I used to support him, and all the things he says sounds good. I think the things that he did for America were good, but at the same time, there's just questionable stuff, you know.
What do you mean by questionable stuff? Claire, thank you so much. I appreciate the gift. Thank you very much.
Well, like I go by the Bible. I don't even like to call myself a Christian because honestly, I get lumped in with all these people who claim to be Christians but aren't. They don't represent Christ. Like you're supposed to be loving and not judgmental. You know what I'm saying? And these people aren't. So I just call myself Christ follower. But I go by the Bible. That's my reference. And there's like many prophecies in the Bible where he's at. Just one of the things is like that he flatters world leaders, which he's been known to do.
Wait. So would you vote for the Antichrist?
No.
You wouldn't?
Nope. That's why I'm not voting.
So you're against Trump. Are you against Trump more than you're against Biden?
No.
So Biden's just as bad as the Antichrist.
I'd rather have Trump in office than Biden, just because, I mean, from what he did for our country, I'd rather have, $2 gas than $3.50 gas right now.
Yeah,
but,
so that doesn't. So that you're saying that it's actually caused. Hold up. You're saying that would imply that it's caused by Biden, right? When in reality, right? These are just things that are associated with Biden, associated with Trump. Low gas prices at that particular point. Low gas prices at that particular point were due to the low demand because we were within COVID. That wasn't because of Trump necessarily speaking.
What, Gary? It's all because, we can't forget about the pipelines being closed and all that good stuff.
Those were never even transporting things in the first place, and we brought back U.S. production to the same place it was prior. The issues with it when it relates to oil prices right now relate to the Russia-Ukraine situation and relate to OPEC. Those are like the biggest reasons right now for the gas we see.
Well, I definitely feel like Biden puts other countries before Americans.
How so?
And I don't feel like he gives all our money to other countries. What have they done for Maui? Has he been there? When all that stuff's happening at the border, has he been there?
No, he did go there. And actually less time than Trump would go to places. Trump would take like 20 plus days to go to the disaster areas. Biden did so in like less than 2 weeks or something.
That stuff that happened with all the, what was it, the railroads and all that, Biden never even showed up, but Trump did, bringing people water and stuff. I mean, but you know, all I'm getting,
I don't think that's necessarily true. I'd have to check that again, but.
Well, and I'm getting information from who knows what sources. I really don't trust any sources on the internet, to be honest with you. I don't trust news.
Then how do you gain knowledge?
I use my spiritual discernment. So like if I'm looking at something, I can just sort of tell in my spirit whether what I'm watching is true or not, if that makes sense.
So that just sounds like your gut feeling or your intuition or what your feelings are about what you see.
Yeah, it's called spiritual discernment. It's a little bit different when you have God guiding your life. But I know you don't believe in God, so we're not going to go into that whole conversation.
Well, I mean, that's the same thing as me saying that I feel like you're wrong, and that's justified for me to believe just because I feel like it. That's my internal feeling, my guidance.
It's more than a feeling though, Parker. It's like my whole entire life changed, my mind changed, my heart changed. And so that's something that people that are atheists can't really refute because it's our own personal experience. You know what I mean? But the thing about God, you could seek God, but if you don't surrender, you're probably not going to hear from him. Because what we do, we try to seek him in our own understanding.
Or a Christ follower? My bad.
Right. I am.
So you are Christian?
Yeah. I don't like to call myself Christian. That's why I say Christ.
Do you have faith in worship Jesus Christ?
Yes.
And repent for your sins?
Yes.
Then you're Christian.
Yeah. Christian means follower of Christ, but people think it's a religion. But religion killed Jesus.
That is what a religion is.
No, it means a follower of Christ. But people say it's a religion. It's not.
It is. A religion is like when you have a worship or a faith in a supernatural entity or God.
Religion has been used to control, manipulate, and abuse people for thousands of years.
That's true, but Christianity is a religion.
Religion killed Jesus. All right.
Other religions did.
God didn't create.
But actually, I don't know if they were necessarily religious. Actually, I don't think that they were religious. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, they were all religious.
Not all of them, but sure, some of them were. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they were. It's because they didn't believe that he was actually the Messiah.
Man created religion, not God. You know?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's true. I agree with that statement too, but it's also because I don't believe that God exists.
Yeah, I'm a Christian, but I don't go to church. I don't focus on like the teachings of other people. I like to talk with other people about it, but I kind of just use God as my guide. I don't. Churches to me are like a business now. I just don't really find the spirit of God in churches. I've been there, done that. I'm good.
So you find the spirit of God within yourself?
Of course. We all have the spirit of God within ourselves.
So how come they can't find the spirit of God within themselves when they go to church?
Well, because church doesn't really have that. I mean, I heard God's audible voice in my head twice, okay? One of them when I was pregnant, I'm driving through Pensacola, because that's where my daughter was born, my first daughter. And I'm looking at these churches, and he audibly said in my head, those are not my churches. See, the church is not a building, it's us. There's nowhere in the Bible that says we have to gather in some building to worship God, because we are the church. So churches...
Wait, so I have a question. What does God sound like?
It's a still small voice. Just like it says, it's a still small voice. I heard his voice twice. The second time, I was worried about my second daughter. I was pregnant with her, and I took this test, and they told me there might be something wrong with her. And so I'm in the shower, and I'm asking about it, and he says, your baby is fine. and my baby was fine.
So the all powerful, he has a small voice.
Still small voice.
A still
That's in the
small
Bible.
voice.
He actually, his voice in the Bible, it says it sounds like rushing water. But in my head, that's the voice. That's what I heard, was the still small voice. Now, that's the only time I've heard an audible voice. Most of the time, God speaks to us in all different kinds of ways.
How do we know that it was God?
You just know, man. He speaks right straight to your heart, and you just know. It's kind of like, you ever like when you're a kid, just know that you know something. It's like inside you, you just know. You ever had that feeling?
Sure, but I was clearly not always right.
Right, but
I thought I would get that multiple choice question right, and I got it wrong.
Let me ask you this. You're an atheist, right? So what brought you to the conclusion that there was no God?
When it relates to like the Christian God and stuff like that, well, contradictions, like when we can relate to with like the problem of evil, or I can give like perfection based arguments when it relates to that. I can also not accept these particular religions off of like the idea of like the theoretical virtue of simplicity, which essentially means like there can be two different explanations, and a naturalist explanation can have less assumptions and still explain the same question of like why we exist. Oh my God. Sarah, I appreciate the interstellar. Sarah.
That was awesome.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sarah. W Sarah in the comment section right now, everyone. Sarah. I appreciate it, Sarah. Thank you very much.
Has anyone ever kind of explained to you what the difference between Christianity and every other religion is?
Yeah. I grew up Christian.
You grew up Christian, so did I. So what do you think is the difference between Christianity?
Thank you for the jellyfish. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Well, Christianity has a different view of salvation. They have a different notion of God. Well, definitely different like types of rules. Thank you for the golden. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Different seeing.
That's not where I was. Okay. So here's the difference. Okay. Every other religion tells you that you have to do works and like be a good person to get to heaven, right? The difference between that and Christianity is that heaven is a free gift to you. You don't have to do works. You don't have to be good enough. It's a free gift to you.
So do I get it?
Well, see, here's the thing. People say, oh, well, God will just, how can it be a loving God if he sends me to hell and all this kind of stuff? But what you guys are missing the point here. Like, you choose life without God. That's basically what you get. Hell. People say it's this like fire burning place, and I think it is. But
so it is conditional. I have to like do something.
Hell is the absence of God. Everything good comes from God. So take away everything good. That's the absence of God. That's what hell is. So if we choose
it's
to
also
live our lives
non-existence. Wouldn't the absence of God, because God is a creator, be non-existence?
What?
Wouldn't the absence of God be non-existence because God's a creator? So if there is no God, there is no creation, right? So why there couldn't be something that is evil?
What?
There couldn't be something that's evil, because then there would imply that there's creation without God.
What?
You're saying it's without God, and you're saying that there's evil without God. Well, then why are you saying that there's creation that exists without God?
What do you mean? I don't get what you're saying.
You're implying that there's creation without God. If you're still saying that there's something left after there's no God there, right, then you're implying that there can be creation without God.
God's taken away. It's the knowledge of God.
No, it's like, what? The knowledge?
The knowledge of God is taken away.
The knowledge of God is taken away. See, what people don't understand, you have God on this earth every single moment of your life. You don't even know what it's like to be without him, because he's always with you. But when we die and we choose to live life without him, that's what we get when we die. But see, I believe fully in the afterlife, Parker. When I really became born again, when my life totally changed, I got fascinated with near-death experiences. And what I learned from that was that there was a pattern in all of these people's experiences. And people will say, oh, that's just your brain firing neurons and all that. Well, how do you explain a lady who, after she died, she was brain dead. She heard the doctors talking about her. She knew what they were saying and told them after. She rose up through the hospital roof, right? She looked down at the roof, and there was a shoe there, Parker. And it was in a certain position. It was a certain color. And she described that shoe when she came back. And they went and looked, and there was the shoe. So how do you explain that when she was brain dead? She saw something in the physical world that they proved later. And so I saw a pattern that all these people have similar experiences. And Parker, really, I mean, to me, your worldview is depressing, because if this is all there is.
But before we go into this, I want to respond to that. Can it be possible that in some scenarios that there are going to be some people that exist that experience things in their mind that they then see in reality later on, and that it could just happen to be the case that they've guessed it? Do you think that it's possible? Do you think there are going to be some people in the world that would happen?
You're talking about the lady with the shoe on the roof of the
say the probability of that event happening is like 0.001%, right? I appreciate the hat mustache. Right. Thank you so much. There'd be at least a few humans where that would happen with, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
what do you mean?
What's up?
I'm not sure what point you're trying to make there.
Yeah, so there is a particular likelihood in which you can guess and get something right. Do you agree?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure she's not going to guess a shoe on the top of a hospital and what color and what position and where the laces were and everything like that.
Like laces of a shoe. Couldn't it just be like a generic shoe on top of a hospital?
It was a shoe on top of the hospital that she saw.
Yeah, so I think there's a likelihood that those particular things.
There's so many people.
Hold up. There's a likelihood.
With this testimony.
I don't know what you mean by where the laces were. So there's a likelihood that those particular things could be guessed, right? So there's a small probability. Thank you for the elephant. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know why you'd guess that, but I'm just saying that there's a probability of these different types of events happening.
That's far-reaching for me. I think
can I
it's kind of like it's kind of like the 500 people who saw Jesus after he died. The probability of 500 people having a mass hallucination of seeing Jesus.
Yeah, so that's assuming that it's right. So if I told you there was this book that I had that said 500 people saw a floating pig, would you believe it?
He's God. He can give us a book.
No. if I had a book here, thank you for the coral. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If I had a book here that claims 500 people saw a floating pig, would you believe it?
No, because it's not the word of God.
Okay, so you see. So no, listen to this real quick. I'm going to show you how this doesn't make any sense, right? Because the reason why you're justifying the belief that God exists is by using the resurrection. But the resurrection, the claim that would be true in the first place, us taking into account the Bible, relies that Jesus is God in the first place. So you're just assuming God exists. You're not actually providing an argument.
I'm not assuming. I know God exists because he lives in my heart and I talk to him. It's something that you can't refute. We have a soul.
I don't know who you're talking to, but I know it's not a perfect God, because a perfect God would not be able to make something that is imperfect, right? And under your view, you believe that human beings are imperfect, as we have flaws, we're sinful, things like that. And you also believe that we were created by God. So if you believe that a perfect creator exists, well, then that would entail that there are things that are created that are perfect, right? In accordance with what that God sees as perfect. So if we are imperfect given God creating us, that would just entail that we would have an imperfect God, right?
Let me ask you this. Can you make a dog or a tree or a horse or a pig?
No, I can't do those things.
Can anybody make those things? So
pigs?
You think,
yeah.
You think the world
pigs
just
can make
spontaneously created itself?
Chat, by the way, it's someone else driving, not her. I don't know what you mean by spontaneously created, right? You think God, hold up. You think God spontaneously had the desires to bring about this reality rather than a reality with just Nickelodeon slime or a reality with marbles?
You know, Nickelodeon means I don't care about God. Did you know that? Look it up. Nickelodeon in the Latin, put the words together, means I don't care about God.
Nickelodeon. Yeah.
Look it up. Type in Nick, L-O. Just type it in Latin and see what it comes up with. Yeah, my kids don't watch Nickelodeon, PBS, Disney, Netflix, YouTube, or any of that crap. But
Nickelodeon
like
in Latin. What is the Greek word for Nickelodeon? It's Odeon.
Not Greek.
It's a roofed over theater.
Odin is a god.
It's a roofed over theater.
Look up the Latin translation, not Greek. Latin.
In Latin. Okay.
Spell it out each piece.
Here, I'll look it up on Google Translate. In Latin. In Google Translate. Here we are. Yo, thank you for the money gun. I appreciate it, Dom. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Here, let me just go to Google Translate.
I feel like it takes more faith to be an atheist than it does to believe in God.
That doesn't make any sense.
Because you have to believe that we just spontaneously. I mean, if you look at a person's body,
you don't have to believe that we spontaneously did anything. You can believe that the prior state of particles that say led to this particular existence, and they had the necessary properties to bring about this reality rather than another. So it's ultimately deterministic in the same way that you would say a God did so.
God breathed. He spoke.
Yeah, you literally believe that God spoke things into existence. Yep, that's like magic. That's not magic under my view. Think of the crown. I appreciate it. You just think that they existed. They always existed, and they spoke things into existence. Thank you for that, mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, helping humans. All right. We're typing in Nickelodeon into the Nickelodeon, and it comes out as Nickelodeon.
Do it in split up the word. You can see what each piece of the word means. Start out with Nick.
Nickelodeon.
You know what I'm saying?
So I have to split up the word? This word.
Yeah, because each part of the word means, yeah, well, just start with NIC and see what it says.
NIC.
What does it say?
NIC.
Okay. In Latin, what does it say if you put Nick?
NIC. It literally just says the same thing. Thank you for the dinosaur. I appreciate it, Georgia. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything you're talking about here. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's a first shot. That's a first. In the meantime, everyone, if you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you like my content, follow me. If you haven't already, give her a second to come back, everyone. She'll be back here in a second. If you like my content, again, follow me. If you haven't already, I go live literally every single day. We've been on for about an hour. We're going to be on for 6 hours or so, everyone. We've got a while. I'm already on a weekend. I'm already excited to be on the weekend. You probably misspelled Parker. I didn't. I literally didn't. I spelled it exactly how it was spelled on the other thing because I looked it up before. I'll look it up on the Nickelodeon. Yeah, I spelled it the same way. I spelled it the exact same way. That's truly unfortunate. Misspelled 3 letters though, did I? Yeah, I don't see anything, yeah. Literally, I typed it in any other way. But yeah, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. So help get it out to more people. We'll get some more people in here to debate. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. ATL, thank you so much for the gold mine. I appreciate it. ATL, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, just give it a second, everyone. Give it a second, y'all. That's not the same thing, chat. The people who are typing that in the chat, it's literally not the same thing. Is she gonna come back? I don't know. We'll give her a minute, everyone.
Here, I can't figure it out either, but I'll figure it out later.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's interesting.
Thank you for the duck. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Georgia.
Cute little duck. So, Yeah, broken into syllables, exactly. But I don't know exactly how to break it into the syllables I need to I have to go look where I got that info and do it myself. But
See, they're not
but it's
typing the whole thing
interesting.
though.
You have to type it in, like, because each part is a Latin word.
Yeah,
that
they're
brings
literally not
together.
typing the whole thing though. So do you have to change the word to be able to like make it mean a particular thing?
No, I don't know how we do. I'll go back and look and I'll back with you on that one. What does it say? Nickelodeon. Oh, somebody found it. Nickelodeon.
Yeah, that's not the whole thing. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. Well, the N I don't think matters.
The
I
end
don't
just doesn't
think.
matter. Yeah.
Yeah, Nickelodeon. Yeah, because even when they do Nickelodeon, like they'll do it and they won't actually pronounce the N when they go to Nickelodeon. Like they won't even pronounce the N.
No,
Movie theaters
they
that cost them.
literally.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
I typed it in and it's literally there's nothing that's
Yep,
coming up with that
Nickelodeon in
either.
Hebrew means I don't believe in magic sky daddy.
Thank you. I
Exactly.
appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's so
actually
real.
means
So real. So real.
It means I don't care about God, actually.
I don't see that
Yeah.
either. Do I have
Yeah,
to
somebody
go
found it, though.
from Latin to English?
Put NIC.
Oh, do you want me to bring up someone that knows basic Latin real quick? See what they think about it?
Yeah. Well, I said it's
Okay,
NIC and then KELO.
let's see what they say real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, Matt, do you know this?
I know basic Latin, like not enough to like, so I went to a Latin dictionary. There is no Latin word Nick or Kello. They don't exist.
Okay.
The word for God is
Maybe
Deus. 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 The word Dio is a dative noun meaning God. And there is no word for God that ends with N, Dion. That doesn't exist. If you
Right.
wanted to make it a plural
That's
Dio,
why I
it'd
say
be
no
Dios.
N.
No, hold on. But no. I'm saying though, you can't combine them. Nick, Delo, Dio means nothing. It literally means nothing. Nick does not exist. They have a word for nothing, or like me, or like I don't care in Latin, and it's nix. And so nix does not
Somebody else
become
said it was
Nick.
Hebrew.
Hold on.
Somebody else
I
said it was
speak
Hebrew, but I thought
Hold on. That I do know. I speak Hebrew. I know Hebrew. Hebrew has nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this. Yeah, Hebrew.
My mom's from
my
Hebrew, too.
my Latin is very basic. My Greek and Hebrew are very good. So that I know. So nothing in Greek or Hebrew connects this. Did you see this on Facebook, by the way?
Monster energy drinks. Yeah. I can go on about that, bro.
Hold on. Did you see this on Facebook, by the way?
No.
Okay, because I saw this years ago on Facebook. It was this is very easy to disconfirm. All you need is a Latin dictionary. Look up the root words, and you'll find that they do not exist. Period.
Okay.
So this is one of the problems, right? I mean, like, basic critical thinking will get you. This is called confirmation bias. You want to believe that the world is against Christ. And so when you find something that looks like it's against Christ, then you automatically believe it. When all you have to do,
You're assuming a lot of things about me, bro.
I've been listening to you for the last 15 minutes. You have made claims, many claims. You have made many claims when all I had to do was a simple Google search in a Latin dictionary to find out that there is no such words that I have mentioned so it just blows out of the water.
So this person, Juggernaut, said Nick Kello is I don't care in Latin.
It's not. No, it's not. Tell that person to go to a Latin dictionary and look up those words. They do not exist.
He's telling him right now.
Okay, he can go and look them up the only word that does exist is a dio, which does mean God, but a dio is a dative, a type of noun, meaning that it's less common than the irregularly used noun, a deus, which is used more times than not.
Bro, you sound kind of mad. Are you mad or just passionate? Like, because I'm from Chicago and we sound like we're mad.
It's just how he speaks.
I'm from Illinois too, by the way. So yeah, I mean, so
you're from what?
I'm from Illinois too. So this is how.
Oh wow.
So
where are you from? Where are you from in Illinois?
I grew up in Central Illinois.
Okay, I'm from Rockford.
Okay, well, yeah, I know what that is. No, this is how I talk. No, I don't get upset about this. I get passionate about it because these claims are made all the time, and I'm a librarian. So what I do for a living is I literally have to go out and find stuff. And this And this stuff is very easy to find and to debunk if you have simple, good search skills, which I have, which is why I knew how to counter this argument very quickly, because all I had to do was go to a Latin dictionary, look up the words to see if they exist. If they don't exist...
Well, this guy named Juggernaut disagrees with you. He says it means I don't care in another language too.
Yes. People are going to disagree with me. I'm sure they will, but give me the name of the Latin dictionary that they're using. Give me the root words that it means, and then they can come and prove it. But there have been multiple attempts by people to disprove it, and I can assure you that when Nickelodeon was founded, and its basis of the word was Odeon, which Parker mentioned, which is Greek, by the way, which means a roof-covered theater. That's the actual origin of the word, because it's taking that word and it's messing around with it, which is common for many things to do. People take Greek words, Latin words, old French words, and they mess with them to make them, sound different and to sound cool and things like that. I mean, that's just how the English language works. I mean, so people would have caught on to this way before, Facebook, if this was actually something that came from Latin, because many people know Latin. This is not like something that's like, I don't know, just something that I just found out in like 2017. And, yeah, so I'm thoroughly unconvinced by it. That's my point. And all I had to do was go to a Latin dictionary. But if someone knows Latin better than I do, which there are plenty of people out there, I have only basic Latin. If someone wants to come up and they know, or they want to send me information of a Latin scholar that has looked at the word, a Nickelodeon, then fine, I'll change my mind, right? But in the 15 minutes that I had to go to my Latin dictionary and look up these words, I found nothing. And then I went to Google to also look up it on their dictionary, and I found nothing.
Don't worry, bro. You got this. You're good. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, Matt. Thank you so much, man.
Bye.
Yeah, get back. Well, let's just get back to what y'all were talking about. If you want, you can invite somebody else up who wants to talk.
Thank you for the hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're done?
No, if there's something else you want to talk to me about, I just don't want to keep, anyone else from being able to talk to you too.
Sure. I appreciate you coming on. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You too.
All right, everyone. If you want, thank you for the hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you want to see some debates, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. We're going to go on to the next person real quick. Again, if you want to see some debates, everyone, make sure to send a guest request right now. Tap that screen, y'all. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes, everyone. Also, you can share the live, everyone. If you share the live, it helps send it out to more people as well. Abby, thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Share it if you do want to. It does. That's actually, I never say to do that, but that's actually one of the best ways to send it out. By the way. I appreciate everyone sharing the live. That definitely helps us send out. I literally have forgot about doing that, to be honest, everyone. Yo, thank you for the hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Bill's Mafia. Yo, thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me, 39.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I don't support any left or right. Look, look, without beginning to be all on the bullshit here, let me just ask you this question real quick. Do you support pedophilia?
I'm against it, but by the way, you can't say that's TikTok.
Okay.
So just say P3DO. And then also, if you don't disagree with the topic, I am going to look for someone who does disagree, but I appreciate you coming on.
No, I'm saying what I'm trying to say is, do you support pedophilia? You said you're against that, correct?
Clearly, yeah, I'm against
Okay, so why would you vote in somebody who clearly does pedophilia shit?
Again, I told you, literally, if you do it one more time, I'm going to kick you off because I told you you can't do that. It's TikTok TOS. Do it one more time.
How is that? How is if
TikTok
if people
TOS,
can't be real?
Right? It's just that
people can't be real.
You can't say many words like unalive. You have to say unalive. You have to say grape or R word or essay. There are lots of things on TikTok that you have to say. If you can't respect the rules,
okay. Does the word ripper? Does the word ripper? Does the word ripper have a problem?
I don't know. I don't think so. I have
okay. So then we'll just use that. We'll just one who plays. Let's put it. All right. I'll put it in a different manner. Okay. If you don't support the people, right? If you're definitely not supportive of people, grown people who play with little people, right? Why would you vote in somebody who likes to touch little people?
So you're trying to make it seem like it's in a sexual connotation. Can you send me anything that would be
No,
particularly
right,
within
look,
a sexual
it's
connotation?
all over, bro. It's all over everywhere. There's video. This guy makes
I've watched some of
children
the
feel
videos that you're
uncomfortable.
referencing. I've watched
I'm
some of
just
the videos
saying,
you're referencing. It's not in a sexual connotation that you're referencing.
actually, as a man and as a parent, that is a child. Regardless of how you look at it, when somebody looks
Yeah, but
uncomfortable or feels
that's a wild
uncomfortable,
claim though.
it's not
That's
a wild claim.
I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. You would say it's a wild claim if it was Trump, because the Trump has done many things like that.
Hey, I don't support the fact that he said grab him by the. I never supported the fact that he said, hey, grab him by the ush. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I don't support none of that.
But you're also not
My whole
recognizing.
theory is it doesn't matter if I vote or not, because at the end of the day, my vote don't matter, due to the fact that regardless of what, you're still going to put somebody who is what's that word I'm looking for? Corrupt in office either way. You're just going to put somebody corrupt in office either way. And then the whole thing with Maui, you have these billionaires and multi-million-dollar heirs trying to ask middle class working Americans to sit here and send money over to Hawaii. Why don't you guys put the money in for that shit? The election was clearly stolen.
So Star Child, have you seen the situation? We can talk about the election being stolen, stuff like that, and how I think that's utter bullshit in the first place.
I think the thing with Hawaii.
Before I want to respond to the claim that you're referencing. You were saying, thank you for the whale diving. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mike. Have you heard about how Trump dealt with beauty pageants?
To be honest with you, I really like I'm just one of those people who hear shit here, see shit there, and believe whatever I can.
The quote from this article, right?
Okay.
He came strolling right in, Dixon said. There was no second, quote unquote, there's no second to put on a robe or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked. Our girl's introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal, half naked, changing into our bikinis. And they're talking about literally teen pageants. Okay? From Teen Vermont, yes.
It'll be the same thing. All right, look, let's just call a spade, right? What I'm just trying to say
is that not way more clearly sexual than it would be for? Thank you for the campfire. Appreciate. Thank you so much.
That is dope, though. I did like that, though. I really did like that, though. That fire shit was dope. Look, the way I see it, there's a lot of sick, perverted people in this world. And I don't put it past Trump, and I don't put it past Biden, and I don't definitely put it past Jason Momoa and The Rock and all these people, because regardless of what, y'all all touch little people. They all touch little people.
Okay, so if you think that, so then that's not the view that you're going to use to make a distinction between them. Again, the one with Trump overtly sexual, the one with Biden not overtly sexual.
I can agree with you on that, because would you want somebody walking in on your daughter when she's trying to get dressed?
That's fucking gross. Yeah, that's fucking gross. And you know how he justified? He said, "I'm the owner of the pageant. I should be able to walk in when I want." That's literally what he said, right? He said, "I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm expecting it." Is everyone okay?
See, now that's just forceful. That's just putting you're forcing your will.
Yeah, that's literally overtly sexual. What Biden did, the videos that you see, they are not overtly sexual. Okay, so to make this type of claim, especially targeted towards Biden, when you're not even targeting it towards Trump, in which it's worse for, is actually ridiculous to me.
I'm not letting Trump off the hook that easy. I don't let Trump off the hook that easy.
Trump is worse.
I say, regardless of what, in my eyes, both of them are equal scum. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so you think it's equal for Biden to have like touched someone on the shoulder, which made them a little bit uncomfortable, comparative to
more than once though.
Yeah, more than once, I agree, which made them uncomfortable. You could see with their face, it definitely seemed like they were uncomfortable, comparative to Trump literally walking in when people were naked who were literally teen pageant stars, right? Like,
yeah, and you know what? I'm not sitting here. I'm not debating your that. I'm not debating that at all, because regardless of what, scum is scum, correct?
I agree, scum is scum, right? But what I'm saying is that if you're trying to make a point that it was like worse for Biden or even the same, that doesn't make any sense to me, given what we see.
All right, look, I just feel
we can move past this point, because this isn't even a point necessary to say that.
And as far and let me also take it back to the lady that was speaking about God and all that stuff. I truly believe that God exists. Otherwise, look at everything around you. You know what I'm saying? Like she said, can you create a tree? Can you create a pig and all that stuff? Hey, sometimes things is just, how do they say, lead not on your own understanding, because your thoughts are not my thoughts and my thoughts are not your thoughts. That whole thing, we got, God does exist, bro, and clearly I've woken up, I've been attacked. I'll sit here and I'll tell you a story. All right, I was sleeping one night and it came for me more than once, dude. All right, they came for me more than once. All right, first time they came after me, me and my brother, we were still living with our parents. We were children. We shared a room. The motherfucking thing was in the room with us. All right, and it was literally trying to come after me. All right. There is a spiritual realm. And every once in a while, when you're dreaming, you're not dreaming, my dude. You're spirit walking. Now, as far as what happened that
Are
night,
you saying that
that
there was a
thing tried to
demon
attack me.
Are you saying that there was a demon in your room?
Yes, the spirit realm is real, my friend.
Was it around the time you were sleeping?
Yes. And
So
here's the thing.
there's something called sleep paralysis.
No, I mean, you would say that it's sleep
No,
paralysis.
It does happen. It does absolutely happen.
Oh yeah, I know the fact that people wake up paralyzed. You get it's only maybe a similar amount of time, like 3 to 5 minutes, let's say, right? So if I can clearly move my head, like look out the side of my eyes, I can see it. It didn't. It literally attacked me there. Then it.
Oh, he just got removed for community guidelines too. Chat, what is going on today? Today is people are getting removed. That's wild. Hopefully everything's okay. Tap that screen if you want to see some debates, everyone. I'm going to go into the next person. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Adrian. Let me go to the next person. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. Thank you. I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. It probably was the P3DO comment. I literally told him, and like that puts me at risk. So you see what I mean? Like this is why I like enforce that stuff on my live chat. It's because shit actually happens. By the way, if you hear any background noise, let me know. By the way, everyone, tap that screen in the meantime. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. If you like my content, follow me if you're ready. If you want to help send it out to more people, also, you can share the live. It's one of the best ways to send it out as well. I appreciate everyone. It's pushing it out a lot more. I appreciate everyone. I can't see how many shares, y'all, there is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
15.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules. TikTok rules, everyone. 18 plus. TikTok rules, y'all. Again, you got to be 18 plus. All right, let me go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. 503 shares? That's wild. Hey, W's with the shares, everyone. W's with the shares. That's wild. That definitely sends it out to more people, by the way. Again, if you disagree, send a guest request right now. If you do disagree, I will be able to get to you, likely speaking. We're just looking for some debates, though, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Wait, you're the same person.
No, I'm not.
All right, everyone. Let me go on to the next one. 580. Yo, we're going crazy. Everyone, run up those. Are we just copying link? Yeah, we probably are. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. 30.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I support him in certain ways, but I don't like him in other ways. I don't know if that counts.
By the way, are you driving?
No. I'm on the side of the road.
I hear. Oh, you're okay. Well, I mean, I hear the blinker, but yeah. So sure. So what? Sorry, what'd you say?
I first wanted to say that although I disagree with you politically, I love the way that you could have dialogue with people. I think we need more of that. Without like losing it. But I have a tremendous. I don't like a lot of things I don't like about Trump. Like I consider myself more of a moderate. And I do think that there are a lot of moderate Republicans that don't like him. I mean, there's a lot of things to not like about him. He's the whole Capitol thing. There's chaos in the White House. A lot of things. But
we can talk about that here in a second. We can bring that up. So, are you saying that Trump is better than Biden?
Yes.
Okay. So, why are we saying that Trump is better than Biden?
First of all, I don't think Biden is mentally fit to be in the White House before we get the policies.
What makes you think that Trump is mentally fit?
He is in certain ways, Trump is a narcissist, and he has a lot of things that are problematic, but he was able to run a country. He was able to. His foreign policy was great. There was no wars at all. He created
we can talk about this.
He created a lot. He created a lot of jobs for
hold on, I want to address the wars
people.
claim, right? When it relates to wars, here, first of all, how do you define war?
I guess I want to say like more like conflict or
okay. So Trump absolutely increased military conflict. He increased the amount of drone strikes that were happening at the time. He also killed General Soleimani, which is a major general in the country of Iran.
Wait, but I don't consider. I mean that was necessary. You can't completely stop any like we're fighting terrorism constantly. That's not something that's gonna ever die down.
Yeah, but he was fighting ISIS, so that doesn't make any sense to do that. But like, clearly speaking,
wait, you don't think
that is an act of war?
Soleimani?
That's an act of war, though, right? Clearly, that puts us at risk of going to war.
Unfortunately, sometimes it's necessary. I mean, like killing bin Laden, killing Soleimani was a terrorist who was a big threat to the U.S. So to me, it's not really.
Osama bin Laden was not a major general of another nation, and which is actually like Iran, like with the military strength of Iran. So I clearly speaking, I think that's not the comparable. I think there's a pretty big issue there saying that would be the same.
Yeah, I don't consider that war or conflict. I consider that necessity.
Well, that's not conflict. Just because it would be a necessity doesn't mean it's not a conflict.
That's can't
there be necessary conflict?
We are in constant conflict with Iran. It wasn't.
And again, that's not a necessary conflict. Actually, we're not actually, not in terms of that way.
I mean, wait, you don't think we're in conflict with Iran?
No, that started a conflict with Iran, yeah, clearly.
You think Soleimani's killing started the conflict with Iran? Like there's a constant conflict regarding the.
No, it started more conflict. That's what I'm saying.
It's a continuation from the conflict. There was not starting anything else.
It definitely was continuing is still repeatedly going through it. And again, right, it depends on what you mean by conflict. Because essentially you could say that we're just continuing conflict with Russia because we've had conflict with Russia in the past.
Yeah, I just feel like that Trump was at least considered. He was the leaders of other nations respected him, and he basically, he managed to actually meet with Kim Jong-un. There was some sort of now, like with Biden, it's like I'm scared to just see one of their him meeting these leaders. Like, is he getting confused with his speech? Is he forgetting things? Like, I have no. I
we'll
feel
go
like
into that here in a second because I think that needs to be addressed. But when it relates to this, you understand that when we talk about like him with other types of world leaders, right? They laughed at Trump, and that literally made him leave one of these events. I'm talking the prime ministers from UK, France, Canada. Like stuff like that. They literally laughed at Trump, and that made him leave the entire event. They literally, that's not looking good when it comes down to our allies. When it relates to the relationship with Kim Jong-un, that didn't go anywhere.
Again, I don't know the ins and outs or what was going on, but the fact is that North Korea.
I appreciate it.
North Korea was threatening the U.S. Not only that, there was I think there was like a fake like siren going on in Hawaii. I think it was. There was a lot of stuff going on, and Trump managed to it died down with him. So to me that
thing was unrelated to them. I don't think Trump necessarily made the conditions better there for like the communication when it relates to that. I'm not convinced of that at all.
Okay. When you said the leaders were laughing at him, did this have something to do with the global warming?
No, this had to do with him going to I think it was related to like maybe an according with global warming. It could be that. I just remember it being at like an event that had to do with like the UN. I'm pretty sure. Thank you for the
Yeah, I'm saying that
Thank you.
that is one thing that I liked about Trump, is that he was not scared to voice his opinion, and he was not scared of other countries, what they thought about him. He did what he felt like what was the right thing to do. I don't think that takes away respect. I think it adds respect.
They were laughing at him, right? And then he left.
Again, I'm not so familiar with that specific thing, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, that just doesn't indicate good necessarily, like, relations, if we're relating to like those experiences that he's had with world leaders, or the relationships that he's built with world leaders.
There was definitely certain parts that I saw that he was that weren't good, right? There definitely was certain times that I remember that, like, he wasn't getting along with leaders and stuff, but in general, I Putin's again, I don't believe that. I think Putin's a tyrant, and I'm against him going into Ukraine. But one of his fears was NATO, right? So I think Trump would have made sure and told him, like, that's not going to happen. Don't worry about it. Ukraine's not going to join, and stay out of Ukraine or whatever. I think he could have done that.
Clearly speaking, we would have already done that with ambassadors, right? Like, we're not like gonna do anything when it relates to NATO. That's not gonna happen. We've already actually had countries that were on Russia's border since like the early 2000s when it relates to like Latvia and Estonia, like Lithuania, like when it relates to those particular countries. So clearly speaking, I don't see it to be convincing that it's like because NATO was encroaching upon their border.
Yeah, I mean, besides for that, I do believe that Putin is not, whether the policies would be the same or not. I believe that Trump gave a certain amount of power, and like he also he was erratic, right? He was like he very quickly would do certain things that like against different countries, and I think they feared him, and I think Putin would have thought, would have second thoughts before going in. It's my opinion. I don't know for sure, but
I don't see that to be true, right? Like, there's not going to be a direct conflict with the U.S. The U.S. isn't going to promote that. Why would I realistically, I don't see it. It's like, is he just going to secede land to Russia? Because if he secedes land to Russia, that's what's going to happen.
I think part of what Putin's doing is he's trying to take control over Ukraine, and because he feels like Ukraine is a threat to them. That's part of what's going on.
Why does he feel like Ukraine is a threat to them?
Because Ukraine is trying to join NATO and to have NATO at the borders with Russia.
They already have NATO countries that border on their that are on their border. I just explained this to you.
Right. I hear that. I'm not sure.
So if they already have countries that are on the border between Russia and whatnot, so they've already encroached upon the border. So there's really nothing there that's different.
I'm just telling you what Putin, or what they were saying, what their fear was for a long time.
That's what they're saying, and I'm saying that's bullshit. It's like Estonia and Latvia are on the border of Russia and have already been in NATO for like years, for decades. Okay, so if it was really about like NATO encroaching upon Russia, like on the border, that would have happened decades ago. That would have happened 20 years ago.
You're right. It may have been just a excuse just to get,
They are using that. It's propaganda.
Right. And I mean, I'm sort of disgusted that, like, a lot of the Republican Party is siding with Putin and, against Ukraine in general. I don't understand it. I mean, I've heard different reasons behind it, that Ukraine has some sort of they claim to have some sort of Nazi agenda there, but like I don't
Those are
really
QAnon
understand.
conspiracy theories. They're literally just like QAnon conspiracies.
And there's another thing that drove me nuts with Trump. He couldn't denounce QAnon. He pretended like it wasn't around. I mean, there's tremendous. I'm big. I love Nikki Haley. I think she'd be a great president. But if it came between Trump and Biden, I would not. I wouldn't hesitate.
You wouldn't. You'd pick Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, but like you're saying, but like the reason you gave me for why Trump would have never allowed there to be the Russia-Ukraine situation isn't a good one. So you said he was going to use the fact that Ukraine was joining NATO. That's not. They didn't care about that. They're trying to take countries around them, right? Because they want to expand into countries that don't have nuclear weapons, and that's the issue.
Okay, no, it's more than that. I think they're also they had some sort of relationship. I think Putin respected Trump more than he does Biden, in my opinion. So I think there'd been less of a chance of it happening.
Okay, what do you mean by respect, and how do you know?
I don't know. I just think I think Biden gives off a certain level of like incompetence. Like he's sort of like a puppet. I don't think that's. I think it's very dangerous for the United States.
Didn't Putin also see Trump as a puppet? Like, as he just does the same thing. You already saw him as a fool. Like, he has not been in politics, international politics, for very long. He's going to know very little about how to interact with other types of world leaders.
I mean, I disagree. I think Trump showed a certain level of power and like he was willing to do anything, and he wasn't. Again, I think he was a lot more of a leader than Biden is. It's my opinion. Could disagree, but
yeah. So like, I'm not going to dispute the idea that Biden's mental capacities have degraded over time, but that's not going to be the main reason that's not going to be like a point that means I vote for Trump over Biden. There's so many bad things when it relates to Trump that even given that condition, I would still vote for Biden.
Do you think the economy
it's about
with Biden
administration, it's about federal judges, the economy that's going to relate to associations, right? Not necessarily just causation. Okay. So when you're relating to like those particular events, that was prior to COVID. After COVID, the economy was not doing great. Even when Trump was the president. Thank you. I appreciate the crown. Well, it's also in the scenario when it relates to this, it's also because of the Russia-Ukraine situation. It's also because of COVID. Yo, thank you for the happy baras. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ellie. Durden, I appreciate the money gun. Thank you very much.
What I'm saying is, without those specific crises, right? Without those specific events, Trump was doing very well with the economy, right? So I think a lot of people want that.
Yeah, but like without these events, it would also be the same thing for Biden.
So you're saying these events are also affecting Biden?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And you're just looking at the associations. You're saying, oh, it was good in this point during Trump. Well, then if you were doing that, if you were just talking about associations, we'd also talk about how it was bad and 15% unemployment when Trump was president.
I'm more for, less regulation, less taxes, more of that type of thing. So again, that's also Trump is, he's more of a conservative when it comes to with economics. So
who do you want to have less taxes, though? Do you want it to be the richest Americans to have less taxes, or do you want it to be the people that actually need the money?
I wouldn't consider myself an expert, but I believe that overtaxing the rich is causes there's a trickle down effect, and it affects business and everything like that. So
so we can talk about whether or not there's a trickle down. I don't believe that there's a good trickle down effect, right? I believe that is exactly what leads to us not, ensuring that the population has basic standards of care, right? But like, if you actually want to look at tax structures of other countries, when we look at Scandinavia, they have a greater focus on individual income tax rates comparative to the corporate tax rates. Corporate tax rates there are actually like 20.6%, right? But individual income would be a bit higher, right? And that they still have broader social safety nets. The average person there is going to have more money that they can spend on things that they want, comparative to base necessities like housing, healthcare, education, base things like that, right? electricity. Like,
But the thing is, I believe that the more we give out and give to people, and the more there are, the more we what are they called? Giving people more money and incentivizing people not to work. I feel like it is
no, giving
more
people
damaging.
access to healthcare and education incentivizes people. First of all, when it relates to healthcare, right? They don't have to worry about things all the time. They can go to the hospital. They don't have to worry about the $15,000 bill that they're going to have attributed with that. Right. That allows for us to be more economically secure with our options and our choices, because we don't have to worry about, that mistake or that bill. We might take a more risky job to try to like build our skill set. Right, things like that. It doesn't always like make the economy worse when it relates to healthcare. Other countries around the world, they spend half as much per capita per individual, and they have better health outcomes on average.
Right. And again, I'm like, obviously I should look more into this, and like sometimes I, follow certain things blindly. But in certain ways, I can't really answer that question. So I don't really, I mean, you're making a good point. So I should really definitely do more research regarding this area.
If you want people to like work more, how about we provide free public universities so people can have competition with like the private universities right now that are jacking up their admission costs. So we provide competition within that market, and then it also allows for people to get access to specialization, like higher education, along with like trades, right? Would you be for subsidies for those things?
Do you like Bernie Sanders?
Bernie Sanders is better than other candidates, but he's older.
Do you think that there should be free college?
Free public universities, yeah.
And meaning like everybody's debt should be wiped away clean?
I don't know about when it relates to debt, but like, sure, you can have some aid when it relates to debt, but I think that I would hyperfixate on like the free public universities to get rid of the issue at the core rather than focusing on the symptoms of the issue. Because if we focus on the symptoms of the issue, well, then there's still going to be people that get those student loans, and then we're going to have to do it again. Right. Whereas you want to stop the flow of water.
And yeah, no, so I hear. No, I hear what you're saying, but I just, again, the more the mindset of Republican, the conservative, is that we can't, giving out more free stuff is not going to help things. Like, for example, like, the more I don't know, I think this is two sides, but regarding minimum wage and stuff like that.
Oh, he just left. I didn't kick him out, chat. But if he's going to bring up minimum wage, actually the countries in Scandinavia that have those broader social safety nets, they don't even have minimum wage laws, because their 60 to 70% union participation rates take care of all of that and bargain for higher wages. Yo, Ellie, thank you so much for the sports car. Yo, Ellie, Ellie in the comment section right now. Spam W, everyone. I appreciate that. Does anyone remember that person's name? If they send a guest request back, I'll accept them. But I'm going to go into the next person in the meantime. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. W Ellie, everyone. W Ellie. That was wild. Thank you for the sports car. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, that person's not there. Let's go on to the next person. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. So if you send it right now, I definitely will be able to get to. Whereas if you send one later, I probably won't, everyone. Ryder or something? I'll make sure to look for them. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. All right. Get the other guy back. They didn't send a guest request back. They just left. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates. Follow me if you haven't already. Share the live if you want to help send it out to more people. It helps send it out. Are you driving?
I'm not, but...
Okay, well, it's so loud anyway. I apologize, man. It's way too loud. But let me go into the next one. Again, send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm old enough.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, look what happened in New York. We just had the mayor come on and do a video today. He said, yeah, our city is overrun by immigration or refugees coming to New York. Totally taking the city down. There's hundreds of people in the police stations, lying all over the streets. Trump was going to build a wall, but the Democrats, demon rats, stopped him.
Okay, that's a weird way to say it. Of course, that's like the meme terminology. But I don't think that most people who are coming into the country undocumented are coming in by like going through the border. I think that most people who are coming into the country this method are doing so by, legally coming here through the asylum process that also exists under Trump. So there's just like the legal asylum process that people are going through. But yeah, we should probably have better systems up in place to ensure that people who are immigrating here to to this country have, systems that are ready for them. Right? Like middle America requires workers, needs people who want to go to middle America to be able to revitalize some of these old cities that have been forgotten, left, right? Go to middle of Iowa, right? There are cities there that have been decimated in terms of people leaving them, right? They don't have growing economies because population is decreasing. There are many places in the United States that would require people to come and be workers and can build up the city again. We don't have to send everyone to extremely large cities, right?
Yeah,
that are already extremely high in housing costs.
Gas was under $2 a gallon, bro. Everything was affordable. There was no wars. There was zero wars. The world was at peace. Rent was affordable. Gas was under $2 There was no inflation. All of this stuff happened when Joe Biden and the Democrats took over, man.
So you said zero wars, bro? There were clearly wars happening at the time. Trump was literally setting up proceedings to leave Afghanistan, indicating that there was something going on there in which we had our troops deployed. So clearly there were wars going on. He also increased the amount of drone strikes in that region comparative to previous administrations. He also, when it relates to, I don't know why you're smiling. Like clearly he did that, dude. He literally increased drone strikes. He also killed General Soleimani, which is a act of war, very clearly. Right. Also, inflation's a global phenomena. This is something that's not specific to the United States. This would have happened with either Trump or Biden as well.
The guy went and shook Kim Jong-il's hand, bro. He went there.
Kim Jong-un. And by the way, bro, please put on a shirt.
He went there and shook his hand, bro. Gas was under $2 a gallon, bro. There was no affordability crisis.
Why was that,
There was
Mark?
no migrants taking over entire cities. They weren't tens of thousands of migrants at the border, shipping them off all through New York State. Go ahead.
Yeah, so gas prices, why were they at that particular rate? They were at that particular rate because there was very low demand overall in the economy because people were staying at home.
Now, you know what? You can... But
what? Yo, Mark, before we finish, before we can continue on,
you just can't fool everybody.
Mark, before we continue on, can you please put on a shirt, bro? If you're gonna turn on your camera. Thank you, man. Please, yeah. So when it relates to the economy, you can't just say because there's an association here that means that one caused the other. Just because there was low gas prices when it relates to particularly Trump's economy does not mean Trump caused the taxes to be that low. Right, that would essentially be the same thing as saying that people who eat ice cream in the summer, they're going to be more likely to go unalive people because of that. Because at the same time that in the summer when like the amount of people who eat ice cream increases, it also crime increases. Right, but those two variables have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah. Well, all the problems in the world that we've had under the Biden administration, just weren't written on the wall when Trump was there, man. Everything was affordable. There was no migrant crisis. It was cheap gas. It wasn't, I've already stated all my points, so I don't know how to go on with you.
Well, because you didn't respond to any of mine. If we want to relate to the situation with people who are migrating across the border, there was a migration crisis. There were people that were being separated from their families, right? Children being separated from their families at the border. Do you not remember that? Is that not a migrant crisis?
He was actively trying to stop it by building a wall. He was actually doing something about the crisis then, before it was like this huge crisis. Like, didn't you see
That
the
actually
thing
literally
today?
does nothing, by the way, because most people who come into the country undocumented come through legal processes by virtue of the visa and then overstay the visa.
Did you see the mayor of New York, the statement he put out today?
Was it related to like immigration? Like, there's too many people coming to like the big cities.
Yeah, he was the same guy who said, "Oh, we welcome refugees. We welcome all these demos. Welcome all these people." They have literally have hundreds of migrants sleeping on the streets, in the police stations, all through New York. Winter's coming. They were putting them in hotels, taxpayer funded.
Dude, it's September, man. What do you mean? Okay, when it relates to people who are in these particular, I don't know if it's related to like an extremely high extent, right? But again, you can literally make sure that people who are coming into the country don't have to go to the extremely big cities in which they're going to be significantly worse off in terms of quality of life if they do that. They can go to places around the entire U.S. in which have significantly better cost of living, in which the populations are dying, and which need a greater number of people to revitalize the economy. Okay, like there are many places in the U.S. that need that, and there needs to be incentive type programs for people who are immigrating to the United States to go to these different places, different types of places. Plus, right, along with like U.S. citizens as well, right? Because we're just literally letting these cities die.
Yeah. Well, look at the fruit these guys produce too. I mean, his son Don Jr., he's a stand-up guy. You won't see any Don Jr. laptops coming out of him smoking crack and hanging.
Wait, there are literally there's literally like
Hunter
videos
Biden.
of him like hyped up on drugs, man, like talking and like, dude, there's like lots of stories of that type of stuff with Don Jr. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think we're talking about the same person.
Hunter Biden's laptop.
There's not a Hunter Biden's laptop, but there definitely are things that are like clearly like off that you could talk about when it relates to Don Jr. But no one brings it up because it has nothing to do with Trump. The same way that Hunter Biden has almost nothing to do with Biden or Joe Biden, right? But the point is that if you could demonstrate that there's money being given to Joe Biden, there's some type of collusion between Hunter Biden and Joe Biden when it relates to anything, then that would be relevant. But that's not what's being demonstrated. People are just talking about Hunter Biden's character, and somehow that's representative of Joe Biden. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, they found the cocaine in the White House, right? So, I mean, anyways, Parker,
you have no clue who that's. Wait, literally, you have no clue whose that is. People are saying that that's somehow Hunter Biden's. You don't even know that. You have no clue.
Yeah. Well, they're coming back with more masks and more injections. You know, Biden was wearing a mask today, and they've got some new injections for you in the pipeline. So
yeah, and if they're effective, you should get one, Mark.
Right, okay.
Yeah, if they're effective, you should get one because we should be rational here. We should be wanting to wait, Mark. We should be wanting to reduce our risks in society. And if you understand that it reduces your risk of getting it, of getting severe illness, of dying, of transmitting it to other people, clearly speaking, any rational human would get it.
But the problem is
that medically can, by the way.
The rational
positives
human
outweigh the
knows
negatives.
that it's all lies. It's all propped up, and it's all lies pushed out by criminal corruption in the pharmaceutical company with the government to push these out to make a whole swath of money.
Then there wouldn't be institutions worldwide that are saying that these are effective, that are testing it and showing that they're effective. It would be the case that institutions around the world would say that, oh, they're not actually effective, so let me actually show them my good, okay? Because that would actually, there are incentives within the market, companies to call out companies if they don't produce a product that's effective. If the product is not effective, there would have been other companies that would have had a financial incentive to call that out.
Yeah, I'll just say Dr. John Campbell has been doing this for a long time on YouTube. A Swedish study just came out, and they did a really darn good study, and it proved that 1 in 35 people who took the injections got heart complications. 1 in 35.
You're saying like 3%?
Well, that's still a hell of a lot.
Heart complications? Like what do you mean by heart complications?
Pericarditis, myocarditis,
Can you tell me the title of the study?
Just go John Campbell on YouTube and type 1 in 35, and he'll take you to the Swedish study, and he goes over it line by line.
So you don't have the study.
Well, I can direct you to it. If you seriously want to look at it, go search John Campbell. He's a relevant doctor who's been on YouTube with millions of subscribers, who's credentialed, and he points to the study done by Swedish. And they even discluded people from the study who took part in high intensity exercise just to be sure that there isn't any inflammation of the heart. They look for a certain signal.
Where is the source of the study?
He'll have it probably in the details in the comments.
Let's find this. I clicked on his YouTube, so I'll try to find it.
Yeah, he's a pretty he's got 1 million. So I mean, as I said earlier, you can fool a lot of stupid people like Dems. They can fool a lot of other stupid people, but I mean, you just can't fool everybody.
We should be establishing. We should be establishing. We should be establishing. We should be establishing.
Viewers.
We should be establishing. We should be establishing. We should be establishing.
The policy that's enacted, it's going to be the federal judges that are put in place by these particular types of individuals. That's going to be significantly more valuable to me rather than just like this idea that Biden is slightly less competent than Trump.
I mean, I wouldn't go slightly less. I'd go majorly less competent. But I don't even think that's true. That's like, it's your opinion versus mine when you see that. There's a lot of stuff that we see that. Do I think Trump is a better public speaker than Biden? 100%. Like I said, Biden can't even stay awake when he's at a function. He can't do things like that. Like, at least Trump is alert and things like that. Outside of that, we're looking at a vice president who
Biden's not alert. There are just some circumstances where he wasn't alert. In the same way, there's some circumstances where Trump is alert.
He was over in Hawaii sleeping.
Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
When there's a natural crisis and you're showing up for people who had their lives obliterated, and I don't know, they need to prime him better. Let him take a nap before he goes off and do something like that. But to be in the public eye,
where did you see he was sleeping?
Bro, it's on the public eye when he was over there for Hawaii. It's all over TV.
Yeah, because other people say he was looking down or he was praying.
No. It's all over TV, man. You can see him. Like, you can see him. I know you've seen it, Parker. Don't play with me like that.
I haven't. I actually haven't.
I know you're smart, Parker. I've been watching your TikToks. I know you're smart, man. On top of that,
don't use that to gaslight me because I haven't seen it. That's ridiculous.
When he was in vice president, having 16 companies underneath him with having no businesses, right? Now we're getting into...
There's a fact check from Reuters right now that says that the clip does not show Biden asleep at the event.
Gotcha. Cool. What site was that?
Reuters.
And Reuters is legit?
REUTERS, yes.
Gotcha. And then on the flip side of that, like looking at all this stuff that's the Biden administration, like, and the Bidens themselves are getting investigated for. Recently they just brought up, him being vice president over the years and having 16 companies that come up where they're funneling, money because they have all these shell companies. Like, this is not people that we needed at the top, right?
Oh, same thing with Trump, right? Because Trump spent $144 million of taxpayer money on golf trips. And a lot of those trips actually went to places in which he owned, right? Like Mar-a-Lago. So a lot of that money was spent at his own businesses and funneled it into his businesses. So you're against that too, right?
So, I mean, I'm against when you're taking money from places like China and things like that. Like, I mean, anybody's going to go off and spend money at the top, right? I think we all know that at the top, there's a lot of greed, corruption, and power up there that shouldn't be, right? That comes with a lot of money.
And that exists with both Trump and Biden, right? So
I agree.
That is distinct.
No. I agree with you on that. I don't think, and I will tell you, like, in my younger days, there was stuff that Trump's done that I'm not a fan of and things like that. But when it comes to, as far as like, when I see like the difference in their terms, like, I would have to say that I would be way more supportive for Trump than I would for like another Biden campaign, right?
You'd be into, but like, why? What particular policies did Trump enact that you think make the country better off?
I mean, I'm all down for, like the social media. I'm for, not censoring, media, letting the people know information, that's true and accurate.
that doesn't just get reported on for clickbait. I like a lot of the stuff that he does behind the scenes with,
that happens with Trump and Biden, right? When it relates to like there being places that you can speak out about things. Thank you for the champion. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That exists with Trump and Biden. That's
I mean, I
not
know Trump was
determined by Trump or Biden
I know
either.
Trump was a component for not censoring, like having that censorship removed from the media where we're just doing clickbait and stuff like that.
Well, how is he going to remove it?
I mean, that's just a platform on speaking about it, openly and
I don't
like
think he's
I've
talking about
never.
removing it. I think he's just against the fact that he got taken off. Okay, but like
I mean, he's against
relates,
the people not knowing information as well. I mean, he's publicly said that.
Why as president didn't he get rid of declassify this information for the public?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the steps to enact that and how that rolls. I'm sure it's got to go through the House and the Senate, right? You got to make a vote to make all this stuff go down.
No. When it relates to declassification, all he doesn't even have to really do anything other than mention that he declassified it.
That he declassified it, and then it's free.
Yeah, that's
free knowledge for everybody. Well, I mean, you taught me something, Parker. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's the argument that Trump supporters are using to say that he has like documents. Remember, but he didn't declassify them. He never said he declassified them. He just took them.
Gotcha. And as far as like you're not a Trump supporter, you're a Biden supporter. Would you support the Biden?
I don't support Biden either, but Biden's better than Trump.
All right, cool. What do you think he's better than Trump for?
I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. What's up?
Why do you think he's better than Trump? Just out of curiosity.
When it relates to federal judges, Trump put in place hundreds of federal judges that are going to like limit progressive legislation in the future, which would limit things like obviously like abortion legislation, or not legislation, but like policy and other types of like legal policies that would be progressive. When it lost the election, right? That's fundamentally anti-democratic. He also like engaged in particular like inciting of claims so that people were likely to like go towards the Capitol. So like clearly speaking, I do think that if he didn't hold a rally before that and tell people to go
get by. But my question is, well, I just had it and I lost it. It's basically just, I mean, if I get to it, it was easier to live in 2007. Okay, yeah, I remember it now. Why didn't Russia invade Ukraine while Trump was in office? That's just a broad question, and if you have the answer, I'd like to hear it.
I don't completely know. I don't think anyone completely knows. I just don't think it was specifically related to either Trump or Biden being in office. I think likely speaking, it was probably like conditions around the world or COVID, something like that. But just because it's associated with Biden being in office doesn't mean it was caused by Biden.
Yeah. Well, everybody has different opinions. I mean, there's different. I know you say that something I might show you on Fox might not be true, and something you might show me on CNN might be true. So when we show each other's facts, because when I say, why do I support Trump, I'm going to give you a certain amount of reasons. You might say that, well, I got this, this, and this, and then I might say I have this, this, and this. You see what I'm saying? Future. So when you say that when you give free health care, I don't think it's going to be helpful for Americans, because most Americans I'll take that back. A good bit of Americans live a healthy lifestyle, and there's a lot of Americans that could care less what they do with their bodies or how they live their life. So I don't know, I'm just trying to, as a little bit of a libertarian mindset, I just kind of tell you how I feel about it. And I know you probably have the facts and the idea, a little more understanding of behind it, but if you're trying to reach the other side, I'm just saying, like, why do I support Trump? Because then my parents wasn't saying, like, man, we're struggling to do this, we're struggling to do that at that time when Trump was in office. It wasn't high taxes, it wasn't all these. I mean, I know that a lot of Democrats say, well, if Trump was in office, the same thing would happen. And maybe so. We don't know. But you can't say that to us Republicans, it was much easier living when he was in office. And you said at the beginning that, yeah, it was easier living in 2017 than it was now. And that's just, I mean, I think it's how a lot of people that are switching sides, I'm not saying that there's a large amount, I just see it every once in a while, they're switching sides to Republican. I think because they just miss that a little easier living back then. And if Trump gets back in office, it might be great, it might be bad, we don't know. Go ahead.
See, but that's inherently a correlation causation fallacy. It's just because they associate better times, right? But that's not because of Trump or because of Biden, right? That's because of the conditions at the time. That was prior to COVID. It was prior to the Ukraine-Russia conflict. It was prior to OPEC reducing supply of gas. Those things have huge impacts on the global economy, and it's not specific to the United States. Other countries around the world are also experiencing the exact same things, right? But there's a huge issue that I wanted to address. These types of restrictions, all right, that are not put into a place in the United States, that are put into a place in Europe, lead to more people dying. They lead to more people developing cancer. They lead to more people developing illness, because we are allowing worse things to be within our food. We don't have as much restrictions. We don't put restrictions on red 40, on fucking green 7, on all those like random like colors and food dyes that have negative impacts that other countries around the world, high fructose corn syrup, other countries around the world have banned. They've gotten rid of it. But the US still allows for it because it produces money for these companies that are already lobbying the government, corporate interests that are lobbying the government. Okay. We want to reduce that. We want to stop that because we do not want our grandparents to be poisoned. We don't want our children to be poisoned. We don't want to be poisoned. We don't want to think about the fact that maybe the food that I'm getting from the grocery store is going to have something in there that in the future might cause me to get cancer. We don't want to think
I
about
agree.
that. When I go to the grocery store, I want to be able to get something that I know I'm not going to have any type of issues with. So that's a huge thing that I want to put into place. So that, again, is not being talked about on the other way around. And actually, Republicans oftentimes will try to deregulate, right? Because that leads to a lot of the systems and issues that we have here. And the thing is, if we had a universal healthcare system, we now have the incentive to have preventative healthcare in the United States. Because here in the United States, people will not go to the hospital, they'll not go get healthcare because it costs them money. Right. And what that does, effectively speaking, is it makes their conditions worse off, right? Because they wait so long. But if we went to the hospital in the first place because we didn't have to pay for it, then you would have preventative health care. We would make sure that we would diagnose someone with cancer way before that we would have done so if they had to pay for it and they waited longer, right? That makes sure that they have a higher likelihood of surviving. That makes sure that your grandmother, your grandfather, they have a higher likelihood of surviving. And ultimately speaking, that affects every single one of us. Right? So it's going to affect my grandma. That did affect my grandma. It's going to affect my other grandma. It's going to affect my grandpa. It's going to affect my mom. It's going to affect my dad. It's going to affect me. It's going to affect my kids. Why wouldn't we want policies that are meant to make sure that these things are reduced and likely to happen?
Well, when it comes to that, obviously, if there's free healthcare, taxes are going to rise, correct? Is it this what you're
Yeah, but costs are going to be lower for the average person. Again, when you relate to those healthcare systems, they spend half as much per person and have better overall health outcomes. So they're spending less, but your taxes are going to go up.
Well, right now, I mean, as I'm not sure, I'm not trying to get into where you live, but as a South, I see a lot of people, my friends that are younger and trying to get into like livelihoods. We're starting to work. We're trying to get out and do things, and it's getting harder and harder. So if we keep getting taxed and taxed and taxed, how much more are we going to be able to take? I understand that it might save lives, but if I can't put food on the table for my family because I'm being
Ethan, you'll have more money. Well, costs are down. Costs will be down. The money that you spend in taxes will be less than the money that you're currently spending. And then when my sister turns 26, which she is this month, right, she's still going to have access to healthcare. She's not going to have to go get her own plan. Right?
Yeah, I understand. I see how you get it and you understand, but I just think, I mean, as a Republican, you know what main thing we think about is less taxes. I mean, as far as like, that's all I care about. As I just don't want the government touching my money. What I make, because when I get a check, and not only do it gets taxed from the government when I get it, I gotta go to the grocery store, it gets taxed from when I buy, and I go to the gas station, then my gas is getting taxed. When I get home, I gotta pay land taxes, and I gotta pay. You see what I'm saying?
This is how we run society. This is how we have all the amenities of our society. This is how we have more efficient economies than other places around the world that let people starve, right? That let people not have access to basic amenities, that don't ensure that people in rural areas have access to electricity or Wi-Fi or things that are necessities in our modern day economy, right? Things for particular reasons. But the thing is, in the United States, our taxes have been misused. The DOD doesn't pass the audits. They spend hundreds of billions of dollars and we don't even know where it goes.
I agree. And I believe both sides have done the wrong things with taxes and everything. And I was just listening to you talking a while ago. But, dude, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you, man. I'm going to go watch some NFL football. Hopefully my fantasy team can do good.
For sure, man. Appreciate you coming on. Have a good day.
No problem, bro.
All right, everyone. If you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen, everyone. If you disagree, if you support Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. It should get it out to more people. If you want to help get it out to more people as well, also you can share the live to a few friends, copy the link as well. That helps get it out to more people. If you like my content, follow me if you're ready. I go live literally every single day. We've been on for about 3 hours. We're going to be on for another 3 hours at least, everyone. Thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person, though. Again, if you disagree, send a guest request right now, y'all. Send a guest request right now if you do disagree. All right, everyone, give it a second, everyone. It's not accepting this person. Let me try the next one. Again, send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. Okay, it's not connecting this person for some reason. We're going to try the next real quick. All right, everyone, again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 750,000 likes, y'all. I appreciate it, Rainbow. Appreciate it. Okay, it's not accepting this person either. I'm going to try the next one. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
Why so?
So a lot of things that have happened in recent years are a direct correlation between Biden economic policies and the difference between the way that Trump handled economic policies and the way the Biden and the Biden-Harris administration has handled them. I can speak from personal experience that just in taxes alone, whenever I worked under the Trump administration, I was paying anywhere between 12 to 14% in taxes out of each paycheck. And literally since the year 2021, my taxes have raised, and they are now taking 19 to 20%, depending on how much I work, out of each and every paycheck. The correlation there is strictly in Biden economics and the way that they are raising taxes and the way that they stopped energy production in the United States. Nothing changed whenever it came to my job or my pay rate or anything like that. It was all strictly based on taxes. And we can see just based on several studies that are published from PBS or even from the National Archives, how President Trump deregulated actions based on oil production in the United States. We were energy independent for the first time in our nation's history. And because of that, we were actually able to lower our what's it called? I'm trying to think of the word in my head here, but oh my goodness, I can't think of the word right now. The inflation rate. The inflation rate is directly correlating with the energy production sector. And we can see that, like I said, I'm looking at Trump archives on the archives.gov. Hello?
Yeah. So I have a few things I want to address. So you're still under Trump's tax plan. You know that, right? Oh, he just left. Why did he just leave, bro? Does anyone remember his name? Why did he just leave? I'm so confused. Does anyone remember his name? It's like, bro, he's literally under the Trump tax plan still. In terms of the energy production sector, we are producing in the U.S. the same amount of oil as we were prior, like in Trump's presidency. Tyler? Okay, I don't see Tyler in the guest box. I don't know why. Did he just dip? Okay, I guess. I guess I'll just go on to the next person. If you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. If you want to send it out to more people, you can share the live. Tap that screen, everyone. Thank you for the Henry. I appreciate it. Let's check the 750,000 likes, everyone. Let me go on to the next person. Thank you, T2. I appreciate the confetti. Thank you very much. Let me go on to the next person, everyone. Maybe it was the tax plan point. I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
15.
Yeah. Oh, you got to be 18 plus, but it's TikTok rules. TikTok rules, everyone. 18 plus. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Just looking for some debates. All right. Give it a second, everyone. Tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, they just left. Yo, Matt, thank you so much for the travel with you. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you very much. Let me go on to the next person, everyone. Thank you, Matt. That's a new one. I haven't seen that one yet. That's with W, honestly. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. I'm 25.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
No. Well, not really.
All right. Well, I am just looking for people who disagree, but I appreciate coming on.
All right. I'll chat when you're doing.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Man, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2002, March 28th.
Wow, you are terrible at math. That was horrendous math. You can't use the same birth year as me, right? I'm 21. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, everyone. Let me try the next person. Only send a guest request if you're 18 plus, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates. Okay, it's not accepting people. Let me go to the next person. He said 2002. Yeah, that was wild. That was way off. Clearly, that was off. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Daddy, 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 daddy.
Wow, that was hilarious. Honestly. Check for Tyler again. I am looking for Tyler. I do not see Tyler. Hello?
Hello.
How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2000.
Okay, well, it took a little late. Took a little long. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Is it me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. How old are you?
Oh, I'm 43.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, first of all, I'm a Republican. So I think he was an amazing president. The economy was better when he was in office. Ask me other questions besides just a general question, because I can get deeper than that.
Sure, yeah. So, like, just the economy being better doesn't particularly indicate that's because of Trump. Actually, if we look at global economic trends, things like inflation, these are things happening like across the entire world. It's not specific to the United States. So these are things that have nothing to do with Biden.
Right. Inflation happened because of COVID. But if you look at economically, if we're going to let some of the things that the Biden administration stands for, as far as immigration, welfare, all kinds of things like that. I work hard for my money, and I see the abuse of the welfare system, of what is it? I can't remember the name right now. I just see the abuse of it a lot. They go on Medicaid. I live in San Diego, so I live very close to the border. So I see this every day, especially I work in the medical field. So
Yeah, so I'm in support of universal healthcare systems. They spend in other countries half as much as we do per capita, per individual, and they have better health outcomes overall. So instead of relying upon things like Medicaid particularly, we'd have a universal healthcare system meant to give everyone access to these types of benefits.
Right, the problem is the money has to come from somewhere, right?
Yeah, it comes from us. So instead of us spending money on...
Right. But you can't say that, that you can't be... Okay, so... So you can't say, let's have free healthcare. Okay, so guess what that does to my job? Because the money has to come from somewhere, right? So if you're going to give everyone free healthcare, that's going to take everyone that works in the healthcare industry and lower their wages because it's free. The money has to come from somewhere.
Not necessarily.
If we have all these free programs where we have welfare, we have, you covered California, we have... Leche, we have tons, especially in California. I'm going to speak to California specifically because that's where I'm from, and obviously every state is different. But where we throw our funding is very important to how and what takes it out. I'm nervous right now. So basically the money has to come from somewhere, right? And so if you want to say, yeah, we want to have free healthcare, you have to have some sort of funding for that. Where is that money going to come from? It's going to come from us. Well, then what about all the other free, plans that we have going on? It still comes from us. And so it's almost like, you don't understand. A legal immigrant can come here and come into California and actually get Medicare. They're not supposed to, but they can because it's a state thing. Federally, it's illegal, right? But state-wise, you can. And there are people that take advantage of that. And free isn't free. Money has to come from fucking somewhere. And I'm sick and tired of working my ass off. And I pay taxes. I do not own a home. I am single. I am not married. And so I end up paying more on the back end, right? When I'm the hardest worker of all. I pay my own rent and I'm single and I get taxed more because of that. What say you?
Okay. So there's a few things I can relate to here. So instead of spending money on private health insurance and on our deductibles and our premiums and stuff like that, that money would go through our taxes to pay for our healthcare. And again, like I said, other countries around the world, and in like developed nations in Europe, they have universal healthcare systems where they spend half as much per person, and they have better health outcomes overall.
Okay,
so they're
so then
spending
what-
half
so-
as much. They're saving money compared to us. And again, people who are doctors and nurses and stuff like that can still make a lot of money. What we're doing is we're cutting out the middleman, the unnecessary middleman of the
No.
private insurance agency.
No, because I dated someone over in Europe, and they are also their healthcare system. Do you know what happens when you go on the free healthcare system? You're basically in a pool, and nobody gets seen. It's like they basically
not
triage.
true.
No, it's not. No, it is true, because they basically triage like how you're going to get seen, as far as like if you need surgery or like what's an emergency. It is
like what's necessary, but people still get access to it. Common care is pretty easy to get from every single person I've talked to in Europe.
Who
And if you
doesn't
look at
have
the overall
access to
systems,
it?
they get
Who
greater
doesn't have-
access to it. People in
Tell
the
me
US
who
don't.
doesn't- Who?
137 million Americans are struggling with medical debt. A lot of people don't have access to going to get healthcare in the United States because it costs so much money.
Right.
An ambulance.
Medical debt, I absolutely believe medical debt. Yes, I think that the issue is with big pharma, and I don't think that the Biden administration is going after what we do and monopolizing drugs and things like that, and pharmaceutical companies charging ridiculous amounts of money for some shit that doesn't cost. It costs maybe pennies to make or whatever.
Yeah, because
drug-
there's a market failure when it relates to healthcare, because healthcare is a necessity for people. So when there's a necessity for people, people will pay whatever they can to be able to get access to this healthcare. That means that the good is necessarily inelastic within the respect
But I'm not going to pay for somebody else's incompetence that doesn't get a job that does live off government assistance. Because
do you think children should have access to food banks? Do you think that we should have taxes to pay for food banks so that children don't starve?
I don't think you need to teach them how to fish, and they can go in the ocean or a river.
So say they don't know how to fish, you'd let them starve?
I work with babies, first of all, they wouldn't starve, because if you have a baby, they have free breast milk that comes out of the woman's boob. We'll start there.
You have to pay for nutrients to be able to feed yourself so that you can sustain making the production of the breast
We
milk.
already have those programs. Like, we already do that. This is nothing new. We're not.
No. We have those programs now, but you're saying that you don't want to pay for people, right? And I'm saying if you support food banks so that children can eat, you're paying for people which are not working.
I don't
If
support.
their parents aren't
I
working, they
think
still deserve
everybody-
food.
No, I understand that, but we don't live in a third world country, okay? You want to talk about, the problem is you got to go to actually a third world country. There's issues there. We should be so lucky and so proud that we have the ability we do have funding. We should be if you want to talk about living in dire, where they actually don't, Africa, come on.
That's a misconception about Africa, by the way.
No, it's not.
No, it is. It is. Not all of Africa is in conditions like that particularly. Yes.
Well, not all of the United States is either.
Yeah, I know, but I want you to be able to give me a second to be able to explain, right? The entirety of Africa is not in a bad circumstance. There are places in Africa in which are very rich, and there are places in Africa in which are very poor. The same way in the United States. When it relates to the United States, right, there is a huge level of income inequality. The people at the lowest income thresholds of society are barely making it by, while the people at the very top are living life very lavishly. So it might seem from a privileged point of view to many people, thank you for the little crown appreciate, thank you for the husky, in which it seems like our country is so great, but for many people in which are in the lowest conditions in the US, their conditions are similar to that of places around the world in which you would consider third world countries. In third world countries, they have universal healthcare systems oftentimes even that give people access to healthcare in which some people don't have access to here in the United States. So I think it's pretty...
Let me ask you this. What country do you think we should model ourselves after?
Scandinavian countries.
Right. I'm Scandinavian, by the way. Okay, great. I actually agree with that but what is the root of the reason why they thrive?
Social safety nets, economic security,
no, it's
access to healthcare, education. Thank you for the hint. I appreciate it. Yeah, education is a part I was going to get to.
It's huge
very big on
education. So I agree. Yes, we definitely need to throw our money at education, and we should instead of talking about the food and this, it starts from the bottom, and the building block is education. And with education, then you get a job, and then instead of throwing handouts, that's the building block, is that everyone goes to school, everyone learns, everyone gets an education. I don't think money should be thrown at healthcare. It's already screwed up. where we should probably put the money is in education. Absolutely.
Wait. If you want to resemble the Scandinavian countries, they have greater access to healthcare. They have universal healthcare systems. When it relates to education, everyone doesn't go to school in those countries. They also have access to trades. So we also need to provide incentives for people to develop skills through trades as well. It's not just specifically like college or education, even though college and education is extraordinarily effective.
I think that, well, if you're going to model it after that, that's basically they have like free education stuff. And I definitely know that, but they also we have like the food industry, like so I saw this one TikTok and basically I think they were over, I can't remember where they were, but basically their views of us is that like Americans are fat. Like we have shitty food here. Okay. Over there, everything is like, they have like real food, like farming stuff, like, and we just don't.
It's because we have less regulatory burdens, right, on the production of food here in the United States comparative to other places around the world, because lobbyists and like corporate lobbyists have influenced like the political system and limited these particular regulations and bans from happening. So that's something that's specific to the United States that doesn't exist in these other countries. So it sounds like you're like progressive Democrat. You're not a Trump supporter.
Oh no, I'm a Trump supporter. I went to his
Trump supporters on the way other side of
that's
where Scandinavia is. Think of a superpower bullshit. No, it actually is, right? He's not in support of universal healthcare. He's not in support of broadening access to healthcare and stuff. I mean education.
I didn't say I'm supportive of universal healthcare.
Well, you were talking about Scandinavian countries. Scandinavian countries have that.
I know they do, but I am not supportive of that because I know people that live in those countries, and I'm telling you, it is harder to get seen by a doctor there when everybody. You have to understand, it bombards.
It's actually not. No, they have greater access to healthcare. What are you talking about?
It is harder to go. So you only have so many people, right, that are doctors. Okay, so if you only have so many people, it's harder for them. And if everybody can go all at once, you don't get the care that you need. And we do have very educated, like. Trust me, like, okay, so this guy was over here, he was a rugby player. He ended up getting like a hernia when he was playing. He had to go back there and he had to wait months and months and months and months to even be seen to get his surgery because of universal health care, because somebody maybe had something like a heart condition, need a heart surgery that's going to be over having a hernia. And so it takes a longer time to be seen. And that's what will happen. But then you have the issue of everybody that's undocumented also wanting to be seen. If we're just going to open it up.
Before you go and talk about like immigration and stuff, you understand that we ration here as well in the United States, right? But the thing is that ration, thank you, I appreciate the subscription, thank you so much. That rationing is based upon your ability to pay. So people who are poor here in the United States, they don't get access to that. But we never talk about that. We never even engage with that. No, it is true. It is true. People in the United States literally die because they have lack of access to healthcare. 45,000 people here in the United States. And it's
what is it called? Like the free grocery things where they get checks in the mail, where they go to the grocery store and they get checks from, gosh, I can't think of the name of it.
I can send you a study from Harvard that shows 45,000 deaths annually linked to a lack of health coverage.
45,000 deaths out of how many people? I'm pretty sure that's not like that big of a, like.
Oh, 45,000 people is not that many people. Not enough for you to care about.
How many people live in the United States? What percentage of how many people live in the United States?
That's a low percentage of the population, but it's still ridiculous not to care about 45,000 people.
Because again, like, I understand that, but what are they dying of? Then you got to look at like what are the like.
Wait, would you do the same thing for school unalivings? Right, the 20 children who died. Oh, it's not that much of the population.
Wait, say that again.
For school unalivings, thank you. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. 20 children die. Oh, it's only 20 children. It's not that much in accordance to the rest of the population. Is that what your view is?
I'm not under the what of a lot. I don't know what you're talking about.
School unalivers, people who go to school and like shoot it up.
Oh, well, I mean, okay. So what is that called? I don't even. Because I'm older, so I'm not.
People who go to schools and shoot them up.
What about it?
Yes, for the children that die in those circumstances, would you say, "Oh, the 20 children who died"? That's a small proportion. Let me finish. Let me finish. Holy shit! You're not going to hear what I'm saying if you don't let me finish. Okay, the people who are dying in this particular scenario. Oh, it's a small percentage of the overall population. Would you say that?
You're talking about somebody that goes into a school and shoots people up. That's a mental health issue.
You're not answering my question, right? You're like those people who are dying. You said we shouldn't address it because there's not that many people that are dying comparative to the overall population.
But you can't. I'm talking about the root of the reason why. You can't say like of course nobody that has a human soul truly wants people to die. Okay, like that's just sociopath. That's psychopath. That's retarded.
Yo, don't say that on my live. What the fuck, man?
No,
what the fuck? Yo, dude, like unbelievable, bro. People are so annoying. People are so annoying. Don't say slurs on my live, bro. Why do people do that? Why do people do that? Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Lou, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you very much. We're going to go on to the next person. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. But by the way, 45,000 people die. You got to be sociopathic not to say that, or to say that you'd want people to die. So yeah, you should be in support of universal healthcare then to ensure that those 45,000 people who don't die every single year. We're going to go to the next person, everyone. Again, if you disagree, send a guest request right now. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. We do not fuck with slurs being said on the live. So. Yeah, that's like a direct kick on my live. That happens every time. Thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. If you want to send it out to more people, everyone, share the live. It'll help get it out to more people. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Yo, what's up? How old? Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
Thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. But I support Biden. I was just wanting to.
All right. I'm just looking for people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm enjoying your live right now. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm just 18.
What's your birth year?
2004.
You're 18?
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. What month?
August.
Dude, you don't know how to do math, man. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
Uh, 2004.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
No.
Why so?
To be honest, I didn't even know. Like, I didn't even think I was going to get in here.
And chat, no, that was 19. That was 19. He said 2004. He said 2004. And then he literally said, it was a month ago, which would have mean that he just turned 19. He said August, yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Because he's a hero and everybody focuses on the fake stuff and nobody actually focuses on what's actually real.
How is he a hero?
He does small things that Biden would never, like actually sending out his plane, his private plane, to a family who really needed it in an emergency.
You know, also he does that Biden wouldn't do. He goes into
What's
pageant
that?
shows that he had where girls are changing and they're nude, and he goes inside of them and makes them feel extremely uncomfortable while they're naked and they didn't have time to change, and then justifies it by saying that he owns it. That's something he would do that Biden wouldn't do.
Mm-hmm. You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain of that.
'Cause I'm pretty sure that our great Biden traffics kids on a daily, and he rapes them.
Can you give me, yo, you have to say R word or SA. It's TikTok.
My
TOS.
apologies.
My
My
So can you give
apologies.
me evidence of that claim?
You know what? To be honest, it's the what's it called? The movie that they were really trying to silence. It
Sound
was
of Freedom?
mainly, yep,
Yeah,
in there.
my parents watched Sound of Freedom, and Sound of Freedom, it does not say that.
No, but
It
it's
does not say that Biden
mainly
was a part of it.
no, but it's mainly in America. Biden is continuing all of this. Trump was trying to stop all of this. And the reason they're pushing all of this, he's supposed to be in court. He's supposed to be in court over his frickin' election. Sorry. He's supposed to be in court. And why is that? All of these claims that they make, they're all based on conspiracy. Conspiracy. Conspiracy.
Okay, so for example, if you want like to limit child sex trafficking, are you for digital currencies?
Absolutely not.
But that would increase the government's ability to be able to stop child sex trafficking from happening, because if it's done under the like in extremely private, then clearly speaking that increases the risk of children being sex trafficked.
That gives them full authority to your bank account.
They already have full authority to your bank account.
Yeah, so yeah, they have a full authority, but then there's a cashless. You have no privacy, nothing at all.
Yeah, but that decreases the likelihood of children being sex trafficked. So if you're against children sex trafficking, right, children being sex trafficked, you'd be in support of getting rid of cash.
No, because that has nothing to do with it. It wouldn't.
It does. It does actually
No, it
decrease. It
doesn't.
would, absolutely, because then the government would have the ability to see these different types of transactions, and they wouldn't be able to transact between people because there's a greater barrier of transaction, as there's not a cash to do so.
All right. I'll give you that. That is true. The trace would be there. The children would be found and all of that. I absolutely agree with that. But I will never actually give my full consent for the government to have full control over my assets. My hard work earned money.
So you don't care about child sex trafficking?
I do. There's
okay, well
a
then
difference.
why don't we support getting rid of cash then? Because that's
There's
gonna
a
reduce it.
difference. There's a difference. When he is trying to take over and put us all into these 15-minute cities, there's a difference.
15-minute cities are meant to make things more efficient, but I don't think that's likely to happen, right? Because like there's so much traffic here in the United States.
Yeah. There's a lot of plans that they have, so either it's not going to happen anytime soon, I absolutely know that, but the digital currency where you have it in your hand, the freaking chip, sorry. I'm going to get off of here right away. I'm done.
It wouldn't be in the hand, right? Digital currencies can be done through, like, I use Apple Pay, that's digital currency. I use my credit card or my debit card, that's digital currency. It doesn't have to be through a chip in the arm. I'd be against putting a chip in the arm to transact.
Yes, I absolutely agree, but that's what they're trying to push afterwards. Yes, they are.
Can you
Look
name a
into
single?
it.
Can you name a single institution that is arguing for mandating a chip in the arm?
Your World Economic Forum is quite covered in all of that.
The World Economic Forum never argued for that, not once.
Okay, but you got to look into the background of World Economic Forum because Klaus Schwab, right? Okay. What's great about Klaus Schwab?
Well, I don't know what's necessarily great about him, right? He's in that particular position because of his economic understanding.
And what is his economic understanding?
I'm pretty sure he has a PhD in economics.
Okay, and that means that he just knows exactly.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, that means he's very smart in economics. Absolutely. If you have a PhD in economics, you've done a lot of research.
And you also know that don't quote me on where, but you are aware that he shoved hundreds of people into an oven and lit it on fire, right?
Can you give me evidence of this? Thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate it.
I can't quote it like I said, but
That's a wild assertion to make. Like, if you have no
yes,
evidence,
it
of that's a
absolutely
wild
is.
assertion.
It absolutely is. But
You can't
it
make
did
a claim
happen.
like that without evidence.
Okay, he was literally came from Nazis. That's all I'm saying.
Can you give me evidence of that?
Just look up his history. It literally says it. He's from
Okay, but again,
originated.
you're making all of these absurd claims, but all I'm hearing is a trust me, bro.
You do your own research. That's the only way you can trust yourself.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, you made a claim that he threw people into a room and lit it on fire, right? Or a big oven or something like that. You have to give me evidence of that type of claim. That is literally murder, right? You're claiming that someone literally engaged in that. So you have to give me evidence of it.
So it'd be around the time that he'd be in the Nazis. So if you look at that, you'll look
How
at your
could
history.
he was born in 1938. How the hell could he be a part of that? He would have been what? You think out of the womb he was a Schnazi? Like, in 1938 he was born.
Okay, so look further into it.
Okay, what about it? He was born in Germany.
Yeah.
Like, I appreciate
and
the regards. Thank you so much.
eventually, I can't say the year. I don't look that much into it because I couldn't care less about the guy.
1938. World War II happened in 1939. Okay, so if he was 1 year old, being a part of these things, I don't know how an infant did that.
I'm sure it came on like way later on.
Yeah, after World War II.
It could be
So
anywhere between that
he was
time.
a Nazi after World War II.
Oh, I'm sure he's killed many afterwards, but I'm over
Can
this.
you give me evidence of that? Are you
No,
running away?
because they cover their assets. They cover it all.
How do you know this? How do you know this then?
Because they cover their assets, and literally, like, you have to have I'm not telling you my source, so thank you.
Why?
And goodbye.
Wait. No, you literally are saying, you're saying that this is happening. You're saying, oh, okay, so they're covering everything so that no one else can find it, but apparently there's a source that did find it and did uncover it. So apparently they didn't cover it because there is a person that did uncover it, and that person they somehow know. But yeah, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Only send a guest request if you disagree, if you support Trump. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. Of course, I'm not for Trump. I'm obviously debating people who support Trump. If you like my content, again, follow me if you haven't already. Go live literally every single day. If you want to send it out to more people, share the live. It helps get it out to more people. You can copy a link or you can send it to your friends. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes. Again, let me go into the next person though real quick. Again, if you disagree, send a guest request right now, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I support the aspect of him as an individual. I separate his some of his ideals in his presidential campaign from just the sheer force he is as a human being. So I have a lot of respect.
The force he is as a human being?
Yeah, all that he was able to accomplish, his influence, just the way he...
Would you vote for him?
I'm 27 years old, like I said, and I actually haven't voted in any presidential candidacy.
So you wouldn't vote for him?
If he did running again, I would. This time, for sure.
You would vote for him. Okay, so why would you vote for him?
Because I really appreciate his authenticity. He's not afraid. He's not afraid to, say what's on his mind, say what he's going to do, and do his best to execute it.
So he does what's on his mind. Okay. So here, let's think about what's on his mind, right? Real quick. Are you in support of giving drug dealers the death penalty?
It depends on the case.
Well, Trump argued that he's for giving death penalty to drug dealers, so that's something that he supported. If he also does what's on his mind, how?
Okay, sure, I am, depending on the case.
Yeah, have you heard about
Can you give me a situation
with what? Sorry, again.
With serving the death penalty to a drug dealer.
Oh, you want to hear him say it?
No, I want you to give me a scenario in which, you would deem it unnecessary or necessary, even though you're not on the side to support it.
If someone was dealing weed, should they give the death penalty?
How much weed? Who do they control?
How much weed? Wild. That's wild.
I mean,
that's why I think no amount of weed should necessitate the death penalty.
You don't think anybody under any circumstance deserves the death penalty? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Because I think that 4% of people on death row are innocent, and that we won't know who is innocent and who is not. So this particular policy will lead to people dying. It's also not a deterrent for crime. There's no evidence, at least from legal theory and legal stuff like that, right, that indicates that it actually deters someone from committing a crime. If anything, people prefer to be unalived more than being in prison for the rest of their life.
I have a question pertaining to this. I know it's off topic a little bit, but or on topic, just not on what we're discussing necessarily as far as drugs. But do you believe in an eye for an eye?
No.
So you don't believe that mass murderers, Jeffrey Dahmer, for instance, other folks you could probably come up with, they didn't deserve the death penalty at all?
Those people can rot in prison.
Fair enough. Do you think that they needed some type of rehabilitation, some type of extensive look into
I don't know if I would extend
psyche?
it to people that we know like that, but I would extend rehabilitation to most people.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, like they have in the
I
Scandinavian
agree.
countries.
The prison system, jail system's broken. was a dome or if it was flat or a sphere, it would do that anyway.
No, it wouldn't. If it was flat, it wouldn't be the case that it would be blocked by the horizon, as it would get smaller and smaller and just fade out of your view, right? But what we do see is that it gets blocked by the horizon. It gets blocked by the Earth. Okay, that wouldn't happen under a sphere Earth. I mean not a sphere Earth, a flat Earth.
So
Also, what would be limiting
flat
me
Earth,
from
you're saying?
seeing China right now? Like when I go to the beach, I live in California, what would be limiting me from seeing China?
Eyesight, your eyes.
My eyes. So my eyes are just not good enough.
No, your eyes under a large enough distance cannot interpret light, cannot interpret structure.
Really? How come we can see the sun?
The sun is emitting a certain amount of light greater than a building in China.
So it's because it's not bright enough.
Isn't all of what
So
we
if
see
we
light?
shined a really bright light, we'd be able to see it.
A bright enough light?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So we can go to China right now. We can shine an extraordinarily bright light, and we should be able to see it from from California.
They've done these experiments, yes.
And we've seen them from China.
No, not from China, but on a smaller scale, yes.
What scale did we do it on?
I would say it was probably about 4 or 5 counties over. If you can imagine an average sized county like Orange County, for instance, they set up pillars and they took light and it measured, it checked out all the way through at the same distance. There was no curvature.
Can't that just be described by hills in that particular area?
No, it was completely. They took into account the elevation levels. So the way they placed the pillars would coincide with a flat surface, and they pointed the light directly at where the lines were in the pillars, and it directly lined up with that flat type of landform.
Yeah. Well, what can I look up to find this?
I don't have a direct source, but I watched a video on it. I know that sounds super dumb, but yeah, I've seen it done. I've seen that experiment done. And are you disagreeing that because you say you could, why can't we stand here and see a building in China? Well, I'm arguing that if it was lit well enough, if something is lit well enough, if it's emitting enough light, that we could see it clearly, just like we see the sun. So are you disagreeing that, because we can't see it, the earth isn't potentially flat? Because I'm not on either side.
I'm saying it goes against the expectation. But yeah, again, the horizon thing goes very clearly shows that. The claim about again, the sun being in the atmosphere, it would get warmer if we went closer to it, as there's nothing as a medium between the two that would be limiting the heat from being absorbed into the atmosphere. So clearly it would get warmer that way. I would like to see it, but I mean, I can send you multiple experiments that show the curvature over an extended length and whatnot. So clearly speaking, I can show you many ones that account for these many different variables that do show the curvature.
Cool, yeah, and I'll try and find that experiment that I saw.
I have it right here if you'd like to see. Have it right here if you'd like to see. But yeah, well, and if we can go back to the main topic. So how does this go back into why you support Trump?
I know
Yo, thank you so much for the Leon. I appreciate it. Well, who is that? Danny, I appreciate the Leon. Thank you so much. Danny, I appreciate the Leon. W's in the chat, everyone. Everyone, again, keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. Say what
Hey,
you were
Parker,
saying.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Why don't you support Trump?
Yeah, so first off, right, I'll go through a few things and we can address them once at a time if you'd like. He lies about the election. He claims that the election has been stolen. There's clearly not good evidence indicating that to be true. Many of the different audits that have gone through a bunch of the different courts have not indicated any sufficient evidence to overthrow the election. Yet he still holds by this idea that he was stolen. So clearly that's anti-democratic and has negative implications on the future of different politicians that would exist. Thank you for the pug. I appreciate it. That's one. I can keep going. Do you want me to keep going or do you want me to address one at a time?
That's largely personal, and I understand. I mean, this opinion has to come from, yourself and ideas about, like you mentioned, like future politicians and it affecting them. And I see how it would. But, I just see that answer like solely on the basis of supporting future Democrats.
What do you mean?
Like for him to make those claims, even if it is true or not, for you to say that you don't like Trump because it's going to affect, your standing on politics, which you lean more towards the left, correct?
Yeah, in America, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I'm confused how it responds to me. What are you talking about? I'm saying that this degrades our democracy. I didn't say Democrats. I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much.
And how does it specifically degrade the democracy in total?
Because he's saying it's stolen when he has no sufficient evidence to indicate that it's stolen, indicate that other types of people can then make the exact same claims. Yo, Trinity, thank you so much for the whale diving. I appreciate it, Trinity. Thank you so much. Other politicians can make the exact same claims and get rid of it. That degrades the entire process. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and I think I'm not going to be able to provide sufficient evidence, but, talking with friends or family, we can all kind of come up with and, truly believe and have like thousands of different explanations of why the things are the way they are. And I think, as soon as you can, Parker, I'd probably move to Europe like you want to anyway, because I mean, United States is corrupt. Would you agree?
Yeah, but I want to make it better here in the United States. My goal isn't just to yo, thank you for the whale diving. I appreciate Trinity. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's not about making it better off for me, because in the United States, I'm in a standpoint where I'm going to be in a good position, right? But the issue is income inequality in the United States. It's lack of access to healthcare. And those are things that don't necessarily impact me. Those are things that impact the average American. So I wouldn't be moving for other people, then I would be moving for myself, which is ultimately what I'm against in the first place. Thank you for the campfire. I appreciate it. I'm about supporting other people.
Okay, so what are some of the things that, if Trump became president, are you directly against him, putting in order or, executing? Sort of give me an idea of how you would kickstart things to get it better the way we all want it, And I've watched your lives before plenty of times, and I think you have a lot of good ideas. So, like, what would you, in contrast to, Trump and what he was doing or what he wants to do, what would you do differently?
Yeah, universal healthcare system, right? Countries around the world that are in developed European nations, they spend half as much per person on healthcare, and they have better overall health outcomes, like on average. Thank you. I appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. All right, I'm for broader access to education. Thank you for the corgi. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Free public universities would cost about $70 billion per year. That's about 1/10 of our military budget, and it would increase long run aggregate supply. Make workers specialize a lot more. It will give the average person greater access to social mobility and abilities and opportunities and stuff like that. And it will also reduce the cost of private universities, as private universities right now, when we have these different types of federal student loans that are put in place where we pay for like the interest on the loans and stuff like that, as the government provide free loans in terms of interest. that increases the artificial demand when it relates to these universities. And these universities, they're able to jack up costs without actually increasing how good the services are because there's so much demand and then they're just going to get it regardless. So providing competition by free public universities would decrease the cost of those particular types of colleges, which would reduce our burden in terms of student loan. Plus, it would make sure that everyone has access to these different types of education, stuff like that. Also, I would provide subsidies for things like trades and developing skills like that, because we are getting into a point into the economy where we need more specialized labor, right? Because labor is becoming more specialized in the modern era. So that's very, very, very important. Thank you, Lucy. I appreciate the Lucy. Thank you so much, Chrissy. Thank you. I would also be in support of making our immigration system significantly faster. It takes around 7 to 10 years for people to get into the country now. Oftentimes, it can take $10,000 as well. So if we make our immigration system faster, that incentivizes people to come through legal processes rather than coming undocumented, which makes sure that people at the border who are undocumented don't get taken advantage of. And it ensures that we make sure that the country is safer off in general, right? Thank you. I appreciate the Husky. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And again, for those people. Also, it would defund the cartels, as the cartels rely upon people coming into the country through that border. Plus, I would be for decriminalizing and legalizing drugs, as if there were American producers of these types of drugs, it would also defund these different types of cartels. I'm also in support of making these cartels terrorist organizations in the United States to rid Central and South America of these different types of cartels that are strangleholding their economy and actually putting their economy in a manner in which people would want to move out. Right. Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Those are some things that I think are very, very important that are not being done in the United States by either both Democrats and Republicans that, clearly speaking, I think most people would agree upon. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All of that sounds really great. And I agree with virtually all of it, I would say. And I didn't come in here with the intention or the statement that like I fully support Trump. I'm not, like I said, I haven't voted, and through our conversation, I'm not convinced that I would vote for him necessarily in the next election. But I wanted to ask you though, with all of that being said, why do you think none of this is happening? Why do you think there isn't really anybody standing up or with the same ideals? Because I think they're great ideas. I think they should be. If they were implemented tomorrow, that would be great. But why do you think nobody is doing any of this?
Because of corporate interests in the United States that don't exist in countries around the world. There are corporate lobbyists that lobby politicians, and then those politicians vote on those lobbyists and like what their influence is. Political donors in the United States are our two-party system. If we're just voting for people on the basis of is it not as bad as the other side, we're not voting for people on the basis of policy or on the basis of making our country better. We're voting on the basis of making our country less worse, like not as bad. So those types of incentives in our political system are what cause us to not develop in the same type of way as these different types of European economies have around the world, where they've adopted significantly greater access to paid family leave, where they've adopted significantly greater access to healthcare, to education, right, to basic services and opportunities for the average person that, again, are not seen by the lower class Americans here in the United States. Because, again, we mismanage the fuck out of our money. The Department of Defense spends hundreds of billions of dollars every single year, and they don't pass their audits. Hundreds of billions of dollars that they're spending, we don't even know where it's being spent. We need to hold our government to a way higher level of accountability in terms of the money that they're spending, because that's exactly why we have less efficient systems when it relates to our government. It's not necessarily government in general. Government can be very effective. It just hasn't been in the United States due to the particular incentives that exist within our system.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't ask this question solely because I was curious myself. I did it for, everybody listening, because when a lot of people say, "Oh, America's corrupt," or "this shit sucks," or "there's so many things going wrong," I knew you were going to be able to cultivate like an extensive, explanatory, answer to all of this shit, because I said it earlier, like America's corrupt, and a lot of your ideas are fascinating. I think they would solve a lot of issues. There's nothing really that I can argue against any of what you said. But I came on here, and I'm going to end this after the statement, but I came on here because whether we like it or not, like Trump is polarizing, whether it's negative or positive. And for a person or a president to be, I would say other than going back to JFK, he's like one of the first or probably the second president in this century that or then Theodore Roosevelt was cool too. But anyways, he was one of the few to step out and really just kind of not follow the norm. He would tell it how he feels. So I just had respect for that attitude and just him what he's been able to accomplish as a person, even with even if you want to say like he was handed everything, to continue it and uphold is pretty cool. But I don't know, I just find him fascinating as a person. I guess there's things that I disagree with and things that I admire, but that's really all I wanted to come on here for, and I appreciate your time.
One thing I do want to say is that the Trump tax cuts, they were effectively a spending policy for the top 1%. 83% of the tax cuts went to the top 1%. So that was a spending policy that increased the federal deficit from around 300 and something billion to almost $1 trillion prior to COVID. So he did spending policies like Democrats would have done, but just targeted towards the top 1% that increased the deficit. So, I mean, Trump does spend and do stuff just like Democrats do, but it's just not targeted towards the middle class or the working class Americans. It's targeted towards the wealthy.
Yeah, and I wasn't directly influenced by that. I am in the top 2%. So, I mean, I didn't want to come on here and say, oh, things were better when he was president. But for me personally, things were better when he was president. And
so even if you're top 2%, Cam, you didn't even get access to it. You didn't get most of those tax cuts. You got the 17% like the rest of us.
I mean, but friends and family that I'm associated with, business partners, we were all able to come together and kind of agree that this was a better government, a better way to live.
Trump
under his presidency.
Because it gave you guys money,
and we were able to spend. And
it made it better for you, but did it make it better for the average person?
It did in a lot of ways. Maybe not more the way you would have went and the route you would have went, but it did for a lot of people. Yes, employees, business. Generating money, giving, people we work with, people that we
what if 83% of those tax cuts, what if those hundreds of billions of dollars, what if that went to the middle class?
There would be a lot less business expansion.
I don't think that's true necessarily.
It works both ways.
And actually, why would there be less business expansion? Because if working class people had more money, they're going to be spending money at businesses.
A majority of the people that make money in their life and made something of themselves, I didn't come from much. I'm fairly self-made with decisions I made and things I decided to do. This is going to be, I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but a majority of the people in that higher bracket are smarter than the average American. And you give the smarter people more money, they're going to do more with it.
Yeah, so I don't think that that's necessarily true, right? I think that if you just give money to rich and wealthy people, they're going to do things that are going to benefit them. They're not going to make sure that the person down the street has access to food, that has access to water, has access to health, access to water, has access to health, access to water, has access to health, access to water, has access to health.
Immensely. But there's more to it than that. This is a topic or conversation we can go on for hours on. But I originally meant to end it with that last statement there.
Sure, man.
But interesting. I appreciate your time. And
Appreciate you
good
coming
talk.
on. Thank you so much, man. Have a good day.
All right, take care. Bye.
Everyone, again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. So help send it out to more people. If you want to help get it out to more people as well, you can share the live. You can copy link, or you can send it to some of your friends, and it'll help get it out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so much. Let's try to get to 2K shares, everyone. If you like this content, I go live literally every single day. So follow me if you haven't already. Again, literally every single day I go live for 6 hours, everyone. We go live every day, regardless. Literally every single day, everyone. So make sure to come by if you do want to see some debates, everyone. I'm going to go on to the next person. Again, if you disagree, if you support Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. Again, only send a guest request if you support Trump, y'all. All right, everyone, give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, this person isn't here. Let me go to the next person, everyone. Send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. Yeah, thank you for the Husky. I appreciate it. Jackson, thank you so much.
Can you slice?
The next, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. I look.
Okay, let me go to the next person. Only send a guest. Okay, let me go to the next person. Only send a guest. Okay, let me go to the next.
It's all over the place. Any news outlet.
Yeah, I don't see this from any news outlet.
It's on every morning. The Hunter Biden investigation.
Yeah, but that wasn't back to Joe Biden. Thank you for the crown.
Yes, it was.
Thank you so much.
Well, they haven't gotten back to Joe yet, but they got it back to family members.
Okay, so sure, I'd have to look at that source, but again, that doesn't relate to Joe. So can you give me an argument that does relate to Joe?
It's not yet, but it's certainly looking like that.
Can you give me an argument that does relate to Joe?
I can give you hundreds related to Joe.
Go for it.
You want to talk about Trump and the Miss America pageants? Why don't we talk about Joe and the sniffing the kids and stuff like that?
I agree
that
those things are weird, right? They're not like
clearly that's on camera in front of hundreds of people.
It's not overtly sexual, but Trump literally went into a changing room where people were naked and changing, right? Even some of them being teens, and justified it by saying that he can go in there whenever he wants because he owns it.
Do you have any proof of that?
Yes, I do. I can send you an article that goes over it right now.
I mean, is it hearsay or do we know this? Were there no charges brought up?
It relates to like the pageant owners.
It's just making people
and like the claims
uncomfortable.
of the people who are at the pageants. Yeah, it absolutely makes them uncomfortable. What are you talking about?
Right, because I seen that little girl go sniffing. She was like 12 years old, pretty damn uncomfortable. And telling
I saw that video. It did make her feel a bit uncomfortable. I saw that within her face.
And
but
she's
it's nowhere
clearly
near.
pulling away.
Hold up. He just touched her shoulder. It's nowhere near Trump literally walking into a room. Thank you. I appreciate the hearts. Thank you so much. With people who are changing, who are naked, who are women. Lana, I appreciate.
What about the intern, the staffer at the White House? While he was vice president. That sworn affidavit that he has sexually assaulted her.
Can you show me where I can find this? And by the way, you have to say essay. Say essay. It's TikTok TOS. Yeah, I'd have to see that. But yeah, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million
sworn
likes.
Affidavit.
Yeah, I'd have to see that. Can you tell me where I can find that? And then secondly, I do want to say that the same things also apply to Trump, and actually Trump was held liable for sexual abuse.
I think that court case was thrown out, wasn't it? Or paid off?
No, he was held liable. No, he was held liable, which means he was considered guilty within that aspect of the court.
That was a civil court. That was a civil. That was a civil suit.
Yeah, and held liable is the same as being guilty. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's a civil suit, though. I could sue you for. Right, I could sue you for sexual assault, and if enough people believe me.
You got to say essay. You got to say essay.
It's just he's the better choice.
No, again, so he was literally guilty for essay within within the civil
No,
court.
he wasn't proven. He settled
He
out.
was. He didn't settle out of it. He was
The
literally
court
held.
was dropped.
No, the court held him liable. I'm dead serious. I can send you a source on that right now. He was held
Keep sending
liable by
them.
that court.
I'll read it, but I'm pretty sure it settled out of court. It was dropped
No, it wasn't.
for an undisclosed amount of money. I'm sure it was.
No, it wasn't.
Then what was the outcome?
He was held
It was
liable. He
settled.
was found guilty in a civil court.
And then what happens after that?
He had to pay a huge
Nothing.
fine.
I don't think it's a fine. I think it was
No,
settled.
it is. It literally is. I promise you. Jury
Well, I'm
finds
waiting for the
Trump
article.
liable for essay, awards accuser $5 million.
Again,
I can send you AP News. I can send you PBS. I can send you New York Times. I can send you Politico. I can send you NBC. I can send you literally every single source. Anyone. NPR.
I mean, that's fine. Like I said, I could sue you for the same thing, and enough people in the jury believe me.
No, you would not. I would not be held liable for that. Soros,
Why
thank you so
wouldn't
much
you?
for the subscription. I
If
appreciate
I
that
had
so much.
12
Because
people
there's
on
no
jury-
evidence. There's no evidence of you doing that. Of me doing that.
There's never any evidence of
There
essay.
is evidence. There was evidence. It was
What was the evidence?
It was a preponderance of the evidence. That's what they rely upon when it relates to the being held liable in civil courts.
Well, tell me how. I mean, that doesn't make sense. What evidence was there? There's no evidence.
Would do you want?
It's
I don't
one-
know
civil
that
court,
everything
it's-
that was. I don't know everything.
It's
that was given
one
in that
person's
court
word
case.
against another. That's all it is. It's one person's
And
word
again,
against
it's
another in civil court.
It's preponderance of the evidence amongst the people in the jury.
What evidence, though?
I don't know the evidence particularly. I didn't vote on.
It's
I wasn't
arguing
in the
back
jury.
and forth. That's what civil court is.
Stephen, hold up. I am not in the jury. I don't know completely all the evidence is indicated. I can look for it, right? But I do know that he was found guilty in a civil court, which is being held liable.
Correct.
That's
I'll
true.
give you that.
So
give you that.
You can make these claims about accusations. I can give you places where he was literally held liable and he was literally guilty in civil court. So again, this is going to be way worse on your side. And it's not just one versus one.
We have SA from Joe Biden, and they didn't do anything about it.
Did he get held
wrote a
liable and did he
sworn
get convicted?
affidavit.
Did he get held liable and convicted? And show me that.
They didn't
Again,
do
I told
anything.
you the
They
source.
did nothing.
Give me the source.
They have
Give me
a
the-
sworn affidavit
Stephen,
from
give me the
a
source.
victim. Hold
Give me
on.
the source.
Now you're gonna.
By the way, I can't hear you when you pause off the app. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Again, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes,
I
y'all.
can't look it up then.
No, you can scroll off. You can tell me. You can find it, and then you can come back to the app and tell me what to look up.
Well, if you have another phone right in front of you, look it up.
What do I look up?
Just look up affidavit, SA, Joe Biden. You'll see it. It's there, and they did nothing about it. They looked into it. That's all that happened. But
I don't see
I can't.
anything on it.
Yeah, she's there.
I literally
that
don't
girl
see
was
anything.
pretty.
The first
she
thing
was
I
all
see
over the news
is
for a while.
Biden reacts to Mar-a-Lago affidavit. The second one is the White House Gov, Joe Biden, the president. Third is the inaugural
Look
address
up SA,
by President
Joe Biden.
I did. I literally did.
Claims of Joe Biden's essay
I did. I literally
on a
looked
White
it up.
House staffer.
Yeah.
White House staffer.
Okay, I'm looking it up. I don't see it.
Hold on, look
New
the
York.
comments.
So is this 1996 court document confirms? Is this Tara Reid?
Yes, there it is. That's her name.
Yeah, I'd have to read into this. So apparently, this is not when she was vice president. When he was vice president, this is from. This is apparently sexually harassed while working for Joe Biden in 1993.
He would have been a senator.
That's the allegation. So you said the
no,
allegation
you
wrong.
got it.
You said
Tara Reid.
essay. You said essay. This is sexual harassment, right? That's one.
Yeah.
Two.
Well,
I
that's
need
a
to
lot
look for
better.
this.
That's
But
not much better.
I'm not
I mean,
saying I'm not saying it's much better. What I'm saying is that you lied.
I didn't lie. I just did. I don't know the 100% facts. I don't have Google in my hand. I don't lie. I said I'm not 100% sure. I don't have Google. I can't Google it right now. I'm going off the top of my head, but it's there. You got her name right, Tara Reid.
Yeah.
And that's a lot worse than going into a dressing room It's like a female's going into a male locker room to interview guys. Some of those guys in the
Is
locker
that not
room,
sexual harassment? Going into a locker room where little girls
I
are
don't know. I
changing.
see it every Super
where,
Bowl.
where little girls are changing and naked. Do you think that Trump going into that is not sexual harassment?
I would say, yeah. I would say, yeah. I wouldn't want him in with my daughter.
Yeah, so that is sexual harassment.
I don't know if it's harassment. It's pretty creepy.
Where's the affidavit,
But again,
by the way?
what she says, there's an affidavit. She has a signed affidavit. That is a fact also.
Where?
I don't know where her affidavit is. It went to somewhere, and they were been looking into it for 20 some years now. And she was recently on the news.
Clearly speaking, in this scenario, Trump would look extraordinarily bad. Thank you for the cowboy hat. Appreciate
Of course, that's how the left
guilty
thinks.
in civil court, and he's also clearly. I see you can look at the pageant stuff. You can look at the claims he's made about grab her by the pee.
But you got to remember, he was just a billionaire playboy at that time. Also,
what do you mean? That doesn't change what he did.
No, absolutely not. But that's not who he was. He wasn't fighting for me at that point. He wasn't fighting for my country at that point.
So
he didn't start fighting for my country until he was elected.
So
exactly. So Joe Biden has been in office since the 60s, 50s. How long has he been in politics? And he's a multi-millionaire. How does someone have public office for that long and become a multi-millionaire? Making a salary of about 100.
Apparently, Reid misrepresented herself and her life experiences on numerous occasions, including lying under oath and in court proceedings. For example, she falsely claimed to hold a bachelor's degree from Antioch University.
So then she's lying about everything.
No, I don't know, but all I have is evidence that someone sent me is that apparently
right. And
you're
going to pull up what was the stripper, the Stormy Daniels. You're going to pull that one up too.
I didn't bring up anything that relates to that.
No, but it's
she fled to Russia apparently.
Stormy Daniels did.
No. This person, this Tara Reid, apparently who accused Joe Biden of this.
I don't know about
it didn't
that.
happen. I'm not saying that she's not a victim. I'm not making any of those claims. What I'm saying is that she has lied within court, right? And which indicates to us that there is a notion in which someone would not be credible if they've lied under oath in court, right? That goes towards the notion in which they would not be credible within that respect. That's exactly what would be used in any court case, anything like that.
Yeah, of course. It's your character. You're judged by the content in your character. And I think Trump's character is 100 times better than Joe Biden's character. And unfortunately, that's the only two people that we have to choose from.
How do you determine that his character is better than Joe Biden's?
Yeah, I think
because Trump was already a billionaire. Trump doesn't need any more money. Do you think Trump's in this to get his friends rich? What do you think his motives are?
If Trump doesn't need any more money, how come he used $144 million of taxpayer money and spent that at like his own businesses, even at a bunch of the Mar-a-Lago places? So yeah, like
what do you mean?
If he was so rich, he would have been able to pay for his own Social Security. He would have been able to pay for Air Force One. He would have been able to pay for his own food and stuff when he was at Mar-a-Lago, rather than using $144 million of taxpayer money.
Well, then that's any president. They have that option, but it's they spend way more than that.
Obama over 8 years spent $80 million. Trump over 4 years spent $144 million. And every single time Obama went to a place, it was a military event, particularly for people who were what's it called?
You're talking about Barry Soetoro,
like that.
Barry Soetoro, oh yeah, Barry.
And most of the ones for Trump were not military.
I know he snuck into Afghanistan. That was pretty military. He went into a war zone. That's my guy. Went into the war zone. And Air Force One blacked out, landed in Afghanistan. Look that up. You don't see Joe Biden doing that.
I don't think that responds to anything we've gone over.
It's just my president. He did a damn good job. and he's for the military.
Yeah, I don't think he's done a great job, right?
I think he's done a great job. He's the lowest unemployment in history.
Yeah. So Steven, do you remember Trump dodged the draft multiple times?
Yeah, absolutely. Why would he? I wouldn't go fight that Vietnam War either. Would you? Nobody. Remember Muhammad Ali wouldn't go fight the war?
Aren't you trying to say that he's representative of like he's a patriot? Thank you. I appreciate the fantastic. He's going to do things.
No, he's an old man now. He's an old man.
No, that's not now. I'm talking about back then in Vietnam, right? This is when he was young.
Right.
So so you're saying that Trump would not fight for our country
right now, or back then?
No, back then.
I wouldn't either. Would you?
Again, I wouldn't.
Vietnam
you're trying to make a claim that he's like some
you're going like
strong,
way back.
Hold up, Steven,
Steven.
You're trying to make a claim that he's some super strong man that would do anything to fight for America. Clearly,
he would. He's on his last leg. He's on his way out, and he knows it. He's 80 years old almost. This is what billionaires do. Look at Andrew Carnegie, what he did. He was so greedy his whole life. And he came from nothing, and he was the richest man in the world. What did he do with his money after he became the richest man in the world? He gave it all away. He gave his whole fortune away. And that's what you don't have nothing left. Your life's over. You know it's over. So you know what? I'm going to make a name for myself now. I'm going to give it back. So he spent his whole life, that whole time, and I don't know if you know about Andrew Carnegie and all the riots that started and the Homestead Wars and stuff like that, and people dying because they just wanted a working living wage, and it's pretty much how the unions came about, the workers' unions, because he was greedy. He was a rich man. He was making billions of dollars off the backs of hardworking people. And at the end of his life, what's it all worth? What's it all worth? What am I doing? I spent all this time, and people suffered. And now
he built libraries. How many have Trump built? How many?
I don't know, but I would put a school up in Trump's name, hopefully.
Yeah. He gave away money to people who needed it. How much has Trump given away?
I know he before, but while those Miss American pageants were going on, he paid off someone's house that helped him change a flat tire. That's a story you don't hear about too often. You can look that up. That's a true story.
One person?
Right? I know he gave.
I thought he has billions of dollars.
He does.
So if he has billions of dollars, then I'm confused.
Why? What are you confused on? Let me help you out.
If he has billions of dollars, then wouldn't he be able to do that all the time?
Yeah, of course.
So why just once?
I don't know. I can't speak for him.
Okay.
Do you have billions of dollars? Do you go around giving homeless people all your money?
I don't have billions of dollars.
If
I had billions of dollars, yeah. Clearly, I'd be giving away so much fucking money.
I know he donates a lot. I know he donated his whole salary.
That's $400,000 when he spent $144 million over 4 years on
per year. So
money.
What is the wait a minute? 400,000 times 4.
Yeah. And that's like a few
So it's over $1 million. Right. It was donated. Given away.
Yeah. And that's nothing comparative to how much he spent of taxpayer money.
But they all say that they have to. And all that taxpayer money, that's a secret. He's spending it right now. He has Secret Service surrounding him right now.
He could have used his own money. He could have used his own money.
I don't know. He could. Yeah, I guess he could. But why? He's got generational wealth.
I thought he's a billionaire.
Right, he is.
So then why should he use so much of taxpayer money instead of paying for it himself?
Why would he? What would you just said? You wouldn't use all your money.
I would. If I was a billionaire, I would use my own money in that scenario.
No, you wouldn't.
I would.
You have Mar-a-Lago to pay for. He has companies to pay for. He has to.
Yeah, and that's why he spent taxpayer money at Mar-a-Lago.
Right.
He literally funneled taxpayer money into his own businesses.
No, he didn't funnel the money. Good Lord.
He literally did.
Can you show me proof on that? Can you show me some stuff to look up? I want to see how he funneled the money.
Taxpayer money at his own businesses, Mar-a-Lago.
But we're not investigating that. No indictment for that. He funneled money, but no indictment.
It's not necessarily illegal what he did, but I think it's messed up.
Oh, it's not illegal, but it's messed up.
Yeah, but it's public record. Yeah, just because something isn't illegal doesn't mean
money
it's not
into your.
Wait, hold up. Just because something. Yes, he literally did.
No, you can't. Show me proof on that.
What do you mean? They
You
spent
got to
money.
show me proof.
I did. Trump golf count. Look it up. Right? They literally have like, and I actually even posted a video about this where they have all of the different times where he spent money at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. This is all public record.
That's like a CEO going out to having a party at his house. It's a business account.
Using
You
taxpayer
don't have
money,
business.
using hundreds of, like over 100 million in taxpayer money.
How many hundreds of millions do we have for the Trump collusion, the Russia collusion? How much taxpayer money was caused by that?
I'm not quite sure, but I would like to look into that.
The fake Russian collusion.
I'd like to look into that.
Oh my God. We heard about that for how many years? How many years did we hear about the fake Russian collusion? I mean,
I don't know if it was fake. There was influence.
It's pretty. Come on. We knew where the dossier came from.
Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. So we did not have enough evidence to conduct these different types of investigations, but it wasn't absolutely fake. There was interference when it relates to Russia in terms of the election, but not insofar as we would say that the results had changed. That was
now looking back,
interference.
But it was, oh my God. I mean, that's all you heard about for 3 years.
Dude, you act like I'm arguing for that. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it.
I'm not acting like you're arguing with it, but come on. It's one thing after another. Now these indictments.
So how does this respond to me?
What do you mean?
How does this respond to me if it doesn't? Thank you for the call, and I appreciate it. Because I didn't make this argument.
This is what this whole thing is, a debate. The whole argument is, I think Trump is 100% better than Joe Biden. Yeah, it's not even a thought. It's a fact.
I don't think it's a fact, right? Can you give me, you're not giving me an argument
that
indicates that it's a fact.
Oh, good. We just went through it. I mean, okay, let's go. Let's do Ukraine, the war. Let's go for that. And isn't it weird that Hunter Biden gets out of rehab, fresh off of crack cocaine, gets right on the border of Burisma over in Ukraine. He's on the board. He has no experience, no drilling, no gas. His daddy's the vice president at this time. This time he is the vice president. Hunter's getting paid, what is it, $80,000 a month, I think. For what reason? Do you just go hire crackheads that fresh out of rehab? Isn't that funny? Doesn't that ring any bells? That's just perfectly normal.
So again, clearly speaking, people who are around the president are going to be able to make more money just by virtue of them having different connects because
in Ukraine, overseas in Ukraine.
Also, Hunter has experience when it relates to this particular field. Thank you for the confetti.
Really?
It's not like
exactly how? Because he's an artist.
There are a few things. He's not just an artist, right? There are other things.
Not just an artist.
Yeah, so
his art sells for millions, by the way.
Yeah, so I mean, he is an artist, right? But he's also, I'm pretty sure he's a lawyer. Isn't he a lawyer? Thank you. I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you very much. Okay, so then why wouldn't that make sense for him to be paid that much?
On the board of the gas drilling company.
Huh? Yeah.
On the board of Burisma. You know what they drill. Their gas.
Yeah, but was it for law? Was he providing law stuff?
It was on the board of directors, directing everything.
Yeah, but
on the board, sitting at the top.
As an attorney?
Oh, we don't know what he was. We don't know. Good question.
Likely speaking, as an attorney, as he literally.
I think it's the vice president's son. I think it was qualified as the vice president's son.
Well, I think it's going to be a bit of both, right? But the idea is. That
wait a minute. That's right where the war is happening.
Stop talking. Let me respond. If you don't, I will mute you because I don't have.
Go ahead. Go.
Bro, come on. So he clearly is an attorney.
Don't get frustrated.
I'm clearly not frustrated with you right now. I'm just trying to be able to have a good conversation with you. If you want to act that way, trust me, I can do it the way I can actually respond that way. Do you want me to?
No, I want you to talk. I want you to get your point across.
Yeah, I'm talking very calmly and you're trying to gaslight me, acting like I'm angry or something.
You're obviously frustrated. I was just talking. You go talk.
Am I frustrated right now or something? I don't know.
It seemed like it. You were talking about you're just going to mute me.
Yeah, so that I can finish what I'm saying.
That's usually When you lose an argument, that's kind of what happens. But I'll let you talk.
Not at all. I
Get the point.
I never mute people. The only circumstances where I mute people is if they're unable to talk to back and forth and they're constantly interrupting. If you're a chronic interrupter, clearly speaking, I'm going to
Yeah, but I wasn't finished my point. But
I like
go
how
ahead.
you cut me off again. So you are a chronic overtalker.
Sometimes.
Yeah, that's the only reason you get muted. It's extraordinarily hard to get muted on my live, Steven. Like, if you've watched the live, I go live every single day for 6 hours. It is very rare that I mute people. Okay.
Well, you should have muted the flat earther guy, but
yeah, you see, I don't even mute them, right? But if you're gonna get muted, that says something about you, Steven. Okay.
You should have muted the flat earther guy, but go ahead, get your point across. We don't know what he was doing on the border, Bernie Smith.
Yeah, likely speaking, it was related to him being a lawyer. Probably there's some influence of the fact that he has opportunities.
We're just snowballing though.
Thank you for the crown. I appreciate it. Likely speaking, it also relates to the opportunities that he has from his dad being vice president at the time. Clearly speaking, I think that's going to be pretty clear in terms of why he would have that place on the board. It doesn't necessarily indicate that it's like corruption or anything like that, but sure, it's something that you should look at and be like, okay, that's a bit weird, generally speaking. And also, it's not going to be at all relating to Joe Biden. So again, this whole idea that this is somehow showing that Joe Biden is like some crime family or something is pretty clearly not true.
You must have heard that term before, the crime family.
No, actually, I saw it in the comment section.
Yeah, definitely the Biden crime family. Well, there's a lot of being done about that right now, so that's good. At least there's a start. But I think he definitely sold us out to Ukraine, and we're giving them billions of dollars now to fund some war that we have no business even being around Ukraine. Leave it alone. That has nothing to do with us. Zero. Why are we over there?
Actually, it does. It does. It's because Russia.
It really doesn't.
Russia really doesn't. Russia's showing aggression into Europe. They've invaded Georgia. They have annexed Crimea. They have shown that they are invading countries around them that do not have access to nuclear weapons. If we do not stop their aggression further into Europe, that's going to set precedent across the entire world that countries that are nuclear superpowers have the ability to invade countries around them that do not have access to nuclear weapons. That sets very bad precedent.
Well, what's that? What's that organization? What the hell? The UN? Aren't we surrounding? Are we? Isn't the UN surrounding Russia when we weren't supposed to? When there was a treaty signed?
No, so it's
the UN wouldn't surround Russia. I believe there was a treaty actually, and we avoided that.
No, so we didn't void any treaty that we had with Russia. And actually,
UN did. The UN did.
No, it's not the UN. It's NATO. And again, NATO did not void any treaty they had with Russia. When it relates to Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, they are countries that are literally on the border of Russia, literally on the border, and are NATO countries. They've been in NATO since the early 2000s for over 2 decades. Okay.
What's the country just west of Russia? They just joined.
Finland?
Finland, correct.
Okay.
They just joined within this past year. Yeah. Aren't they on the border of Russia?
Yeah. I'm talking
Wasn't there a treaty signed?
No, there was not a treaty signed. Now, Stephen,
I believe there was. Can you look at that? Can you look that up since you got your phone?
And it's not there.
Yeah, you didn't do it. You did not do it.
I've already looked it up, Stephen.
Yes, they had a treaty signed with Boris Yeltsin, I believe, when the USSR collapsed.
That's the Soviet Union.
Correct.
Yeltsin was the leader of the Soviet Union.
Yes, that's correct. He was. But there was a treaty.
That's a different country and government.
That the UN, or I'm sorry, NATO would not surround Russia.
That was Soviet Union. That was not Russia.
But wasn't he still the president of Russia that they signed it?
No,
I believe it was Boris Yeltsin.
Yes, and that was Soviet Union.
And that he was the successor to Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin's his successor.
Vladimir Putin came after. Let me actually Yeltsin. Let me look up Yeltsin. Yeltsin actually. Boris Yeltsin. I want to make sure I'm remembering correctly. Yes, Soviet. First president of Russia. Actually, okay. So what particular what's it called? Okay, yeah. What particular like treaty was there?
It was the NATO treaty that they wouldn't surround. They wouldn't put you.
I don't think there's a treaty like that. I'll have to look. I'll have to
Yeah,
continue looking.
there's
But
definitely a treaty.
I have a few things I do want to actually address this. So
Man,
Yeltsin
the comments are
was
flying.
so Yeltsin was within the Soviet, I mean, within the Communist Party, like the Soviet Union and stuff like that. But he was the first president after 1991 when it collapsed. Okay, so actually the treaty that you're referencing was with Gorbachev, right, and that was in the Soviet Union. I'm pretty sure that's what you're referencing. That was not Russia. Okay, so if we actually hold up, so what was the claim we were talking
But
about?
Russia was also the capital of the Soviet Union. It was the heart and soul of it.
That doesn't mean anything. That actually doesn't mean anything.
I guess not.
It doesn't. So Russia is invading countries around them that don't have access to nuclear weapons, right? And it's not because NATO is coming up on their border.
They invaded one country.
Hey man, do I have to mute you?
One country.
Okay, so Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania are on the border of Russia, right? And they are NATO countries. They've been in NATO since the early 2000s. So very clearly speaking, I think that they've already been on the border of Russia. So if it was that we were encroaching upon Russia's border, then it would have happened in the early 2000s rather than happening now. Tap the screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone.
I don't know. It's even in the 2000s, and apparently Vladimir Putin doesn't like it. And Crimea is on the other side of Ukraine, and that is Russia. Crimea is part of Russia, so they would have to literally go through Ukraine to get the Russians. It's a mess over there. What are we doing there?
In 2014, Russia annexed Crimea. It was a part of Ukraine.
Right, and then Ukraine shut the water off to Crimea after that. I know that. They dammed it up. That was one of the first places the Russian bombed because those people were dying of thirst. They know they couldn't farm. They couldn't do anything because Ukraine shut the water off.
I would have to find that. Right? Can you send me a source for that, or is that just like a
Google it, man? I can't give you all the answers.
What do you mean?
I'm not a brainiac.
Steven, you're the one that's making the claim.
I just know we shouldn't be there.
You're making the claim, and the reason why we should.
Well, I'm making the claim we shouldn't be giving them billions of dollars. Billions. We gave Hawaii.
Steven, it's a loan. We're getting that money back. Yeah. So we're getting that money back, one. Two, again, this particular money is to stop Russian aggression in Europe. This sets precedent for countries like China so that they don't invade Taiwan and countries around them that don't have access to nuclear weapons. That's the fundamental issue that we're trying to limit here, is that countries that that are nuclear superpowers don't just feel like they can just start invading countries around them. We don't want that precedent.
Well, I don't know. I know we have our own problems.
Okay, let's say it's 1939. After Germany's already invaded Austria, it's invaded the Rhineland, it's also invaded Czechoslovakia, it invades Poland. Are you saying that the U.S. should get involved? Yes or no?
Well, since I wasn't alive back then, but no, I wouldn't have gotten involved.
No involving. So you would not get involved. Okay. Germany takes over France. Right, it starts to move more into Europe. It takes over Turkey. Right, do you think that we should get involved?
Yes.
Okay, so we should get involved. Oh, okay. So
France was our ally.
Yeah, so it's only our ally because we allied with them because of this circumstance. So we weren't allies.
Well, we were also getting goods from them and exchanges, and
we get goods from Ukraine. We get goods from Ukraine.
We used to get goods from Russia. Well, we still do.
Yeah, so if we get goods from Ukraine, don't we have the same justification there comparative to what happened with France?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we have justification to stop Russian aggression into Europe.
Yeah, it's all about the dollar, though. So that's a shame.
So we should stop Russian aggression in Europe. Is that your view?
No. He's trying. I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to put Russia, the USSR. He's trying to get his territory back, basically.
Clearly, okay. So why are we going to let him do it? Like, come on. Let's not let.
But why did it collapse in the first place?
Well, we can cite many reasons. It's mainly in relation to supply and stuff like that. But those
well,
issues,
it had a lot of U.S. interference. I guarantee you.
There's a lot of U.S. interferences too. I agree with that. But I mean, the USSR was also interfering with the U.S.'s stuff. Thank you for the low credit. I appreciate it. Thank you for the cap. I appreciate it as well, Z-Box.
Well, let's go back to the original argument. I still think Trump is better than Joe Biden. Not only that, he's just more coherent. Trump can put together a sentence.
Okay. So thank you for the hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So I don't think that's necessarily like
He doesn't get lost in the crowd.
Yeah, so that's not going to mean anything when it relates to like the overall like judgment. I do agree that like Biden, clearly speaking, is in a mentally degraded state, but I think that Trump is not sane. I think that Trump also is like he's not stable. Okay, so
Really?
those are
Like,
actually better reasons to
Lord.
believe that Trump would be probably worse in a circumstance like this comparative to someone like Biden, as clearly speaking, who determines this type of policy anyway, is going to be mainly determined by the legislative branch, by the ambassadors, by people that don't specifically relate to the president.
I heard this argument before, how he was unstable, how he's mental. He's just, don't give him control of the nuclear button. And then just a few short months later, he's over there shaking hands with Kim Jong-un. First president to ever set foot in North Korea. I've heard the argument before.
Rocket Man.
Exactly.
Rocket Man.
Mr. Rocket Man. Remember, everybody was afraid of him? And Trump's going to start a nuclear war with...
That's what Trump called him. Their relationship didn't end up very well.
I seen some handshaking. I seen Trump step foot in North Korea.
That was when he went there, but relationship since then is not doing that great.
I haven't seen any other president step foot in North Korea.
Yeah, but like it also
but they were so afraid he was going to start. You know, no new wars were started under Trump. Also,
how you define war?
Man, that's a accomplishment in itself, right there. No one says anything about that.
How do you define war?
How do I define war? When the U.S. Congress declares war.
Okay, so
that's how it's defined.
So when we invaded the Middle East, that's not war.
We declared war. Yes.
No, Congress didn't initially.
George Bush didn't he override something? Didn't he go around?
Yeah, that's tough. So that wasn't war under your view, but clearly speaking, it was. So what is
clearly
war? What is war? Can you define it for me, please?
When two countries are fighting.
Okay.
When they're using their military forces.
Military conflict. Okay. So Trump increased military conflict. He increased drone strikes within the Middle East. He also assassinated General Soleimani, who was a military official and operative in Iran.
Yes, took him out.
Yeah, in Iran, which is an act of war, clearly speaking.
But did they start war? Did they do anything?
It didn't happen, but
gave
clearly
them like
speaking,
$8 billion.
Clearly speaking, that is a act of war, right? Along with the increasing of drone strikes is also an act of war. So it's not like there was no war during Trump's administration.
What was right? Whatever war happened? Did we ever send troops? Did we ever send troops to Iran?
We did not send troops to Iran, but we did have troops that were in the countries in the Middle East. So
right.
Okay.
We always have troops. We have troops all over the world. Yeah, we have bases all over the world.
But these troops are active. They're not just at bases.
We took out a guy that was pretty much a terrorist who was trying to create nuclear war, who was trying to enrich uranium.
I don't necessarily think that is true, but like,
well,
again,
that's what that is.
Hold on. That is an act of war, right? Clearly speaking, is an act of war. So when you try to say that, like, oh, Trump didn't start any new war, well, that's kind of misleading, right? You're being very misleading with your statements there. Okay, so technically speaking, Biden hasn't started a new war either.
No, not yet.
Okay, so there's been no war under Biden either.
Not yet. Not yet.
That's tough. Tough.
It's really going. It's starting to look like it though. We're getting close with China. We're getting close with Russia. I mean, we're on the brink here. We are on the brink.
Yeah. So no wars were started under Obama. No wars were started under Trump. No wars were started under Biden.
Whoa, Obama. We got a lot of war under Obama.
What? Name one.
Afghanistan.
What are you talking about?
I was there, brother.
We didn't declare war.
We were already in it from Bush.
Not under Obama.
Well, he didn't pull us out.
Okay, neither did Trump. Dude, you don't apply your own reasoning to your own person, bro.
Well, it was pretty much settled, but it was nothing left to fight for after Obama. Mr. Nobel Peace Prize.
But he didn't pull out. He stayed there. I don't pull out. Trump stays in. We stay in.
It's pretty good.
Promise you that we'll stay in there. Promise.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. It's gonna be huge. Say it.
So clearly speaking, I don't think that this is going to be like a point you can use against Biden or a point to say that we should support Trump. Like, I'll just ask you this question. When it relates to like the Ukraine-Russia situation, Russia-Ukraine situation happens. Clearly in that situation, what do you think that Trump's going to do?
I think that's a good question. I don't know. That's a great question. I think he would end it, though. He said he'd end it within 24 hours.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, right? So he would have seceded land to Russia?
I don't know. That's a great question. That's a question.
Would he have spent more money or engaged in direct war?
Again, who knows? I don't think Putin makes a move under Trump, to be honest with you.
I think that's clearly not true.
I clearly believe that is.
No, that's clearly not true.
I do not think they make.
Wait,
you see,
what was the reason why Russia is invading Ukraine right now?
I believe it's over Crimea.
They already have Crimea.
Well, the way that the Ukraine pretty much blocked everything from Crimea. That's what the first thing they went for.
So that would have happened regardless of whether or not Trump is in office. Therefore, this would have happened.
How do we know that? How do you know that? How do you know who makes a move like that?
Well, because again, you said it was based upon the reason that you provided as it happened, right? The reason why it happened would have been true under Trump and Biden.
How do you know that?
Because that wouldn't have been different under Trump and Biden. That
How
still
do you
would have
know
been
that?
true.
Where are you getting that from?
You said it. You said Crimea. They blocked off the thing with Crimea. That happened during Trump,
blocked
right?
the water from Crimea. I'm not sure when the water
happened during Trump, right?
I don't think it did. I'm not 100% sure on that. When you tell me, you got the phone. I don't know when they blocked. They stopped the water.
Yes. So clearly speaking, right? It is going to be the case that it would have happened the same under Trump and Biden, as the reason as to why Russia invaded Ukraine under your own view would have been true and would have happened regardless. So that's like that you think it would have happened. So
You're
in the case
that
no, I'm not. I said this is your view. This is not my assumption. This is your. Suddenly said it. Yes. Suddenly said it. Yes. That is the best thing they could have done.
I'd rather
do you have an argument against it? Do you have an argument
right now?
It? Throw troops
right now?
You want to engage in direct war with a nuclear power.
Do you think they would? Yeah, I don't think. Again, under Trump, I don't think no one launches a nuke.
Well, yeah. Okay. Well, it would have likely happened if it is the case that you have a direct war, right? You don't want a direct war because there are two military powers.
You're gonna get it regardless. But I don't think Putin makes the move under Trump. I don't think he goes out. Maybe he would have blew up the dam to Crimea. But I don't think he pulls it all out in Vegas.
What about Trump would it have changed in terms of Putin, so that he wouldn't have done anything?
Just a relationship. They had a relationship.
There's a relationship between Biden and between Putin.
No, there's not.
Yes,
no,
there
there's
is.
not.
There
No,
literally
there's
is.
not.
There literally is.
There literally is not.
Depends on how you define the term relationship. Clearly,
He wouldn't
there
even
is.
shake his hand.
You understand that there's still a relationship even if you don't shake someone's hand.
Well, then what are you? That's not a relationship.
What are you talking
He never
about?
had a sit down. He
What are you
never had
talking
a
about?
sit down with
There are
Putin.
people I know on the internet right now. I've never shook their hand, right? And I still have a relationship with them.
Well, he doesn't have a relationship. You think Biden's picking up the phone? Hey, Vladimir, what's up? No,
Do you think Trump is? Do you think Trump is?
Trump had a sit down with him.
Putin, what's
Trump
good,
had
bro? How you doing, man?
Trump had a sit down
I'm having
with
a
him,
great
man.
day today.
Threw him the
I
soccer
just
ball.
golfed. We had the greatest time golfing, Putin. I promise
There
you
you
next
go.
time when I come out there, you are gonna love it, man. I promise.
This is what
very
happens
much.
when Democrats lose the argument. Trump threw him the soccer ball. Remember that? They had a big sit down. Trump went there. When was the last time Joe Biden was in Russia?
I don't know. I have to check.
Exactly.
Wait,
He's
when was the
never
last
had a
time?
sit down with Putin.
He probably
He's never had a
has.
sit down with. He went to
Thank you for the
China.
little crown. I appreciate it. Thank you.
We know he
Probably
went to
has.
China.
Hold up. He probably has. I can try to find that right now if you'd like me to. But when it relates to Trump, when was the last time Trump sat down with Putin?
His first year of office, the second year of office. I don't know.
Do
You
you have
remember?
anything specific? Thank you, George. I appreciate the Cooper.
Yeah,
Thank
when
you
he
very
threw
much.
him the soccer ball. That's clear as day. When he threw him the soccer ball.
So this is from February this year. This is Biden and Putin speaking. I can't open it, but yes, this is a thing from the New York Times where Biden and Putin. I'll just show it. It's from Matt. I don't even care.
It's not
Biden
coming up.
Putin speak on Ukraine. You can click on the New York Times.
And they're both together
Yeah, they're both together.
in the same place
Yes.
from this year.
Yeah,
That's
February.
not from 5 years ago.
February.
I think Obama actually sent Biden over to Russia.
No, it's from
I
February.
think that's where you're getting that from.
No, this is from February.
Yeah, the article. I'm
This year,
talking about
February
the picture.
this year. This is February 2023.
Right, the article was written. Where's that picture from?
February 2023.
Because the pictures matches the article. You see the picture there. You see the picture with him and Putin, and then you see an article with a date.
Yes.
But when was that picture taken? I don't think he went.
The same
ever
time. 'Cause
remember.
this is a Your Wednesday briefing. It's talking about what just happened the day before.
He went to Ukraine. I know
On the
that.
Wednesday or the day of.
He went to Ukraine this year. I don't think he went to Russia.
He talked
I'm
with
almost
Putin. This is speak on Ukraine.
I know he went to Ukraine. I don't believe he went to Russia.
Bro, this is with Putin though. It's with Putin. Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't think it's from this year. I don't think he went. I think he
It
went to
literally
Ukraine.
is, dude.
and he
Literally,
walked
look it up.
around.
Look it up. Look up Your Wednesday briefing.
It's gonna be me.
Biden and Putin speak on Ukraine. New York Times. Look it up.
Hold on.
Right now.
I'm gonna have to. You're gonna pause me or whatever.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'll tell you because I can't hear you while you're paused, by the way, but it's Your Wednesday briefing, Biden and Putin speak on Ukraine. And it's from February this year, from the New York Times. Yeah, dude. We'll give it a second, everyone. Give it a second, everyone. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. It should send it out to more people. Again, if you disagree, send a guest request right now. Follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, everyone. The picture is old, Parker. You're wrong. All right, no. I know. I see that in the comments. Screenshots. Give me a second.
Joe Biden hasn't been in Russia since 2020 when he was president elect.
What are you talking about?
I knew you were wrong.
This is an article from 2023.
You're looking at a picture from 2020, and they wrote an article. He went to Ukraine. The last time he was in Ukraine was in 2020, or Russia was in
No,
2020
no,
when he
no.
was
Last
president-elect.
conversation. No, last conversation with Putin.
Yeah, they had to have a phone talk, but he wasn't.
No. Like where they were.
Going to Russia.
What are you talking about, bro?
He hasn't been in Russia since 2020.
I'm not
just
saying,
looked it up.
dude. I didn't say in Russia. Here, let me add up Matt because he has like the access to New York Times. I don't have access to. Matt, did you send a request? Yo, Jenna, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the 6 month. I appreciate it.
It's up because there's like some confusion. Both of you are correct. Like both of you are right. He did not go to Russia. Okay, and the reason why he did not go to Russia is because technically this is like a Cold War type of situation, right? Like you wouldn't go to the country where you are actively sending ammunition to the ones who are in the fight. You know that you're fighting against. He met with Putin in Kiev.
Correct.
He met with Putin in Kiev. He sat down with him. It's the same reason why Putin will not come to the United States, right? Putin will not come to the United States. Biden will not go to Russia. So they always meet in a country that is somewhere in the middle. So for example, sometimes they meet in Poland, sometimes they meet in Geneva, and during this last time they met in Kiev while the war was happening. So, but the point is that he has met with him recently in the last 6 months. He has met with him, and he does talk with him, but they talk through intermediaries, mainly through their foreign defense ministers. They talk back and forth that way. So no one is going to pick up the big red phone and be like, hey, you know, what's up, Putin? Can I talk to you today? You know, no one does that. You know what I mean?
Well, they need to.
Do what?
They need to do that.
Well, no, they don't need to do that because Putin is volatile in this situation.
We don't know anything about Putin except what they put on in articles and news ads towards us.
We know Putin's schedule and how he goes about his ordinary day. We don't know where he's at, but we know his ordinary day. For example, he eats alone. He eats on a very long table by himself. Why? Because he's paranoid of people killing him. He has his food regularly checked for poison. Why? Because he's paranoid. It was thought that he might have some kind of disease because he was shown on video having tremors in his legs. So people were thinking that maybe he has Parkinson's that he's trying to hide up, and that this invasion of Ukraine might be his way of solidifying his message or his legacy because he's dying. Right? These are all speculations, right? I'm not saying this is true, but we know these things about him. He is clearly not a stable individual. He regularly dismisses his own ministers. He regularly jails people who just mildly criticize him. He is not some role model, some person who we should be meeting with. Same thing with Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un now actually doesn't like Trump. Trump and him, after they met, they started going back and forth about him being Rocket Man and him being Little Kim and all this other, all this other bullshit because they were arguing like fifth graders. You know what I mean? He did it because it was both in their self-interest to do it, but nothing came of it. Our relation with North Korea did not improve after that.
Well, it couldn't improve because Trump was only there for 4 years, and this is all what you're getting is all hearsay. The only information we're getting is what's put in front of us. We've hated Russia ever since Rocky IV. They were always been the enemy. We were born to say Russia's our enemy. Russia's bad. Russia's the space race. I mean, it's been going on since the 60s, but we only know what's put in front of us. We don't know anything. We don't know Putin eats alone.
We are not against Russia. We are against Putin and his regime. We are not against the people of North Korea. We are against Kim Jong-un and and that dynasty that is enslaving their people. Right? We are against the leaders. We would be allies if Alexei Navalny, who was the dissident in Russia, jailed because he disagrees with Russia. If he was president of Russia right now, we would have such good relations because he is a pro-democracy, pro-West person who wants freedom and capitalism and all these other things for his country. And for just having those opinions, Putin has sent him away for life. He is now in a gulag somewhere where he will likely die. So of course you don't interact with these people because they are literally, Putin is one step away from being an actual dictator. I mean, like one step away from it.
You only know what's put in front of you, though. Well, you don't know Kim Jong Un. You don't know Putin eats alone at this big table because he's there. You only know what's reported.
Kim Jong-un says, and then I'm going to go out to this. So this last thing.
But you don't know what he says because you don't speak Korean.
Yes, you're right. I don't know. Kim Jong-un and his regime put out statements, public statements, sent all over the world, meant to have their message out. When Trump first visited, he was being very polite to him, saying great things. As soon as Trump left, Kim Jong-un and Trump started going back and forth about them being small and them being Rocket Man and all this other crap. And we know that because they would each put out public messages that we could read. That's what I mean. Okay, Parker, thank you.
What's translated? What's translated in front of us? That's all we know. We're only knowing what they're telling us, and not everybody has to go with our democracy and our plan. Why would we force that on some other country? I mean,
we're not forcing that, right? We're stopping them from forcing their will on other people.
On whose people?
Ukraine. What do you mean?
On Ukraine's people.
Yes.
But what does that have to do with us in the United States?
We're stopping Russian aggression into Europe, our allies.
Is Ukraine now our ally?
Europe, the entirety of Europe is a part of our allies. Yes.
Well, that's northern.
We have
the most
set up with Ukraine. Clearly, also,
I mean, where
right?
did Europe stop?
I realistically think, right, if there's a country like that, like there's a superpower invading other countries around them, we should stop that from happening.
You can't. That's like you're in high school and you're just going to get in everybody's fights. You're going to get in so many fights.
Wait, that's the same thing. That's what a government does. Think about it, right? A government is monopoly on violence. A government is a standard above every other form of violence.
You're getting
meant to
too much
control that
government.
form of violence, right? That is the whole point of a state and of government.
No, you need the government to pave your roads and build your bridges. That's where our tax money can go.
It's also a monopoly on violence. You want a government there to ensure that institutions of oppression cannot arise, like things like mafias, things like gangs that come about that control masses.
What about like a mafia, like the FBI? I mean, they're out of freaking control. We have our own problems internally.
We can have that. The idea of the Federal Bureau of Investigation is not a bad idea. Things can be corrupted of these particular systems, but that does not mean that like the FBI should be deleted.
No, absolutely not. But come on. I mean, we have enough problems internally to be worried about something that has nothing to do with us. And the reason I think we're in Ukraine, and it's just a weird coincidence that Burisma hired the president's son or vice president's son at that time to go there, and now we're pumping billions of dollars into that same country.
Yeah, so think about this, Stephen. I live in California, right? What if California just said, oh, we don't want our money to go to the rest of the country. We want it to help people in California first before it goes to people in other states around the United States.
And you do. That's what you pay your state taxes and your local taxes.
But that's not before, though. That's not before. We're saying we're taking away from our federal taxes, and we're instead using that for the state.
Wait, say it again?
Yeah, we're taking money away from the federal taxes from things going in California, and we're using it for the state instead.
Well, the state is California.
We want to make sure that California is doing good, is doing fine. People in California are taken care of before we take care of other states, before we take care of the federal government.
That's what your state and local tax does.
No, it doesn't. Dude, you're not listening.
Yes, it does. That's exactly what your state tax is.
Bro, you're actually not
listening. You're talking about your federal tax dollars?
Holy shit, yes. I said federal tax dollars. Yes, I said we're taking
money. No, you
said
state.
No, I said federal and state, okay? I said we're taking money away from the federal tax dollars that are coming from California to the federal government, and we're instead using that for states, okay? For the state of California. That's what I said.
They do that. They do that all the time.
No, they fucking don't. No,
Yeah,
they
what are you
don't.
talking about? How many times has California declared an emergency, a federal emergency, and the federal aid? Every state does that.
Federal aid is fundamentally different from literally
It's still our tax dollars.
No, stealing federal tax dollars, right, and using them for the state. That is fundamentally different.
Stealing, yeah. If you're not stealing it, you're declaring emergency.
Oh my gosh.
We just did it for Hawaii.
For subsidy. That's for subsidy, right? I'm talking about in terms of taking money that would have gone from California residents to the federal government, but instead of it going to the federal government, they use that money for the state of California's budget. Okay?
Yeah, but that's what your state tax dollars does. You got three brackets of. Yeah, you don't understand, man. I don't know if you're young. You don't get it.
I don't understand. I don't understand, dude. Oh
my you have your state tax.
Way. I can't believe it, dude. I cannot believe it, dude. There's no way you actually think that I'm the one not understanding this, man.
You have federal.
What reality are you living in, bro?
The real reality.
No, you're not. You're living in some made up false land, right? I'm literally talking about taking money that would have gone from California state residents, right, to the federal government on their income, their federal income taxes, and reallocating those funds and using them for the state. That is not state income taxes. State income taxes are funded, state income and stuff like that is funded from state income tax, okay? There's a different set of revenue for state funding and state spending and stuff. The state of California has separate funding from the government to ensure, like, say things like Medi-Cal, right? Like extra types of income assistance, other stuff like that is not given by the federal government. I'm talking about taking money that was going to the federal government from citizens in California and reallocating that for state usage.
Well, they do. That's what I'm telling you. They do. They absolutely do.
They don't. Show me one time where that happened. No, they don't.
Anytime you declare an emergency, you get federal tax dollars.
Congress sets it up where they can send money to those particular
places. It's still the same thing, isn't it?
Like funding. No, it's not the same thing. This is stealing. This is the government, bro. I just maybe we're not going to get.
You're not making sense.
I am.
They
making
do
sense.
That. They do it to every state that has a problem.
No.
They do it to Florida like twice a year.
Dude, that is not stealing, right? That is them getting approved funding from the federal government.
It's a good thing.
That's them getting approved funding from the federal government.
Right. There's all kind of subsidies you can get. There's all kind of federal money that can go back. I don't know why more people don't do it. Get the money out of the fucking federal government.
Okay, well, we'll make a different point. Okay, we're gonna move on.
Open up Fort Knox. I don't think you're getting it.
Yeah, no,
it's federal. You only pay one income tax to the federal government every year. You only pay one. You pay out of every check or whatever you get to the federal government.
Social Security and Medicare.
Yeah, that goes to Social Security and that goes to Medicare. Yeah, that's a different thing.
Those are federal government policies.
Right, but that goes to Social Security. Social Security can only be used.
Those are separated from income tax, right?
They're a part of your income tax. It's a part of your
overall income tax, but they're separated from the general income tax. You understand that? Like when you look at your bill, they separate
you have federal income tax, Social Security. Social Security income tax can only be used.
Is separated from Social Security and from Medicare tax.
Correct.
But there's still federal income tax. I know what you're talking about, but it's not listed under the federal income tax. Simply,
but they can take those federal dollars that you give them and do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah,
they can give it to Ukraine if they wanted, which they did.
That was a loan. Okay, that was a reallocation
we're gonna get that
military
back.
funds. Okay, so the military, yes, we are going to get that back. Military budget exists. It's like almost $800 billion.
How are we going to get that back if Russia takes over?
Steven, military budget is $800 billion a year. We reallocated 70 billion of that, right? And we repurposed it as a loan. So we're getting that money back, right? We're repurposing it.
Okay. And who's going to give us that money back?
Ukraine.
If they're still there.
They're going to still be there.
Yes, let's hope. Because I want my damn money back.
Okay. Right. It's $70 billion. You know, that's like not that much comparative to the U.S. overall economy, right?
I don't know how many people are in the country right now.
300
4 billion.
something. Oh, in Ukraine?
No, in the United States. How many people are in the United States right now?
Oh, like 330 million?
Yeah, that's like what, 4 million per person? Something like that. Just off the top of my head, 4 million per person. Quick math.
That was the worst math you've ever done in your life, dude.
Just do it. You got a calculator?
That was terrible. I think that might be like $12 or something per person.
No, it's millions, brother.
Dude.
Do you know how many?
So what, 70 billion? Here, let me.
How many people are in the United States?
Hold up, I need to turn my phone so I can actually do this because I don't have I'm too lazy to get my calculator. Okay, 7 billion or 70 billion divided by what, 330 million? 212. So add 200 to what I said. It's about $212, yeah.
How many people are in the United States?
330 million.
Divided by how many? What was the $1 million we gave?
So you take 70 billion.
Like 70.
You divide 70 billion from
divided by the people.
Million, right? And then you get $210.
Well, I want my money.
You want your $200 back? You donated $200 to Ukraine, bro. You donated 200. And that's on average, right? So, yeah, that's rough. Yeah, thank you for the lemonade. I appreciate it. Thank you.
330 million?
Yeah, what was it? 4 million per person? Yeah, so yeah, $200. You gave up $200.
Wait a minute, I'm coming. I got 100 billion to Ukraine.
Where do you get that? Did they send more money to Ukraine or something? What happened, chat? Everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. If you want to send it out to more people, hit the share button, copy link, or you can like send it to your friends. So I'll get it out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. Plus, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, everyone. I could be moving to sub only chat here in a second. It is already past the 5-hour mark, so I probably should here. Thank you for the corn. I appreciate it, Sarah. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like 76 billion times 330
76 billion divided. No, 76 billion divided by 330 million.
Yeah, do that again.
We can do 331 million, actually. We'll be a little bit credible.
Go for it.
Yeah, gosh. Yikes, dude. Oh, do you want me to do it?
Yeah, that's what we were going to do.
Oh, okay. Shit, I wasn't even, okay, I guess. All right, we'll go to the side. 76 billion divided by
76 billion.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah.
That's 7 zeros. 7 zeros.
You want to see it?
Yes. Okay. You got it.
Got it. Ooh. All right, we're going to divide that by 331.9 million. See?
$300 for every person. 300.
I think that's a little different.
Wait a minute.
300.
What did you just do? You just did something. Why did
about $229? You bought them like what? Like an Xbox? Xbox Slim? Or no, maybe a Nintendo Switch.
I paid more than that. I know that.
Well, I don't think so.
Oh, if you would see my tax brackets, brother.
Yeah, you're still under Trump tax policy. So those Trump taxes are fucking wild, bro.
Yeah, they are. Trickle down in economics.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I think we pay too much taxes. I think there needs to be a flat tax all around. But
yeah, that's
the point I'm getting to.
You want to know why that's regressive? You want to know why a flat tax is regressive? Because people who make, thank you, I appreciate the handout, thank you so much, make less money, they pay more of their money, proportionally speaking, on like goods and services, right? Basic necessities, comparative to like someone who makes way more money. So it's regressive within the respect that someone's going to have significantly less disposable income if we don't have a progressive tax system.
I'd rather have that than what we have now. Because the rich aren't paying any taxes. They actually get refunds. So if we all had a
progressive, let's make them pay taxes then.
Exactly. Nobody's done it yet. What I'm saying is I'm not saying Trump was the best candidate out there, but we only have two to choose from, which sucks. We get two choices. They put two choices in front of us. Trump is the lesser of the two evils.
No, Trump is not the lesser of the two evils. Clearly speaking,
100% he is. Do you see do you see where we went in the past 3 years?
Yeah, and like I don't see how that.
Do you like the direction we're going now?
Dude, I don't think that's particularly determined.
Come on, you can't even say that with a straight face.
I will respond. Give me a second. I think that it would not be particularly different under Trump or Biden when it relates to the total overall economy. I think it would be relatively similar.
Nah.
Yeah, clearly.
If you can't see things got clearly worse after Trump left office.
No, you could say that things got...
you can clearly see that.
Hold up. I can grant that things got worse. That doesn't mean it was caused by Biden.
He's not helping. Yes, he's definitely causing. He definitely caused gas prices to go up. Definitely, 100%.
No.
Cause gas prices to go
up. Gas prices are going to relate to.
Come on, dude.
OPEC. They're going to relate to OPEC, and they're going to relate to Russia and the Ukraine situation.
We're not that they stopped all the drilling. Not that they stopped all the drilling.
We brought back the drilling to the exact same rates as what they were under Trump. Okay.
So we're going to go get the Keystone pipeline back up and running.
No, the Keystone pipeline was never even in that Keystone pipeline was never.
But they shut it down.
That part of the Keystone pipeline was never even in operation anyway.
But they shut it down. It was
already being shut down by other types of proceedings. Like it went over indigenous land, and it was an environmental concern. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes, it was.
No.
It literally was.
Trump's or Biden's first day in office, his first day, he put the kibosh on all of it. That was his first executive orders.
Thank you for the description. Thank you so much. For what? Say it again.
That was his first executive orders, was to shut all the shit down, shut the drilling down, shut the pipeline down.
It was the drilling on federal lands, but they brought that back. Okay.
When?
Like years ago at this point. They brought it back pretty quickly when the price of oil started to increase. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. And that brought back the production to pretty similar rates as what they were under Trump. Okay.
Inflation at records high, man. Records.
That's literally due to many other concerns.
We're literally in a silent depression right now. We're right now, statistically, we're worse off than we're doing worse now than we were in the Great Depression.
No, that's bullshit.
No, it's not. Look at the wages. I have a clue right now. Look at your wage compared to the price of your house.
Stop, Stephen. You have no fucking clue how bad the Great Depression was, right? You have
I have tons of clues.
No, you do not. I'm telling you, the Great Depression was very bad. I'm pretty sure they had like 30% fucking unemployment. We have no fucking clue what that is. Thank you for the corgi. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. 30% unemployment is unfucking heard of in the modern economy.
Right. The unemployment part. Yes, I'm talking about
under COVID, the highest it got was 14.8. Under the Great Recession, right? Like the 2008 financial crisis, right? The highest it got was nowhere near. It wasn't even half what it was under the Great Depression. It literally, I don't even think, I think it got to like 10%, 12% max under the financial crisis.
Something like that. I don't remember. I was hit hard by that, actually, and that was fucking George Bush.
Yeah, and the Great Depression was multiple of magnitudes stronger than that.
It was double. It was
No,
double
at
that
least it was
we
more
just
than
had.
that. Honestly,
No, it was double. We're at
it
like
was
15, and it was at 30. It's almost cut
15
in
for
half.
COVID. 15 for COVID.
For COVID, right? That's what I meant, and that's what put us in this.
25% unemployment. Yeah, that's wild. That is wild. Thank you. I appreciate the orange. That's 1 in 4 people out of work.
But even though the people,
and that's who want to go to work too, because unemployment doesn't take into account discouraged workers, people that are just not trying to work anymore. It only takes into account people who want to work.
I'm talking about again, why it's worse now is because the average price for a house was $5,000 back in the Great Depression, and maybe you made $20,000.
What was the average? No, the income was not 20K. What?
I'm just ballparking. I'm not saying that's what it was, but
it was probably like a few thousand, like 2 to 5,000.
No, it was more than that. Come on.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, what was it? The 30s, 32.
Because the issue is a lot of the data that we have back.
Someone look that up in the comments. What was the
a lot of the data that we have from back then are from people that reported their income tax. But the only people who paid the income tax were people that already made a lot more than the average person.
But you still have to look at that. What was the average medium house price? About $5,000 to $6,000 versus that way.
I don't remember. I don't know what the median household.
That's why women could stay at home and the husband worked. Dude. It was a great. It was actually.
Thank you so much.
Pretty good time. After the Depression kicked over, the roaring.
No, dude. Before 1930s? Oh, pretty good time for
30s.
Who? Wait, Steven, pretty good time for who?
Pretty good time for people that were working people.
Oh, really? Was it a good time for anyone who wasn't white?
Wasn't working, but no, it sucked.
No,
it sucks for anybody that doesn't have a job. It sucks right now if you don't have a job.
I didn't say without a job. I said for anyone who isn't white. We're talking the 1930s, my guy.
Wait a minute. Don't bring race into this.
What do you fucking mean? You just can't ignore people, or you can't ignore race when it relates to the 1930s, because the effect of racism when it relates to the 1930s is exorbitant. What are you talking about? Jim Crow was
talking about overall the whole country. I'm talking about everybody, not race. I'm not breaking it down per race.
Yeah.
We could break it down right now per race.
Asian people, black people, right? Hispanic people of all different ethnicities and races, right? They also make up America. You understand that, right?
Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. America overall.
Yeah. So, but you said it was great at that time.
I said before that time in the 20s.
Great for people 20s. Who are like white and men, right? Ignore everyone else, right? But it was great for them.
Yes. I'm prejudiced.
I never said you were prejudiced.
Wow, you're like doing typical Democrat stuff.
When did I say you were prejudiced? I literally said you ignored.
Men. What does that imply?
Yes, at that time, white men were absolutely like the only ones that were doing good. What are you talking about? Almost every other group in America was disadvantaged. What are you talking about?
So is that how you get like the MAGA is racial? It's like a racial slur because we want to make America great again.
No, I think it's ignorant. I think it's ignorant because it's saying that there was a time when America was great, and the question is then
there was a time when America was great.
The question is then great for who?
For America, for the United States, for us as a whole.
For who in America? Not for the whole, for who in America?
There was a lot of well-to-do black people too, brother.
That doesn't mean that proportionally speaking, people who were black were doing good. They were disadvantaged very clearly through Jim Crow, through segregation, through
I agree,
through redlining, through.
But there was also black slave owners.
That doesn't mean. What are you talking? That's an extreme minority of people who were black at the time.
I think actually the first slave owner was black in the United States.
I don't think that's true.
I do believe that's true.
Can you give me a source?
Someone in the comments, look it up.
Can you give me a source?
Yeah, Google. They got everything.
We're on Google.
The search engine. I don't know where to get it, dude. I believe I heard that somewhere. And I'm just going off the top of my head.
Yeah, we'll have to see. All right, but even if that is the case, does that imply anything about?
I'm just saying America overall. I'm not talking about like I don't know where race came into this.
Because you literally are saying that there were times where America was great, and I'm saying that clearly speaking,
absolutely times when we were great.
We could talk about women
we
too.
used to make TVs in this country. We invented television. Not one television is made in the United States now.
Okay, that's how the market works.
Manufacturing jobs.
Steven, that's how the market works. Think of this
the
like
Roaring 20s. You've ever heard of it? The Roaring 20s. They were roaring.
You know that particular notion within economics is particularly targeted towards the idea that there was fractional reserve banking and there were credit cards and there was more aggregate demand. I appreciate the night. Thank you.
There was no federal income tax.
And you know what that led to?
No federal income tax. That would have been a hell of a time.
No, people were literally starving and dying at that time. You understand that, right? Literally, not everyone.
People are literally starving and dying right now.
Healthcare, not in the United States.
Yes, they are.
No, not in relation to food insecurity. Thank you. I appreciate the.
What do you mean, bro?
Thank you very appreciate it.
You live in California.
Yeah.
Look at the homeless people in California right now.
Yes, and there is services that are provided for people to be able to eat that's not granted to other people around.
Well, I see on TV that them kicking homeless people out of their tearing down their tents.
I agree. I don't think homeless people are treated good in America. What I'm saying is that there's food provided. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that there's systems that already provide just that, and I think there should be systems that provide significantly more. I don't think there should be people sleeping on the streets. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We are literally the richest economy to exist ever in the fucking world. And we have people sleeping on the streets. That is fucking ridiculous.
Do you really believe that?
To healthcare.
You believe we are the richest country in the world? You really believe that?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Overall, yes. What's our GDP?
Have you been to Dubai, brother? Have you seen what goes on over there?
Yes. I've not been to Dubai, but yes, Dubai has nowhere near the level of wealth as the United States has as a whole. That's wild. We are the richest, very clearly. Look at our GDP.
I don't know. I don't see it. I do not see it. I've been around the country.
20 trillion.
Yeah, and it's in like 4% of the people's hands. And the rest of us are.
I'm not disagreeing and disputing anything like that, but as of 2021, 23 trillion is the U.S. Right. The next is China at 17 trillion. Right. In Japan at 4.9 trillion. China has like literally almost triple, actually quadruple the amount of people that we have. Right, and their economy isn't as big as ours.
I don't know. It's not that big. How come everything that in your pocket, in your house, everything has a little sticker made on China on it?
Because their economy that's specifically dependent upon producing goods and services. That's typically seen within economies that are growing and developing. Like Vietnam, you can see Vietnam on a lot of different things that you might buy all the time, and that's actually becoming more prevalent, right? Because they're picking up a lot where China has already developed past in terms of those particular aspects.
Yeah, that's your rich people getting cheaper labor. Do you know that's what that is, right?
I understand, and I'm against that. I think that there should be international labor laws that include that people should be paid significantly more than they currently are. But
that's a great thing Trump did. Got rid of NAFTA. NAFTA was horrible.
NAFTA doesn't relate to that.
Yes, what do you mean? That was NAFTA. Was that?
NAFTA doesn't relate to Southeast Asia.
Not Southeast Asia, but that's why half our jobs went to Mexico. Half the manufacturing jobs.
Half the manufacturing job went to. Okay, so like manufacturing jobs are leaving. Yeah, that's because
American companies. They're bad. They were coming back after Trump.
Yeah,
the carrier, the air conditioner company.
Stephen, more jobs were outsourced under Trump's administration than were actually brought back to the United States.
Show me a statistic on that. I need to see proof of that, because that is not true at all. I know he brought carrier back. I know they were making cars. They stopped making the cars down in Mexico. I know manufacturing jobs definitely went up for Trump. You can look that up. That's a fact. Remember, what's he going to do? Wave his magic wand? Did Obama say that? I guess he had his magic wand. Record low unemployment under Trump.
Yeah, so also same thing exists under Biden, by the way. It was actually lower under Biden. Wild.
Look that up. Can you tell me any proof on that?
Yeah, it was 3.4. That's you can look that up. Federal. You can look that up from the Fed.
I don't think so. It's not what I see.
Yeah, so I'm getting mine from the EPI, the Economic Policy Institute. Look up. We can reshore manufacturing jobs, but Trump hasn't done it. You can also look up
Trump merch the China on it.
Okay, he didn't even listen.
He's a smart businessman.
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah.
No,
so
Steven can't search when he's talking on the microphone.
You can scroll off and then go look.
Yeah, I'd have to scroll off.
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, so you're not going to look it up either way. There's no point for me even to tell you. Like,
you know it all, man. I'm telling you.
I don't know it all.
Well, that's why it was scratched. Get rid of it.
I'm not saying the trade policy. I'm not saying NAFTA was good. What I'm saying is that outsourcing, and when it relates to that, that's happening regardless of who's president. It's going to happen with Trump. It's going to happen with Biden.
And that's why Trump is giving the companies the tax breaks to come. And now I'm not saying it worked 100%, but it brought some back.
No, it didn't really bring back much.
It did. I know for a fact, Carrier.
Steven,
I get my air conditioners from Carrier. They are now made in the United States.
Steven, that's not for long. Right, that is going to pass. It's going to literally a few more years, and that's going to be gone anyway. Right, this is a trend that is happening regardless of whether or not you try to put policy there or not. Okay, that's why the market. We just need to adapt to the new market. Okay, what we need to do is we need to have specialization. Thank you for the paper crane. I appreciate it. For people in the country, we need to provide access to trades, like and specialization through that, and then also when it relates to college and education. That's what we need to focus on when it relates to the modern era. We can't just sit back and act like we're going to be able to do the exact same business that we've always done. Sometimes technology changes, sometimes the market changes, sometimes conditions change, and you have to adapt.
Okay. Well, I live in Pittsburgh. You're preaching to the choir. I know that. We used to be the biggest manufacturer of steel. Now we're the biggest manufacturer of robotics. We totally had to flip script. Well, we had to go through the 70s to get there.
Look at what we're doing with social media now. Look what we're doing with it's completely rerouted the entirety of journalism.
Oh, yeah, that's a good thing. Fake news.
I agree it's a good thing, right? But it also comes with its own cons, okay? People can say whatever the fuck they want, right? And get away with it.
Yeah.
Okay, and what does that do to society? That kind of gets people to kind of be normalized with just saying things without really looking into it.
Yeah, but you have to be smarter. You can't believe in flat Earth like your last freaking commenter. Come on, really? Really have a. We don't want to go there. I don't want to go into the flat Earth.
That's the society we live in. We live in a society where people believe stuff like that, and we have to acknowledge.
Yeah, because they watch a video. They watch a video. Earth's flat. I just watched a video on YouTube.
Well, I agree. I don't think that they have good reason to believe that as well, right? But it's also the case that there is a pretty good question that they're asking, right, when it relates to these. And I'm not saying they're smart. I'm not saying they have a good position. But what I'm saying is that people don't really know how to justify their opinions when it relates to saying the Earth is spherical. It's not common, right? And the reason why people have these beliefs is because it seems to be better than other people's positions. And it seems to be better than the prior position they had because they didn't really look into it. It comes from a lack of looking into it.
Exactly.
That's what it comes from. So what we need to do as a society, we need to acknowledge that. We need to have critical thinking processes. That's why I do my lives every single day, is because I'm trying to promote people to critically think. I'm trying to get people to have reasons and justifications for the positions they hold. Because ultimately speaking, people just walk in society and treat politics and these different things like it's fucking sports teams. Right.
Like to be honest with you, you just did it. You just did it, though. You just did it when you looked up Biden going to Russia. You swore that you got a picture in your hand with him and Putin. He's in Russia. You just did that 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, and that's evidence.
Right.
That's justification. I'm giving you reasoning there. I'm not just saying, oh, I feel like I saw this one day. Trust me, bro. I saw this one time on this one thing.
But you swore just by looking at that one article.
Thank you so much.
The one Time Life article where you've seen a picture of.
They were together. Yes. Because
they were together.
They report on these things all the time. I have prior experiences with these different types of proceedings to know that it's likely if it's claimed in this particular manner.
Yeah. You got to weed out the bullshit.
Yeah. I did.
You had to have your guy come on though to say it.
Yeah, he's a librarian.
Right.
I appreciate the sale away. Thank you so much. He deals with literally all the databases. He's the best at searching for things.
If you didn't hear it from him, you wouldn't have believed
I'm
it.
good friends with Matt because
right,
he
but
has
you wouldn't have believed
resources.
You wouldn't have believed it if he didn't come on though.
I would have believed it. If you give me sources and stuff like that, I will believe things, right? I'm more likely to trust someone like Matt comparative to someone that I just have, I'm like just talking to on the internet because I have prior experiences with Matt that indicate he's a trustworthy individual. I had known him for a long time. I've met him. Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it. Like that. Thank you. We're like friends. Right. I deal with him all the time. I know that given my experience with him, that things that he bring up to me are likely to be true because I've checked them and I've researched them outside of that. Thank you for the Husky. I appreciate it. Thank you for the Paimon. I appreciate it. That's why I'm able to classify that these things are true to a greater extent when it relates to people I have experience with comparative to someone who just said something on the live that I've never met before.
But before he came on though, you were adamant that Biden went to Russia because he's got you picked up your phone, you showed the screen of them both together, and you said,
"Did I say Russia?" I thought I was talking about
Russia.
Well, then I think I was wrong there. But I thought I was talking about the relationship between Putin and between Biden. I thought I was talking about that. I didn't know I was relating to just Russia.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
That's how I took it.
This is recorded, so we can always check back and look at this later.
I look forward to hearing my voice on tape.
It'll be on YouTube probably within the week or so.
What's your channel?
It's just Parker Get a Job. The same thing as my TikTok.
You don't work?
This is my job.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, I go to school as well, but this is my.
How old are you?
21.
Oh my god. You're wet behind the ears still.
Huh?
I was once a Democrat. When I was
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the jellyfish. I appreciate it. I used to be a Republican. In 2016, I was a Trump supporter.
Really?
Yeah.
What steered you wrong, man?
I researched, right? I took economics courses.
But you researched his past, is what I think you did.
People.
You researched his past, and I'm not saying we all have a past, dude. Everybody has a past. He was a playboy billionaire. He grabbed him by the vagina and all that.
Yeah, and that's fucking gross. We shouldn't allow that.
Yeah, absolutely. But is he doing what's best for the country?
No.
Yes. I believe he's trying.
No.
I believe he's trying. Honestly, in my heart, believe he's trying.
I don't.
What do you think his motives are at this age? He's already a billionaire.
Helping out his buddies who are rich.
Would you do? Would you get all these indictments to help out your buddies? Would you risk your family and all that just to help your buddies? What is he helping his buddies do? Get richer?
I'm just trolling. He might have a perceived notion of he's benefiting people, but I think that he's misguided. I think that he's wrong. I think that he doesn't have like a good view on what.
I believe he was wrong in a lot of shit.
I think clearly speaking, there are things that are shown in other countries that have been way more effective than what we currently do here in the United States. And it's fucking clear. It's so blatantly clear that every developed nation almost around the entire world has developed these types of systems, whereas we haven't done so here in the United States. We are so much further behind than they are, right? We don't have a universal healthcare system. That is so wild.
Make America great again, brother. That's what he's trying to do.
Almost like 80 years ago in other countries in Europe and 40 years ago in Europe. And here, we're like so far fucking behind that we still have people spending thousands of dollars on giving birth. We have people spending thousands of dollars on ambulances. We have people spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical debt that they have on cancer treatment, where in other countries, their bills are fucking zero. Their bills are just a few $100s. Their bills are almost fucking nothing, right? They don't have to worry. They don't have to have the fear and anxiety associated with their parents not having access to healthcare, or they're them not being able to ensure that their parents are going to go and check and make sure that whether or not something's wrong with them, rather than not going because they don't want to spend money, because they want to be able to put food on the table.
Absolutely. I agree with you on that 100%. And that's what he's trying to get. That's what I believe he's trying to do. He's trying to get rid of Obamacare. Obamacare was horrible.
That's true. That's decreasing universal health care. You understand? That's reducing people's access to health insurance. You understand that, right?
Because I couldn't, under Obama, I could not get health insurance because I made too much money and I didn't qualify for any of those. I've been through it. I went for 6 years without health insurance.
Universal health care. I think everyone should be covered.
Absolutely. Regardless, they have it in Canada.
Yeah, and Trump's not doing that. Trump's arguing against that.
No, he was trying. That's why he tried to abolish Obamacare.
Show me within his policy what policy that he had for universal health care. Show me.
He didn't. That's one of his screw ups. He didn't do that.
And that is one of the things towards universal health care than nothing.
I would have rather had screw the wall, which we do need the wall. Oh my God, dude. Do you know what's going on in New York right now?
Yes, I do, right? But we can have systems set up to ensure that people are going to country. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
But they're not. They're coming over. They're sneaking over the border.
They're not sneaking over. They're going through.
Yes, they are.
They're going through legal. These people that we're talking about who are in New York.
The caravans. Yes, they're letting them in now.
Let me finish. These people, I can just mute at this point. People are going through legal asylum processes. Okay, there is a process to go through in the United States that's called asylum, right? Where you can go from a country in which is not doing good to a country that is the most stable near you. Okay, you go to a country that's stable like the United States, you can have legal asylum there and you can live there. Okay, we have systems set up in place for that. People were doing that even under Trump's administration. Okay, you're talking about people who are coming up undocumented. There are more people that are in this country that come undocumented that have come from flying or like getting a visa, flying here, overstaying the visa, than people who come into the country through the border.
Where do you get the number from?
From the DEA.
So they know how many people are sneaking over the border?
They have projections.
They're counting them as they're sneaking over at the cover of night? No, they're not. Come on, man. You're not. You know that.
They have estimations.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, they can estimate. They have no clue. They have no clue how many people are coming over. Now what's popping up at the border is a lot of people from Africa. We have
satellites. We have drones. We have a pretty good grasp on who's coming into the country, generally speaking.
No, we do not.
What we want to do, hold up. What we want is we want to know. If we want to know what people are doing and what's going on with people, we want them to have legal status. So what we want to do is we want to incentivize people who are already in the country, undocumented, right, to be able to get papers. If you're already in the country undocumented, come get papers. Prove that you've been here for a little bit, right, and then we'll give you papers and stuff like that, right?
Right, and that's when the caravan started.
By getting taken advantage of by people who are trying to employ people who are undocumented at the border, right? And then they will actually get paid what they're worth.
Well, a lot of people don't want that too, but we don't have any idea who's coming over.
Even though this entire country was like founded on immigration, right? Immigration is great for the economy. It's very good for boosting population growth and economic growth.
Right, because why? Because you can get cheap labor.
No, it's not just that, right? People come to the country. It's not just cheap. No, it's not. It's not.
That's why. Yes, it is.
No, it's
that's exactly why they want them to come in.
Stop. So it's the fact that there are more people that cheap labor would be if they're undocumented, not if they're documented. All right. If we're relating to people who are coming to the country documented, right, that would just mean that there are more people in the economy. There's a greater amount of services that can be produced in the economy, and there's a greater amount of demand in the economy. It produces both demand and supply, right, which adds to the overall GDP and adds to the overall economy. There are more people that are able to trade, right? Since there are more people that are able to trade, there's more likelihood that there's going to be gains from trade, right? Which indicates that there's going to be a greater level of economic growth and stability within this particular nation due to the context of immigration that would not have existed prior.
And how do they do that?
Just by interacting with the economy.
By interacting with the economy.
Yes, the same way that you interact with the economy.
So if I interact with the economy, I'm going to be rich. No, come on. It doesn't work.
No. If you interact with the economy, it's going on an overall basis.
How do you interact with the economy?
You and everyone else in the economy interacting with the economy is going to lead to greater levels of economic growth. That is literally how economics works.
Well, tell me what.
Thank you so much.
Define that interacting with the economy. How do you define that? What does that mean?
I go and buy food, right? I go to the store and get clothes, right? I go to the mall and I don't know. I get shoes, right? Stuff like that. That boosts economic growth, right? Because it leads to trades, right? The people who sold
Because
you the
more people
sold
are
you the
going to come
shoes,
here to the
are able to
country. You're
use
going
that
to
money invested back into their business and spend it in other places. It
so
increases
because
the velocity of the
immigrants are
economy.
coming, you're going to go buy shoes. That doesn't make any sense.
No, immigrant. That's not what I'm saying, by the way. Right?
Well, how does that?
Steven,
how does interacting with the economy?
Your tracking is horrendous, Steven. That was nothing even close to what I was saying.
But you're not giving me. You're giving me this runaround. I'm talking about how does that help? How does that help immigration? You're not. Immigration is for cheap labor. That's what it's for. I don't know what you're interacting with the economy and going to buy shoes has to do with immigration. You got to explain that again, please. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, sure.
Speak clear English. You can't use the word like interact with the economy because immigration and that's how it helps. No, it does not.
Am I using
that's
words
hilarious.
That are,
Actually,
am I speaking a different
pretty
language?
hilarious.
Am I not speaking English, Steven?
No, you're saying interact with economy. How does immigration go with you going to buy a pair of shoes and you're going to interact with the economy?
Yeah, interacting with the economy.
You're going to go buy because the immigrants are coming across the border.
Steven, let me
you're going to go buy a pair of shoes.
No,
and it's going to
no, Steven.
That's what you just said.
No, that's not what I just said. Right?
Explain it, please.
Yes, I will explain it. Stop talking, bro. So when it relates to the economy, me interacting with the economy could be me getting a job, me working, me providing goods and services for individuals. And it could mean me buying goods and services, whether it be shoes, whether it be food, whether it be healthcare, anything when it relates to the economy.
So you're the immigrant.
I'm not saying I'm an immigrant in this scenario. I'm saying the relationship with an individual engaging with the market. Okay. The same thing happens when people do immigrate here. Okay.
Well, how does that immigrant get money?
Okay. I'm going to mute you. All right. Okay. I need to do that from now on. Okay. All right. This is unbelievable. Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. So in the same way that I interact with the economy in terms of getting a job, in terms of buying goods and services, going to the grocery store. Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate it. Immigrants also do the exact same thing. Okay. So they also add to the economy. Okay. They add goods and services and they buy goods and services. So they spark demand. Right? Remember the supply demand graphs in economics? They spark demand and they spark supply, right? So it overall adds to the economy. Okay. That's not a bad thing, right? It's a good thing. Now there are more people I can trade with. And if there are more people I can trade with, there's a greater likelihood that I'm going to be able to get the thing that I want, right? So there's more likelihood for there to be gains from trade. Thank you. I appreciate the handout. Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate it. Why? Because the way that I value something that I buy from someone is going to be more than the way that they value it because they sold it to me. If they sold it to me to a price of $60, that means that that particular item that they had was worth less than $60 to them, right? And if I bought it for $60, that means that the value of that item to me was at least $60. Okay. So more than $60. Okay. That's how economics works. That's how there are gains from trade, how we are able to move goods and services, right, from low value use, right, to high value use. I value it more than the person I bought it from because I bought it from them, right? Thank you for the mic. I appreciate it. They preferred the money. I preferred the good. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it as well. Thank you. Do you understand anything that I just said there? That was like super basic.
Yeah. How did they get the money?
How do you get the money?
How did they get the money? The immigrants
working
cheap labor. Thank you.
It's not just through cheap labor.
That's where they're getting the money from. They don't have anything when they come here.
People can immigrate to that's not every immigrant comes here with no money. That's wild. Right? People can immigrate here with skills that they've already derived from other places that they've lived in the world. Thank you.
They're not in use.
I appreciate it.
They're not allowed to use them.
With money. Right? There are literal groups of people in the United States that have extraordinarily high, like GDP per capita because the people who come within that particular group, like oftentimes came with high skills, right? And came already wealthy off. Okay.
Okay. Let me give you some real world experience. I do construction. I do a lot of new construction. And I was talking to the cleaning girls. The cleaning girls, they were from El Salvador. They were nurses in El Salvador. They thought they could come here and be nurses. Well, guess what? They can't be nurses. They were cleaning our construction for cheap labor. This is real world stuff I'm talking about. This is how they come here. They can't get you. They can't use their skills. They can't use their colleges. None of their credits. None of that works. They don't have money. Most of them send money back to their countries to help their families, and they're working here. They're cheap. Our cheap labor here is double what they would, triple, quadruple even what they would make down there.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
When they're coming here, nothing.
What's wrong with some people? What's wrong with some people who are coming to the country, engaging in that type of labor the same way that some people within our country engage in that type of labor? Right?
Zero.
They're
There's
interacting
nothing wrong with that. This country was built on that.
What's your point, Stephen?
My point is, it's a flood now. There's too much coming in. There's too much.
I don't think
they're
that's
on
true.
the border.
I think it's dependent on where we're incentivizing people to go, right? It is the case that all the jobs in our economy, generally speaking, right, most of the jobs are going to be in the they're going to be in the big cities. Okay, so where are immigrants incentivized
That's
to go?
why they're spending in New York.
Stop talking. They're incentivized to go to big cities. So what we need to do is we need to incentivize people to go to smaller towns where literally cities are dying. If you go to I went to Iowa this summer because I went to go visit like my family and a bunch like that. They have like a farm in Iowa. So my grandpa. So I go down that area. There's like a bunch of cities or like little towns around there that like are dying, right? There's like 200 people that live there. Okay. These cities could be revitalized. There are lots of these cities, literally thousands of these cities that exist in middle America that are losing in population, that could be revitalized, that have infrastructure that's already there, that can be beneficial to people who are moving to America. Right. And these different types of cities can be developed very easily. Okay. Because they already have that infrastructure. So that's what I think that we should do is we should incentivize people to go to the places in middle America in which are already dying out, already have extremely low property values and stuff like that because there is no demand there. And we can stimulate the demand in those areas, not only to grow the economy in the middle of America, but also to provide great places to live and great quality of life to people who are immigrating to this country.
What are they going to do in a dying city? They're coming here to work.
You're boosting demand. There's now places that people are going to.
So we send them all to this dying city. What your suggestion is? We send them all to a dying city.
You don't just send people to dying cities. You have infrastructure to build up to then build up these.
So build the infrastructure
that
first.
Have been dying. Okay. Well, the infrastructure already exists there, but you can continue to build it up. Yes, but you want to make sure that there are opportunities and stuff like that. There are jobs, right? So you incentivize people by providing subsidies, right? Things like that to incentivize people to develop and move into the city, right? Because now since there's money and there's demand there, there's now a want to produce these types of services so that
where did that money and demand come from?
The government.
It doesn't pop out of thin air, bro.
The government. Yes.
That's your answer, the government.
Yes. And
so what's the government supposed to do? You're not giving me a clear, what is the government going to do?
I said provide subsidies, right? You provide subsidies, say.
So the government's going to give them money.
For the development of housing, for the development of.
So we're just going to build houses in a dead city.
We're sending people to these different types of cities to build them up as well, right? For the development.
Come on, man. You hear your argument?
Yeah, you actually know that they do this in Europe already. They're actually paying people to go to these particular places.
So why are they coming here? Why are they flooding
Alex,
here?
I appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to mute you. Okay, right? Because you're a chronic overtalker, bro. Stop talking, bro. I don't know how to have a conversation with you if it's like constant that you don't listen to a single thing that I say and you cut me off. There's no movement in the conversation there. All right. So places in Europe, they're literally incentivizing people to move there and to develop these different types of cities that are dying by giving them money. Okay. So in the same sort of way that they're subsidizing people in terms of going to these dying cities, we can do the exact same thing. And the thing is, we probably wouldn't have to pay as much, right, as they are in these places in Europe because people are immigrating so much to this country already. Right. So that would be a good way to develop middle America even further to ensure that the people have access to housing, cheap standard of living, quality of life, or good quality of life, cheap, cost of living, things like that. That's way more beneficial to our economy and to the immigrants coming to this economy than it would be to just send everyone to fucking New York. Right. That's just gonna overburden places that already have a lack of infrastructure. For the amount of people. Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it. We need to develop the infrastructure in other places. Thank you,
Dude,
Jay. I appreciate the
overtalker. You do it when you lose the conversation. So we're supposed to throw $10 million to a mayor. We're going to throw him $10 million on a dying city and say, okay, this is your 10 million. And here's 5,000 immigrants. Develop it. Let's go. That's your answer. Let them throw $10 million at the mayor and give him 5,000 migrants. Come on. That's your answer.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to stimulate particular types of economic development by providing subsidies, whether it be development of rental properties, whether it be development of restaurants, whether it be development of movie theaters, entertainment, whether it be development of all these different types of business ventures, right? Why? To stimulate the economy in these particular areas, to ensure that people want to move here, to ensure that people will want to continue to grow this particular economy. Right now, the reason why people are leaving these places is because they have a lack of opportunity. They have a lack of jobs. That's why you want to stimulate people to come into this place the same way. Again, they're doing so with again, cities in Europe. So if you just listen to what I say, then you'd pick up on that.
Nobody's flooding New York, bro. They're flooding here. Who's flooding New York? Who's flooding there?
Europe is actually having a migration crisis right now.
Well, who? From where?
Well, people from the Middle East, people from India, people from Africa are like all.
India's just running out of room.
What's up?
They're flooding. India's flooded everybody because they're running out of room.
Thank you. I appreciate this. The subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That's not a good plan. Who's going to run these businesses? You're going to have
people who are moving into these areas who now have an incentive to engage in this particular economic activity, as that will make them money.
Oh, the incentive of cheap labor. Exactly.
No, this isn't cheap labor. This is for economic development. So generally speaking, it would relate to the starting of businesses. It would relate to the starting of, like I brought up diners, right? Restaurants. I brought up
that's cheap labor, brother. That's bottom barrel.
The starting of these isn't cheap labor. But yes, there would be opportunities for people to engage in cheap labor that are created by virtue of these businesses being created. Thank you for that background.
These people don't speak English. It's hard to communicate. I'm on jobs.
You understand that like 20% of people in the United States already don't speak English as well, right?
Yeah, 20%.
But like again, most people who are coming into the country, right? I mean, a lot of people who are coming into the country do speak English as well. So you can send to places that do speak English, and there are also amenities that exist in the country already that account for the fact that we don't have just one language; we have multiple languages. Spanish, English, stuff like that is very common in the United States.
Absolutely. But it's more common to speak English. It's a lot easier. Most of them do not speak English. I would say probably 90% of the people that are coming here speak very little English.
Give me evidence of that, because 90% is a wild number.
Go look at the borders. The interviews at the border.
Give me evidence.
I'm telling you.
Interviews at the border don't take into account all immigration. I'm asking all immigration in general. 90% are not people that barely speak English. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, they're coming in from Africa.
Any source. No, give me any source. Steven, give me any source.
Google. Go look up at the interviews. They interview all these people coming over. They ask.
Don't just tell me Google. Give me a particular source. Go look it up yourself. I'll give you time to go look it up.
I'm not looking it up. I already know. I don't need to look it up.
Because you whipped it right out of your ass. It's stamped with the Trust Me Bro.
I didn't whip it out of my ass. I watched the interviews.
You did. You stamped it with Trust Me Bro approval.
No, I did not. I actually looked at the people coming across the border. I looked at the videos of the interviews. They get all the people that are coming across. They get interviewed. Where'd you come from? A lot of them are coming from Africa. I don't know how they're getting from Africa to Mexico, but they are. And they're coming in from the border. There was like, I don't know, was it 20-some thousand people from Africa came over the past couple months? They don't know how they're getting from Africa. It's a big news story about that.
Wild. Planes. We have fucking planes. It's 2023, bro. There are fucking planes, my guy. What are you talking about? What do you mean you don't know?
UFOs and there's flat earth.
What do you think they walk across the water like fucking Jesus or something?
You just can't get on a plane in Africa and go to Mexico with no ID, no. You know what you need? There's this little thing called a passport.
Yeah,
You need to go.
you understand that likely speaking, they did have a passport if they flew.
Well, how come when they get to the border they don't have it?
Maybe because they get rid of it. I don't know. Maybe because
know
they
either.
lost it. Maybe
That's
I
what they don't know. They don't know. That's the question.
Maybe there are some places that do allow people to fly to other places without passport. I don't know. I'd have to check.
In Africa, someplace in Africa, because there's 20,000 plus people came from Mexico into the United States from Africa.
Yeah, so more people who are here undocumented, right? Are here by flying to the country and then overstaying the visa. It's not
there's a lot
people who are going through the border, right?
Right. That's been going on for years. It's another way. Yep. That's another way.
Yeah, so if you want to build a fucking border wall, then why don't you do something about the fact that people are overstaying visas? There's no talk about that. Trump never talks about that, never brings it up, right? But it's literally a majority.
I wouldn't know. There's not. I would not. I don't know where you're getting. I don't know where you're getting that number from. The majority.
I've already told you earlier in this conversation.
You bro stamped that. You bro stamped it. Trust me, bro.
No, I didn't. I told you the source, and you didn't look it up.
What was it?
It was the
What's
DEA.
the source?
It was the DEA. There's also the CIS, right?
The District Attorney Office.
The Center for the Center for Immigration Services, bro.
That's the DEA.
The DEA is the Drug Enforcement Agency, bro.
Right.
Yeah, and they have numbers on this stuff as well, right? The CIS as well, the Center for Immigration Services.
I would say probably 10%. I'm just guessing, pulling that out of my ass. I would say probably 10%. Most of them are sneaking across the border. We need to do something with the border.
It's not true.
People are coming over.
That is, trust me, bro. That's whipping it right out of the ass.
Well, why do all the border? Do you see what the border agencies are up against? So when they interview one of these border agents that are out there fighting these people and getting shot at, and their bricks thrown through their trucks, so they're all bullshit. They're not going through the stuff.
I'm not saying stuff like this isn't happening. I don't know how that responds to anything I just said.
Because they're sneaking over the border. They're coming here through the desert, jumping the Rio Grande, running into the desert.
Yeah, and that's not a majority of the people who are here undocumented.
How do you know that?
Because I have data. And
you have
evidence.
Bro stamped.
It's not. Trust me, bro. I
I'm
gave you a
using
source.
that, dude. I am stealing that from you.
Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Just apply it to your own claims. I need to get it.
I guess I can.
That was easy. Those like little buttons. I need to get a trust me, bro button.
Yeah, there you go. I'm getting one too.
Chat, I need to do it. I need to make my own app or something like that.
Trust me, bro.
The trust me, bro button.
Yes.
We need that every single time. Every single time. I just need to trust me, bro, every time.
We'll get some coffee cups and some t-shirts.
Yeah, we're going to do. Yeah, actually, I'm actually going to do that. That's actually a great idea. I'm literally going to make merch that says trust me, bro.
I need 10% of this.
You're not going to get shit.
I need 10%.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You're not going to get shit.
I need 10. 10. We got this on recording. We came up with it.
Cool.
It's my idea.
It's on recording, and it's still just that's an L, bro. Thank you. I appreciate the crowd. Thank you so much. I was already gonna do stuff like this before, bro, but.
All right, just put my name on the shirt.
Dude, I have Trust Me Bro as an emote that already exists, man.
We'll make you little stampers. We'll get little coffee cups. Make it all. Yeah, but dude, there's a lot of.
And your face is going to be on the front because you are literally the ultimate Trust Me Bro. Thank you. I appreciate the corn. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I get 15% if you use my likeness.
Yeah, no, I'm just trolling. I'm not going to use shit.
No. It's all good. I'm glad to have somewhat of an intelligent conversation with a Democrat.
Bro, yikes.
I like your plan, though. We're going to send them to dying cities.
I don't like Democrats, but I'm definitely more left wing compared to the Democrats here in the United States. I think that they're heavily ineffective, right? Like moderate Democrats, people like Joe Biden, right? They've been in politics for decades, and they've done
Centuries,
very little
dude.
for us. Okay, it's almost centuries. It's actually ridiculous, right? Half a century, bro. Half a century. How can Joe Biden be in office for almost fucking half a century? Please, someone save us. Like, actually, though, like, why do we have, like, that's ridiculous to me, honestly. We need we need new people. We need young people. We need people that are representative of the population, right? We need multi-party systems that instead of just being, oh, I don't like the other side and oh, the other side sucks. It's instead, these policies are what I support and this is why I support them. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. Thank you for the corn.
I don't know about that either because I seen what AOC is doing. Oh my goodness.
And then argue against her then. If you think AOC is wrong, give an argument.
I just think if you're going to talk about foreign policy, I think you should know something about foreign policy.
Sure, right? I mean, that's why I don't like to talk about foreign policy very much, because I know very, very little about foreign policy. I think most people know very little about foreign policy. Foreign policy is like extremely extensive. There are so many different variables that it's almost impossible to take into account. Like, you have to know the history of all these different countries. You have to know why they're engaging in behavior. Like, there's just so much that you wouldn't know unless you have like a fucking PhD in history or some shit, or a PhD in international relations. Like, it's actually wild, bro.
And that's one of the things I like Trump, because he's been dealing with this his whole life. He's been doing it.
Well, so has Biden, technically.
Yeah, but he's been robbing. He's been paid off.
So has Trump. Trump's been paying people off. Trump's been robbing people. What are you talking about, bro?
Trump has been paying people off. He used to donate to Hillary. He used to be a big Hillary supporter.
Yeah, and in that time, thank you. I appreciated the corn. Thank you so much. And even when Trump was a Democrat, I would still disagree with Trump. You know that, right?
About what?
Probably everything. I probably would have disagreed with his abortion stance. I probably would have disagreed with his economic views. I probably would have disagreed with his social views. I probably would have disagreed with the whole 9 yards, my guy.
I don't know what his abortion stance is, but I know what mine is. I know if I'm baking a cake and you take my cake out of the oven,
is pro-life.
Well, if you take my cake out of the oven before it's done and throw it on the floor, I'm going to say, why'd you do that to my cake? And you're going to say,
please don't give me the Bill Burr joke. Please, you watch Bill Burr, you joke about it. Dude, I heard it, man. I think we all heard it, bro. We heard the Bill Burr joke. Okay, yeah, that's still not comparable because when you make the cake,
that's hilarious.
The only difference is just whether or not you put it in the oven to heat it up. The cake was already made, right? Now, I think it's distinct within that respect. A lot of the cake that you would already value would already be within the cake. But when it relates to say like human beings and stuff like that, I only value human beings when they would have, to a greater extent, when they have subjective experience, right? And the same thing is seen when someone's brain dead. Do you think a family should have the ability to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead?
Oh, that's a tough one. Shit. Dude, I don't even answer that one. I don't know.
Well, cellularly speaking, they're still alive.
I wouldn't want to make that call, and I wish nobody in the world would ever have to make that call.
But people do. That's the fact of the matter, right? So the issue is that they're still cellular speaking alive. Their brain, their subjective experience, that's never coming back. Okay. So I would say we have a significantly distinct values. Yeah, people in the chat are saying I've made that call, particularly like distinct, like a value when it relates to a brain dead individual compared to someone who has a subjective experience, and that's where I ground the value. Like, for example, right? If we were to take you and we were to put you in a robot, your consciousness, do you think that you have the same moral value?
No.
No?
No.
So you think I can do whatever I want with you once you're in a robot?
Because, well, can you put a consciousness in a robot?
Well, we can't currently, right? But in the future, it could be the case. Well, actually, instead of saying a robot, Let's say
Can
we
your
could put,
soul go into a robot, dude?
thank you. I appreciate the whale diving. Thank you so much. Let's say we could put your consciousness into a simulation. Okay. Can I do with whatever I want with you in that simulation? Can I torture
Is
you?
my soul there too? I don't know. I can't answer. You're asking me questions.
Can I torture you? If I put you into a video game, can I torture you?
Yes, because that's you're talking about a video game. That's not a person.
Yes? No, but you still feel it. You're still conscious.
No, it's my soul's not there.
Dude,
it's my soul
what is
there.
Your soul? What is your soul?
I don't know. Do you know what a soul is?
Does it relate to your consciousness, like your awareness? Where you're aware of how you're experiencing things?
That's not. I don't believe in that, bro. I don't know. I think it's your soul. They actually have that documented too.
What is it?
When someone dies, they lose like 7 pounds, and they don't know why.
God. No, they don't lose pounds. No. Okay.
Yes, they do. It's documented. When someone dies, it's actually was documented.
There's pressure between the bones.
But that wouldn't cause you to lose mass.
It does.
Or weight.
It literally does because it gets released.
Well, whatever that is,
gets
that
released.
soul stuff, call it, whatever it is your soul. Neither one of us can speak on this because we don't know. You can.
I do. I've talked about this online.
That's not the same as a baby. That's not the same as a baby at all. And you know that. I can see that in your face. That's not a baby. Once that little heartbeat starts beating, once you can put a sonogram
I don't give a
up
fuck
there,
about no heartbeat. I care about its subjective experience. I care about its observer. I don't give a fuck about no heartbeat.
Have you ever heard? You don't have kids?
I don't have a kid now, but like a heartbeat, bro. Come on,
any
bro.
woman will tell you
Dude,
this.
it's literally just blood being pumped, right? Blood gets pumped. Blood gets pumped in many different things.
It's a human experience. When they put the sonogram microphone up to your wife's belly, and they search around with the little gel microphone, and they hear that heartbeat.
I care about
something in something in like wow.
I care about it at a point in pregnancy. I'm not saying 9 months you can get a lethal abortion. What I'm saying is that once it's sentient, right, at about 18 to 26 weeks, right, that's when we should say you should not be able to get an abortion if you didn't cause it. I mean, if you caused it, right? That's when I think you shouldn't be able to get
I don't know when the weeks are. I don't know nothing about that, but I know, like I said, if you take my cake out of the oven and
18 weeks is within what's it called? With like a little more than 4 months. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. I know one thing. I wouldn't do it.
Sure, you can say you wouldn't do it or whatnot, right? But it should be legal for people to be able to do.
And that has nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Why are we forcing people with subjective experiences to carry out pregnancies for something that is not having a subjective experience yet? And never will. If someone gets an abortion, the difference is that this thing never will have a subjective experience. It would have never existed within the respect of it having a subjective experience. That's why.
There's other ways to do this.
That's like pulling out, bro. Right? That stops the process of a baby existing in the future.
Yeah, we'll pull out. There's other ways other than the ripping living organism out of your body.
It's not. It's not happening like that for a majority of abortions. A majority of abortions are either through like the abortion pill or are happening within like the first trimester.
Well, that's either. I don't know. I'm not. Let's change the subject because I don't know. I'm not going to touch that one. I wouldn't do it. I believe you're killing a baby.
Yeah,
and that's what you're doing.
You're killing something, right? But I don't think that it's murder until it's sentient.
Well,
I don't think it's a person. I don't think that it's a person until it's sentient.
And I don't think it's the government. The government shouldn't have any.
Steven, if I put you into a simulation, I can torture you, and you think that's fine, right? Because there's no biological life there.
Soul there? Am I there? Am I there?
You are there.
Or is it just my thoughts?
Your consciousness, you are there. You're aware of things. You feel like you're living in a body.
Absolutely not.
So I can't do it now? Okay.
No.
There's no biological life there. There's no heartbeat.
Well, you said I was there.
Yeah, you are. Your consciousness, your your brain, how you
You'll
are
never know
responding
that.
things, your awareness, you are there, right? But
I
your
don't think you'll
body,
ever know that.
your heart, the rest of your body is not there.
No, you can't. That's not the same thing. It's just not.
I'm just saying, in that sense, would you still have moral value? And I'm pretty sure you're going to say yes. And if you do say yes, then the moral value
It's not
is
the
not
same thing,
predicated.
though. It's not
not
the same
predicated
thing.
on the biology. It's predicated
It's not
off
the
of the
same thing because
subjective
it's not
experience.
hurting you. It's not hurting you to rip the baby out of. It's not hurting you. You don't know. I don't know. Would I do it? No. Should the government be? I'm glad that it got overturned. The government should have no say in that. It should be up to the woman, to be honest with you.
So you're pro-choice?
No, it should be up to the woman. I wouldn't do
If
it
it's up to
personally.
the woman, it would be pro-choice.
She has to live with it.
Yeah, that's
You're in a
pro-choice.
kid,
That's pro-choice.
but it shouldn't be the. No, it's not, because I don't believe in killing kids.
So would you prosecute women who get an abortion prior to 18 weeks?
That's it, man.
Appreciate you coming on, bro. It's good talking to you.
Yeah, split that merch with me.
All right, everyone. If you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. I am going to get off here for tonight. I appreciate everyone coming on. I'm going to go get some food. I might go on my live on my second account later. We'll see if I do. Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. We're going to go raid someone here pretty quick. I appreciate everyone who did sub today, who did gift. Thank y'all so much. We're going to send everyone over to Dean's live. He's on the second account right now. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You can look up It's Not Dean. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. You already know the deal. Everyone go to It's Not Dean. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. I'll see everyone later. Love everyone so much. My second account is Parker Good at Bible if you do want to check that out though. See everyone later. Peace out, y'all.